Classes are a blessing bestowed upon them by the gods. At the age of 10, everyone goes through a ceremony to receive their class and the skills associated with it. The boy's name is Errol. He's 10 years old. He is quite calm before the ceremony to receive his class. The family is sitting around the same table. My father is contemplating which class Errol will receive. At one point he was so nervous he couldn't sleep. My mom agrees with my dad's words. My sister yells that it's okay because Errol is her cool little brother, so he'll get the best class. His mother says that her son will become very popular in this case. Dad remarks that a large number of his female fans will come to them. His sister is stunned and says that it is too early for her brother to get a girlfriend. Errol, listening to what his family is talking about, thinks it will never stop. He is distracted by the ringing of a bell. He walks out of the yard, closing the gate, but his whole family catches up with him, shouting that he must not forget about them. His parents dance with happiness, and his younger sister calls her brother horrible because she won't take her older sister with her. Errol indifferently says he can get the blessing on his own. By the time they finish their discussion, the sun has already set. The sister is angry, and the brother asks what else he can do. Finant is a rural settlement without a priest. He shows her that there are only rocks and trees around. Walking in complete calm, he says he doesn't want to miss this ceremony and wait another year to get a class. Only once a year, a priest is sent to the temple to hold a ceremony to award class and skill. The priest, standing in front of the girl holding out her hand, informs her that he will now begin the blessing ceremony. 10-year-old children are lined up in a row. The man asks you to step forward, starting on the right side. The boy reacts nervously and steps toward the priest, who in turn touches his forehead with his finger. Looking into the book, the man asks permission to see the boy's fate. The boy replies that he sees flames, the scraping of metal, and the sound of a hammer. These are all things a 10-year-old child sees. The priest says that his class is blacksmiths. The young man was thrilled by this. He ran to his father, shouting that he could work with him. His sister then went up to his mom, saying they have the same class. Errol observes this. His sister says that all children are like their parents. Ancestry has a big impact on classrooms. The younger sister wanted to say that she was sure she would get a certain class, but the priest called for the next child. It was Errol's turn. His family is actively encouraging the boy. There was no emotion on his face. As the young man approached the priest, there was a whisper behind him. One man said that Leon's son had finally left. His parents have advanced classes. The mother named Farah has the Blade Princess class and the father Leon has the King of Magic class. The son asks his father about why this is all being discussed and why it is important. Dad replies that the advanced classes are superior to the normal classes where you have to work hard to get them. As Errol stands in front of the priest, the man says that both parents got advanced classes at the same time. They are gifted, so their son will be exactly the same. A man, touching the boy's forehead, asks him to close his eyes, saying that the gods will tell him his class. The young boy stands with his eyes closed, saying he can't see anything. The priest has no change in his face, realizing that the boy has no response. He informs him that the boy has no class. The crowd is shocked to learn that both his parents have advanced classes, while the entire nation, including Errol's family, is in a stupor, not understanding why this happened. The man, holding a book in his hand, thinks about how it happened. Class is a blessing from the gods. To be classless is to be abandoned by the gods. Farah, waving his blade, tells Errol it's alright. His parents cheer him up, telling him that mom and dad will keep working, so it's okay if he doesn't. They ask him not to get depressed. The boy practicing with his mother yells that he doesn't plan to do anything bad, much less sit on his parents' necks. The sister bringing food thinks her brother has lost his temper. Walking up to him, she tells him that even if he becomes a vegetable, she will never leave him. Errol is confused that his sister is there too. Dipping a slice of lemon into his drink, the boy says that they are all very upset that he didn't get a class. Taking a bite of the citrus, he goes on to say that he doesn't feel depressed. The entire family around the table questions his words. Since childhood, the young man had been practicing fencing with his mother. He could hold such a heavy thing. His mother called him a genius. The other children discussed him, saying that he practiced in vain even though he wasn't a swordsman yet. Errol didn't care. As a swordsman, he would acquire the skill of swordsmanship and there would be an instant effect. This was what they said. Even without a class, the boy could still use a sword thanks to training. It wasn't for nothing. He can do the same thing as guys with skills. Therefore, even without a class or skills, he doesn't need to get depressed. In this way, Errol Chan expressed his thoughts to his family to prove that he is not depressed. The family is happy to hear this. The mother sees that her son is thinking positively and wisely. The father says that he will go far. Forgetting about Errol, they begin to discuss his future together, believing he will become this or that. The boy disliked such talk and went to train. With his blade at his belt, the boy approached the stone arena where someone's conversations could be heard. Someone was practicing. It was two boys about his age. One of them, the blonde-haired one, spotted Errol near the entrance. He stepped away from his opponent and approached Errol, asking him if he was the guy without class and why he came here. In response, they heard that he came to train just like them. The guys smirked, saying that they weren't training because they were swordsmen. He came here just to test his abilities and offers Errol a look at their training fight. Looking at them, the boy analyzes their skills. First, the swordsman gets a skill, basic fencing. He notices that the boys move well even at the elementary level. Watching them, Errol realized that something could be done with their skills. He called out to them to suggest something. They turned to look at him after asking about sparring him with a classless boy. None of them answered anything and turned to look at each other. They started laughing, saying that the classless one would stand up to the swordsman. Errol didn't understand the reason for the laughter, saying that he was good enough. The Princess of Blades, his mother, is very strong. He can't fight back against her. The unknown young man got annoyed and realized that Errol was challenging him. He shouted agreement, but first clarified with the boy that the classless ones also have the same divine protection. Classes were given at the age of 10. However, the divine protection was with the man from birth. This was another blessing of the gods. In this, Errol is no different from other humans. Divine protection is like invisible armor. It reduces damage, but it takes time to recover. It falls off immediately after use and causes a portion of pain. The blonde-haired young man has concluded that he will not die if they fight seriously. Errol tells him to get ready as it will hurt. Annoyed by such a flippant response, the young man yells that you shouldn't try to challenge him because he's classless. He lunges at Errol. The boy, who has not been blessed by God, easily fends off the first blow thanks to his training. While his opponent puffs up, Errol remains perfectly calm and continues to repel attack after attack. A friend of the attacking young man yells for him to hit his opponent. He gets it, but there's one problem with the fight. The guy he is fighting parries all of his attacks, making it impossible to land a single blow. The foul-mouthed young man insults his opponent and yells at his friend to attack him together. Errol doesn't flap his ears and realizes what he means. His dark-haired friend jumps off the boy's back, which the boy senses and dodges both of them. Sitting up on his feet, he looks up with a smile. Just as he thought, he'd better practice with opponents of a similar level. The blonde-haired foul-mouthed young man shouts to his friend that by attacking from his opponent's back, he will be able to hit him. The boy, looking at them sitting down, thinks that skills improve their skills, but not their tactics or talent. In this case, their advantage is destroyed. Errol, holding his blade, rushed towards these arguing young men. The blonde-haired boy noticed movement behind his friend. He looked behind his partner's back and shouted to him to be careful. The dark-haired youth turned around to see what had happened. There was no one behind him, though he remembered that the classless hero who had challenged him had jumped in that direction. Puzzled, he wanted to ask his blonde-haired friend where their rogue opponent had gone. The hilt of the sword flew into his chin. As the hilt struck, the boy dropped the blade. The blonde-haired friend noticed how quickly the man had approached. While his friend fell breathless after such a blow, the other opponent sweated and became convinced of how strong the classless boy was. He wanted to attack him, insulting him and threatening to chop him into small pieces, but he stumbles over his lying friend. The blonde-haired boy stumbled back, and for Errol this was a great advantage in the fight. He kicked him in the back of the head, and his opponent was defeated. Standing over the lifeless bodies lying there, the boy exhaled without changing his facial expression in any way. Lowering his blade, Errol let the boys know that he had won. The blonde-haired youth clears his throat and stands up. They both sit up abruptly and yell that he attacked when they weren't ready, so it doesn't count. Plus they called him a rat. While the guys are furiously discussing the rematch, another young man quietly approached the training area. He shouted at them to give up. The three boys heard the voice, fell silent, and turned around. The boy asks them what they really hope whining would work in a real battle. Looking at them, the kid says that they call themselves swordsmen, so let them stop embarrassing themselves and whining. While the two sitting on the floor are outraged at the words of the brazen man who came in, Errol thinks he could use some practice in person. The blonde-haired guy asks the newcomer who he thinks he is, but his friend shuts him up, saying he's a swordsman with red hair. He's not interested in the two and turns his head towards Errol. The one turned to him and asked him that he was the son of the Princess of Blades, Farah. Errol still reacted calmly to everything, agreeing. The young man who came over said that he realized that even a classless person could inherit abilities from their parents. Standing up to face him, he said that the two guys were warming up. He told Errol not to think he was tough since he had defeated those losers. Putting the tip of his blade in front of his opponent, the boy tells the classless man that he will be his next opponent, promising to show the true power of a swordsman. Still holding the blade in front of Errol's face, the young man shouts for him to start and not stand in a stupor. He challenges the boy to a duel. Looking at his future opponent, Errol realized he was seeing him for the first time, but didn't understand why he already hated him so much. They heard whispers behind them. Two guys say that the swordsman with red hair looks like the police chief's son. The swordsman turned around and said that they are right. His father is the chief of police. His name is Evans. Errol has him memorized. He knows him because he always comes to his mother with various requests to exterminate monsters. The man, the chief of police, has a beard and a short haircut. He is muscular and also has a scar on his face running from his lower jaw to his forehead. His skills when paired with a sword, as well as his determination and leadership qualities, make Evans very popular. Looking at his opponent, the son of the police chief, Errol realizes that they are not at all alike. He tenses up, assuming that this boy will turn into an old country simpleton like his father. At this point, the boy praises his father, but the conversation shifts abruptly from his father to Errol's mother. His mother is considered the strongest swordsman, something he would never agree with. Errol came to the conclusion that this red-haired swordsman was picking on him solely because of his parents. His opponent gags him, yelling that he must think he's the strongest. Errol calmly says that his mother is the strongest in the world, though he can't boast of her leadership abilities. The skills of parents are inherited by their children. The boy shouts that this is why Errol is no match for him. He goes on to say that after becoming a fencer a year ago, he continued to hone his skills. And when his father taught him how to fence, he was able to learn intermediate skills that normally take 3 years to learn. The boy shouts that he will not lose to someone like him. The young man realizes that the boy has a lot of respect for his father, so he works hard at the swordsman's path. Errol says his skills were drummed into him by his mother, so he doesn't plan on losing to a weirdo. The young man recalls training with his mother, who was thinking about how to teach her son this skill. With a smile on her face, she said she couldn't explain it to him in words, so the boy had to watch and learn. With one swing of the blade, her son flew off into the distance. As Errol said, these skills are literally beaten into him. The boy demands to raise his sword and declares war. With super speed, he attacks Errol, making him even tense up. The two boys say that this seems to be true. They even manage to doubt that the boy is classless, as he can stand up to some pretty strong opponents. Errol is convinced that his opponent is definitely stronger than the guys he fought when he came to the training ground. He lets his anger take over if, as the classless man thinks, he uses the gap between his careless attacks, then he'll be able to strike. The boy yells that the enemy is caught and has already pointed the tip of his blade in his direction. The swordsman noticed this and activated the double strike skill. It seemed like he was holding not one sword, but two. Errol noticed that it was a double attack, but it wasn't, because the swordsman swung only once, and then a blow with that skill hit him in the side. From the one hit, he flew off again, but no longer into the distance, but into a concrete wall. It looked very powerful. Looking at the wounded boy, the swordsman says that he was able to hold back his attacks by keeping his distance, but still missed one blow. Grasping his side, Errol asked what the attack was from both sides. The swordsman explained that it was an attack skill, namely a skill that dealt 2 blows in one swing. No wonder someone with no skill like Errol was unable to repel it. This guy was able to surprise the young man. He was able to reflect the first one. Then the swordsman offers to try again. After the agreement, the police chief's son warns Errol that he will beat the bragging out of him. A simple house, a sunny morning. Someone is trying to wake up a classless boy, wishing him good morning and demanding that he wake up. The young man opens his eyes and sees his sister lying sweetly next to him on the pillow, who is trying to wake him up. Getting out of bed, the boy tells her that it is not good to lie. He doesn't find her charming. She asks you not to worry about it. She promises to be like that one day. The sister smiles, squinting. Errol asks to be woken up, but the girl doesn't get the joke and says she is fully awake already. While the older brother wishes his mother a good morning, the younger sister follows and resents him. Farah greets her son, informing him that breakfast is ready. After breakfast, Errol gets up from the table, thanks her for the food, and tells her that he is leaving now. The sister's face has changed. As the door slams behind the young man, the girl says that since he came home exhausted then, his brother has started leaving early and coming back late. She is worried. Farah reassures her, saying he'll be fine. Mom says it reminds her of something, but she remembers not showing it to her daughter. They go to the closet and Farah sits down next to a drawer on the floor. The girl looked inside and saw worn swords. My mother said they were the same blades Errol-chan had been using since that day. My sister was surprised that it was a very large number. The mother assumed that the son was fighting a kid his own age from the neighbor's yard, and apparently that motivated him a lot. The girl thought Errol continued practicing with the sword from then on. She exhales, saying that instead of being discouraged, the boy is more energetic than ever. Farah nods in response. My sister asks where my father is. He sleeps all the time, like Errol. The son looks a lot like his father, but to his sister he is the complete opposite. A deserted road and isolated houses. Nearby is a thicket of woods where the boy is trying to learn new techniques. He stands with blade in hand, thinking of a double strike. He lost because he couldn't handle the skill. One swing and 2 strikes. It's just magic, the guy thinks, but it's a swordsman's skill. In the time it takes for 1 strike, you also manage to take 2 strikes. When you increase your physical capabilities, you can apply high-level skills. Therefore, if the physical abilities are developed enough to be able to make a double slashing strike, Errol will be able to apply it without the swordsman's skill. The boy remembers the movements of the swordsman with red hair. He wants to get stronger no matter what. To think that one day he will be able to use not only what his mother taught him, but other skills as well. A crackling sound came from the forest. The goblins from behind the bushes look at the boy standing near the tree. They think they are as inconspicuous as possible. One of them leaps up with a club from behind, hoping to do some damage. Errol noticed this and turned around and delivered a double slashing blow. For little guys like goblins with this skill, he posed quite a threat. The rest of the monsters scattered. Rubbing his blade, the guy thinks that the forest is pretty cool, although it's dangerous here. But he can practice at his leisure. Putting the sword in its scabbard and strapping it to his belt, the boy stretches, thinking it's time to go home. A shrill roar comes from the thicket of the forest, making the boy startled. He immediately thought of a big enemy. Turning to the source of the sound, Errol realized it was a child's voice and someone was being attacked. The boy went deeper into the woods to the source of the screams to find whoever was in trouble. His weapon is ready. He's confident he can handle it alone. Peeking out from behind the bushes, Errol saw the guy he had fought in training. He was covered in bruises. The young man wondered about his enemy. Hiding behind a bush, he noticed a goblin that was bigger than him. It was a hobgoblin. One of its blows could make one fly away. The creature approached the exhausted boy. Errol is going to destroy it before it strikes again. Putting his blade in front of the goblin, the guy yells not to come any closer, but it's no use. He can't move or run away. Right in front of his eyes, the creature has already swung its club. But something happened. 2 quick blows to the bully's neck. Errol, standing with blade in hand, says it was easier than he expected. Looking at the boy by the tree, he saluted him with a gesture. The wounded young man falls down from helplessness. Errol catches him, noticing that his divine defense is broken. It must be restored as soon as possible. The boy who defeated the goblin asks about the boy's holy water, but he broke it during the monster's attack. He pulled the broken bottle out of his pocket. Errol took the holy water out of his pocket and handed it to the wounded lad. He quickly drank it and regained consciousness before his eyes. When he regained consciousness, the guy grabbed his savior by the shoulders, asking what kind of attack it was. Errol replied that it was a double strike, but the man didn't believe him, shouting that the young man shouldn't play the fool. The swordsman yells that this skill is hard to learn, but it's impossible if practiced as normal. As the guy holds the rescued guy by the shoulders, he says that he trained much more than usual to hit like this. The rescued guy doesn't understand because it's easy to say, but put into practice. Errol then explains that he hates to lose. Raising his defense, he says that the rematch will start right now. Errol asks him to take his time. They can hold it whenever they want. Looking into his eyes, the swordsman says he owes a great debt to his savior. Even though he shared the holy water with him, he asks to be allowed to pay his bills. Errol says that the young man is actually a good guy and has a strong sense of duty. The swordsman irritably asks what that really means. Crossing the ends of their blades, they deliver the same, double slashing blow at the same time. The swordsman fends off all 2 blows, not even counting the double slashing blow, but then the following happens. Another blow hits his shoulder, which the young man did not expect. Stopping the fight, he asks his opponent what it was. Errol says it was a 3rd attack. His double slashing attacks are something that can't be called a skill in the normal sense of the word. In fact, he doesn't need the double slashing part of this skill. He doesn't need to be limited to 2 strikes when he can keep attacking. The young man denies this even though he just saw it all himself. He shouts that a person blessed with the swordsman class and possessing a true double strike will never lose to Errol in his life. Even if he learned the attack, it's just an imitation performed by a classless one and nothing more. The boy offered to test which one of them was stronger and the swordsman agreed. They simultaneously landed another double blow, and the blade of the guy who was saved flew off to the side. Errol tells the guy on the ground that his strike is exactly the same as last time. Although it is executed a little differently, it will stay that way. Walking away from his defeated opponent, who is curled up on the ground, the young man walks away saying that he won this rematch. The young man returns home. At the table, Farah tells Leon that Evan San's child has gone to Brescia. It turns out that the swordsman is only a year older than Errol. The young man asked his mother about this city. She explained that this city is for swordsmen. It takes a week to get to it. His sister yells that their mother worked in this city. Farah says with a smile on her face that before she married, she joined a guild and swung a sword every day. The boy thought of the swordsman city of Brescia. He thought about going there. The cart rolls down the road along the boulders stacked against the wall. The charioteer informs the guests that they are almost to the next stop. Once they pass through the gate ahead, they will be in the territory of the swordsman's city of Brescia. The spiky-haired guy is pleased to see them getting closer. The girl sitting next to him is surprised to see him heading in the same direction. A conversation ensued between the two, in which the man learned that the girl was a sword wielder. She said that the most important thing is her class. It doesn't matter if she is male or female. She proudly and boastfully says that her class is the top-level bandit girl. A man says he is a gladiator. The robber notices that his class is also top level, but the shaggy-haired guy looked upset. He yells that he hates being on the same level as a woman like her. She just looked at him judgmentally. The driver, addressing the guests, says it's great. Since their classes are perfect, they could show their strength. Turning their attention to the orcs, the man asks them to demonstrate their skills on them. These monsters block the road. The man and woman are silent for a moment. The shaggy-haired guy yells that it would take a whole group of orcs to take down this group of orcs. One of the goblins is huge. Humans don't even know the species. In the creature's hands is a weapon, a mace. The father of one child turned to the swordsman, begging to save them or at least the children. He barked at her not to mess with him. He's screaming that his own health is his priority. He thinks that if he stays here, he will surely die. The man jumped off the wagon and ran. The robed girl also decided to run away, wanting to save her life. While the charioteer was thinking about leaving, a hooded guy walked ahead of him. The man called out to him, telling him that he had to run the other way. But suddenly he noticed that the guy was beside him and now he was in the middle of this pile of enemies. The man stopped the wagon. All the guests are watching this boy fight. The charioteer notices that the lad is quite strong. The child's father says he didn't notice this boy leave. The charioteer observes this young man's skills with a smile. The hooded boy is very fast, but now he was surrounded by a whole crowd of enemies with weapons. As they approached him, he made a sharp turn away from the enemies, deftly parrying between the enemies' blows. With just one jump, the lad pushed away from several enemies and leaped onto the goblin's head. The guests and the charioteer were surprised by this. A boy sitting in the carriage says the hooded guy looks like he's dancing. The man says that the dancing young man dodged all attacks while continuing to swing his sword. But this blade dance can only be learned from the Princess of Blades. That guy in the hood was Errol. The last remaining enemy was a huge orc with a mace. The boy wasn't afraid to attack, dodging his attacks. With one jump, he flew towards his last opponent. Jumping on his neck, he pierced the orc's head with his blade. Everyone in the carriage was extremely happy that the guy had defeated the orcs. The charioteer couldn't believe his eyes. Errol approached the man and asked him to move to the next wagon. The charioteer called him very strong and asked what class the boy was. Sitting in the wagon, Errol says he has no class. The man does not understand why the man hides his class and assumes he has the strongest. 5 years ago, a mom sees that her son has just used a double punch. Farah thinks it's a dream. She has yet to come to terms with the fact that her Errol-chan is classless. Mom started crying, calling herself cruel. The young man calmed her down, telling her that it wasn't a dream and he really did use that double punch. It took him a while, but now he can do it again using his own power. He wants to do the same with the other skills, so the boy asks his mother to show him all the other skills she knows. Farah looked at him silently. Farah is so happy that she yells for everyone to listen. She calls her son Errol-chan a true genius. He just asks her to show him the skills. The young man is currently sitting in a cart, thinking about something. But he is called out by the driver, informing him that they have come from Brescia. Looking around the town, the boy notices that there are many swordsmen in it. The man notices that they are not just swordsmen. The young boy then asks what is wrong with this driver since he accurately identified his skills. The man laughed, saying he was just a cab driver. When the orcs appeared, he was very calm, though there were many of them. The man exhaled, saying that it wasn't his. It wasn't his place to be something like clerks in a court of law. One would have to be mindful of so many formalities. With a smile, he says that being a cab driver is more interesting. He might meet interesting people as a boy, so he won't stay here. Errol looks after the man who asks him to put his best foot forward. The boy thought of a higher class, a holy knight or something similar that could be used in the judicial service. While the boy was thinking about it, a girl crept up behind him. She slowly approached his back. Almost touching his shoulder, the boy turned the other way. The girl flew straight to the ground. The boy dodged without looking at her. She figured that meant he had a strong skill. When she got up from the ground, she cheerfully said that she was fine and realized that he was new here. The girl found out that the guy is looking for a guild. She says she's trying to find new recruits for their guild. This doesn't seem random to Errol. He felt like she almost flew into him on purpose. She holds out a sheet to him so the guy can see the contract to join her guild. The girl asks to be accepted, refusing her. Errol walks away. She stops him, asking him the reason for the refusal. He explains that the girl was too excited to look for new recruits. Looking at her, the guy tells her that her guild must be small and weak. The girl tries to lie, but the young man asks her to learn how to do it. She decides to give him a special honor, namely the right to go on a one-day date with her Lily. The boy is not interested in this. Walking to the square, where there are many people, Errol assumed that there is a large selection of guilds. He wants to find a strong and popular one. Looking at his letter, the man sees that the boy is a classless man and this does not please him. He gets kicked out of one guild and another, saying that games are not played here. I wasn't even allowed to show my skills. Sitting in the square, he thinks he is in a difficult position. He was turned down after barely looking at his application. Farah, upon learning that her son was going to Brescia, his mother decided to write a letter of recommendation, which might help. Errol thought his mother cared too much about him, but she must have assumed something like this would happen. He had already decided to go look for the guild she was in. Lilia appeared behind him. She noticed that the boy still hadn't decided who to join. Following him, she tells him honestly that they are short on recruits. Their guild is on the verge of extinction. The boy refuses, but the girl begs him to help them. Lilia says that the guild used to be very famous. He asks why they are so short of recruits and assumes they have an abandoned guild. Lilia doesn't deny this. She attributes it to the fact that their past star has sunk and they have become the weakest guild. The girl, clenching her fist, says she is taking an oath. They will surely return to the top where they once were and shout that Dragon Fang is invincible. Errol remembered that this was the guild his mother had mentioned. They heard the bottle clatter against the table. The drunken man noticed the newcomer. He was very drunk. The guy noticed that Lilia's father was missing his right arm. The man yells at the newcomer to forget about the guild. The girl explained to the guy that her father was a master of paired swords. He used to be a famous swordsman, but after losing his arm, he started drinking. She would realize that he wouldn't want to join them after that. Errol says otherwise. He agrees. The girl is happy and decides to hurry up and fill out an application. The guy agrees because they won't take him anywhere anyway. Sitting on the couches, Lilia reads the application. Seeing that he is classless, she thought it was an unfunny joke. The guy holds out a certificate of occupation to him. She calls out that the people being pursued to join guilds are either swordsmen or knights. At the very least, the boy must have some sort of swordsman-related class or he'll be useless. Another girl named Reina came over. She heard Lilia screaming all the way to the guild. The girl yells that when she already thought she had found them a person in the guild, it turned out to be classless. Hearing the word classless, Reina turns to Errol and recognizes him. The boy looks at her in disbelief. The young man doesn't recognize her. She shouts that they are from the same village and they even had a duel. Looking at her face, he understands. Confusing her, the young man says that as if he could forget a beauty like her. The guy remembers fighting a guy with the same hair color. He says, if he remembers correctly, that it was Evan's son. Reina interrupts him, yelling that Evan only had a daughter and it was her. Errol is stunned to realize that he was with her. He apologized for not recognizing her. The girl said that her hair had grown out over the last 5 years. The boy noticed that it wasn't just the hair, but told him to forget about it. Lily asks that Errol Chan is the guy she couldn't beat, calling him classless. The girl is shocked, not believing this is really happening. Reina turns to him and says it was a great time. They have a practice area in the basement, and suggested the guy have a rematch after these 5 years. Going downstairs, the young man asked for an explanation of the rules of the match. Reina said they only have 1 round. Whoever puts their opponent down wins. Lilia, as the referee, stands on top and shouts to the swordsman to get ready first, then gives the signal for the fight to begin. They apply the double strike skill again. The guy notices that the skill is the same as it was 5 years ago. Several blows came to his shoulders. Reina said that his defense was broken through. She said that she has become much stronger than she was 5 years ago. The boy noticed that her sword was heavy. Reina, pulling out her weapon, reports that the sword is 5 times heavier than normal, so it is not easy to defend against. Continuing the fight, taking a strong blow to the chest, Reina exclaims joyfully that she gave him a clean blow. His silhouette suddenly disappeared in front of her. The guy attacking from behind says that her defense is broken as well. Reina realized late about the residual image skill. She thinks it's impossible because it's a top-level skill. Stabbing her in the back with her blade, the girl collapsed to the floor, dropping her sword. Lilia is stunned that Reina is defeated. Lowering her head, the girl doesn't understand why she lost again. Errol, leaning over, says that she has indeed gotten stronger, but he too has gotten stronger in methinks time. She looked at him in anger, but her angry face was replaced by a face of sadness. Tears ran down her cheeks. The tense young man didn't understand. She started crying even though he even praised her. Lowering her head, Reina says that she is definitely not crying and starts to run away from their training ground. From above, there are sounds of roaring that she lost again. Even though she's worked so hard for the past 5 years, Lilia greets the guy as the Dragon Fang Guild's new battlemate. The young man said that she changed her attitude pretty quickly, but she only said that she believed in Errol sound from the beginning. Waking up and stretching in the morning, the guy came down from his bedroom and was greeted by Lily wishing him a good morning. Facing Reina, her friend wants to make an announcement since they all recognized each other. Looking at the girl, the young man sees that she is still worried about last night's fight. Lilia says that since there are now 3 people in the guild, that's enough to participate in the competition between guilds. She announces that she will be joining the upcoming guild war next week. When asked about guild wars, Lilia explains that it will be a one-on-one duel until there is only one winner, and the guild that has no fighters left loses. The upper limit of participants is 10 people. The Dragon Fang Guild will have to fight 3 against 10. She knows she's asking for the impossible, but they must win. As the guys see it, they don't have enough people. Lilia and Reina have been making money by winning fights and completing quests, but the money they need to keep the guild afloat is almost running out. Reina wanted to say something, but Lilia went on to say that they would now participate. She has no intention of losing and losing her cozy home. The ranks are divided into 4 groups. Lilia explains that the ranks are divided into 4 groups and there are about 500 swordsmen in the city, but only about 20 people are ranked. The girl says that the chance of getting into a fight against a rank is very slim and runs off to see who their opponents will be. The matches would start soon. Errol called out to the girl. It made her angry that he was just calling her by her name. The young man asks about other skills besides superhuman strength. The girl says there's also hardness, which reduces the reduction in the power of divine defense. The boy understood. That skill just increases the divine defense. That's exactly what he wanted to learn. Grabbing the girl's hands, Errol, looking into her eyes, asks Reina to strike with the sword that is in her scabbard. The girl doesn't want to. The young man thinks of asking someone else, but this was a chance for them to bond. Reina is stunned, thinking of the word, get close, after hitting him. She doubts his request. She doesn't know what kind of punches will make him happy, but she thinks to start with friendly ones. The guy felt that there was a huge misunderstanding. Errol asked for her sword. The girl wondered about his future plan of action, thinking that he would not be able to lift it. With one hand the young man held the sword near her face. The girl was surprised since even without her superhuman strength skill he was able to swing it. The guy reminds me that he not only possesses superhuman strength but also a residual image with a double slashing strike. After constant training, he was able to replicate them. Looking at Reina, he asked if she had anything to say about the fact that a person with class doesn't stand a chance against a guy with no class who gives his best effort. She agreed with what he said. If effort was futile, the girl would still be an ordinary swordsman. Reina says that she understood him and will go with him for this special training. However, she will be hitting for sure, so he asks her not to start crying in the middle. Lilia is back at the house and yells to the guys that she finally found out which guild will be up against the Dragon Fang. She runs into the training area and says that the enemy guild is now on top. It's Black Blade. If she remembers correctly, they have about 8 people with rank. Since the guild leader is as tenacious as a snake, he will definitely assemble a team to completely destroy them. Lilia shouts that they need to train hard, but she saw that as soon as she left, they immediately started killing each other. Errol sits all wounded and Reina yells that this is a special lesson and waits for confirmation from the guy. It's Guild War Day. There are a lot of people outside the arena. There are all sorts of guilds gathered here. Behind Errol's back, several people are surprised by the appearance of the Dragon Fang, as they thought they were extinct. One of the guys says they probably won't win and bets on the Black Blade. Reina stops an enraged Lily. Errol is surprised that betting is even allowed here. A friend explains that's what it's there for to many people. Lily reports that the odds are 20 against them. The boy thinks this is great news, but the girl yells that it's an indicator of disbelief in their victory. On the other hand, it's a great chance to make some much-needed money. Lily takes all their money and bets on them winning. If they won, there would be enough money for a while. A long-haired guy approached the trio, saying that their appearance was commendable. He's glad to see them here. The guy's name is Jorg. He noticed Lily's diligence in protecting her father's guild. He had also heard that Classless had joined the Dragon Fang Guild. The young man wondered who that was, and Reina explained that it was the leader of the Black Blade and their opponent. Lilia resented his behavior, believing that he had come to mock them. Jorg stated that he had come to cheer them up. It is very sad to see former rivals fall so low. He wants to help them and has rallied the average fighters against them. Lilia thinks the leader did this knowing that even they will beat them. The opponent sees this as a great chance to get paid. As he leaves, he asks to put his best foot forward in the battle. Lilia is annoyed by his behavior. It offends her. Errol doesn't think he's determined to help them. Reina says that Jorg destroys any guild he comes across. Guy realizes that the girl wants to keep her father's guild, but he wonders why Reina stayed in the guild. She says that when she came to Swordsman City, everyone she went to didn't want her. Everyone wanted immediate results. Lilia's father had seen her kicked out quite often wherever she went. Noticing how she wouldn't give up, he offered to join his guild. The man saved the girl when she was being chased away from everywhere, so he sees fit to save him this time. Lily reminds him that Errol San was also saved by her guild and talks about his duty, but he reminds her that he joined at her request and so he doesn't owe her anything. The girl tells the guy that he doesn't know how to hold back at all, but he doesn't need to lie to anyone. He thinks it's useless. After a while, the organizers loudly thank everyone who came. It's time for the main event. Black Blade vs Dragon Fang. The organizers ask the competitors to enter the arena. From the swordsman of the Black Blade with the rapier Geo. The guy is confident he can do it alone. After they say that a classless Errol is coming out of the Dragon's Fang, the people are stunned. Upon entering the arena, the people insult him, calling him an idiot who doesn't love life. The swordsman with the rapier doesn't understand why he has to fight in formation against the classless one. Seconds later, after plunging his rapier into the guy's chest, the guy asks for a favor and quickly surrender to him so he doesn't waste time. Lilia thinks Shukuchi's fast speed ability instead of punching means the end, but Reina asks to pay attention to Errol. The guy isn't surprised to see his opponent disappear in front of him. He sees a silhouette swaying behind him, and says he's used to the residual image skill and it reworking against him and stabs his opponent again with his rapier. But he disappears again. This time there are several of them, and the guy doesn't care who the real one is. He uses Shukuchi and finishes them all off at once. But there are two residual images behind him. He turns around and spins around in panic. The guy is too late to realize the situation. He is caught up by Errol, who tells him that the one in front of him is real, the other three are just images. The young man with the rapier couldn't believe that his opponent used 3 residual images. The boy says his mother uses 5 or more. All the people are shocked that Classless defeated the rank. Turning to the judges, Errol calmly asks the next opponent. He defeats them despite his skills. People doubt that the guy is classless as he keeps asking for new opponents. He was able to defeat 9 people by himself and in the end he was the last one left. Lilia has noticed that their boyfriend is very strong, and she resents Reina for not saying so earlier, assuming they were childhood friends. Her friend didn't expect it herself because she hasn't seen him in 5 years. Lilia greedily says that if she can keep Errol, the guild will be in good hands. She doesn't want to miss this chance. Reina sees a high-ranking samurai from the west for the first time. Lilia has never received information about such a one. He thinks it's their secret weapon. Master Swordsman Masamon, the blade of his sword is thin and curved. Errol finds this odd and concludes that he has a slashing type. The boy tenses up. Although he hasn't drawn his sword yet, he feels an incredible pressure from his opponent. It won't end well for him if the boy starts moving mindlessly. Masamune believes that the opponent won't take a single step forward. Since he was sure that a simple technique wouldn't defeat him, the guy planned to use the sure death skill. The samurai decided that even after Masamune revealed the plan, Errol was heading for defeat. The guy replied that eventually, someone has to come our way, since standing still is pointless. Errol would like to see his skill, but the samurai thinks it's impossible. The guy watching the samurai, who remained calm, decided that he wanted to draw his sword in one breath. It has become obvious that the one who moves as fast as possible will win this battle. When Masamune throws his punch, he thinks he caught the guy, but the guy suddenly disappears into thin air. The one behind him was definitely not a residual image. That means Errol is moving faster than his blade. The boy says his opponent is the fastest in this city, but he was trained by someone who is even faster. Errol shows Masamune the skill of faithfully killing his mother, and right in the back, the boy uses the piercing storm skill. Countless blades, the sure death of the Princess of Blades. The enemy is defeated. The day's referee is asked to render a verdict, and Errol is the winner of the war. Black Blade is defeated by Dragonfang. Lily wanted to jump into the guy's arms with words of thanks, but landed on the ground. She is upset that he always dodges, and the guy says he has this habit because of his older sister. Rihanna held out her arms for a hug in front of Errol but changed her mind, cleared her throat, and apologized. The winner of course didn't mind. Dragon Fun Guild Lily happily drank after the victory. Errol is surprised that she is older than Rihanna, and the girl offers to drink the juice. Placing her mug on the table, Lily asks boyfriend to marry her. Snuggling up to him, she asks him not to worry, but the guy is reluctant and refuses. Lily is persistent and offers to grant the guy different wishes, but Errol replies that he would prefer a girl like Rihanna, and she immediately chokes up surprised by these words. The girl yells for the guy to learn to come up with something more interesting to refuse. The young man says he's not lying. What Rihanna means is that she swings a sword all day, acts like a man, and isn't as cute as Lily. She doesn't have any cute accessories. Lily says that Rihanna is pretty raw when it comes to romance, so she's no match for her. The girl wants to seduce Errol-san with her charm and offers to let him relax in his room, but he'd prefer Rihanna to do it. The boy wants to practice his hardness skill right now. Lily is outraged that there is no room in his head for anything but Rihanna. The father leaves the room and asks everyone to shut up, because he has a headache and his daughter is as carefree as ever. Lily says they defeated the Black Blade. Dad thinks the weak fought for them, but there were ranks. Though she says they did, Errol-san did it alone. Because of that, they have finances. With Errol, they can bring the guild back to its former glory. Her father thinks she's naive, saying that a person with that kind of power would instantly move to another guild. The daughter asks her not to worry about it since the guy will marry her. He gets into a dialogue, saying he didn't promise such a thing. The young man says that Lilia is indeed too naive, but she is much better than the guy who just gave up and does nothing. The father is outraged by the words. The boy doesn't realize how mature he is for giving up so easily. He can still swing a sword, albeit with one hand. Grabbing the boy by the collar, the girl's father yells that the moment he lost his twin blades, the master of the twin blades lost almost half of his skills. Errol indifferently replies that he doesn't really understand anything. He doesn't have any skills at all. This annoys Dad. Throwing him aside, he demanded that everyone hurry up and clean the room. Lilia thanked the guy for influencing her father. If Rihanna or she had said something like that, he would have laughed and ignored it. Perhaps after Errol-san, my father will get back on his feet. Rihanna noticed that the young man really liked teaching other people skills, but Errol didn't deny it either, because he was willing to help. Lilia has a great place for him. There is a giant underground labyrinth underneath Brescia, a dungeon with traps and stuff filled with magical creatures. Rihanna says they'll definitely go. She wants to fight in the Divine Sword Cup. The boy hesitated since he doesn't know what that is. Lilia offered to fill out a registration form, but the guy ripped it to shreds. Rihanna thought Errol didn't want to participate. The young man revealed that it was a marriage registration sheet. The girl noticed that he does not let his guard down. Meanwhile, Jorg asks the girl about the three of them, and after a few minutes she magically learns that tomorrow the boys will go to the maze. The father pours another glass of alcoholic beverage. He is greatly annoyed by the young man's words, believing that everything is decided by his own power. The next day, while walking through a square that was very crowded, Lilia said that they had arrived, pointing to the gate to the labyrinth. Errol-san was expecting something more like a cave. Lilia replied that she thought the god who created this was reasonable. There were a lot of people here, and Rihanna embraced that the Divine Sword Cup would start soon. Even inside, there were huge lines to enter. The young man asked if this was a special training. Lilia reassures him by telling him about the magical transition that moves him anywhere and one can return even to the surface. The guy decided it was a convenient method, but Lily stated that however, if one wasn't there, one could only go down one level. Rihanna was on the 14th floor and Lily was on the 12th. Errol wanted to start at 14, but the magic would only let him onto the floor he was already on. This seemed annoying to the guy. Lily said she'd show him the shortest way and suggested that they lay out the rest of the floor before the sword bowl started. Finally, they descended talking noisily all the time. When they opened the doors, they saw powerful warriors in heavy armor, and it was not the warmest of welcomes for the young man. Living armor acts very fast for its size, but for the young man they are no equal, and they will not be able to match the rank. Cutting off his head, Errol was surprised that the enemy continued to attack even with that damage. It was a magical armor that feeds off the power of the labyrinth. They don't feel any pain or weakness. The girls have already dealt with their opponents, but his enemy is still stubbornly swinging his sword, trying to reach the guy. Rihanna explains that the living armor will come back to life after a while and attack again. She thinks it's a good place to train. Lilia called them pretty strong opponents for level 1, but the guy said she didn't do anything. She stated that this way she gave the recruits a chance to prove themselves. It certainly wasn't because they were too fast. Lilia actually had a swordsman class, and the girl offered to help him learn new skills if he wanted something new, of course. The guy tried to remember the class above, and it turned out to be the Princess of Blades. Lily was useless to Errol, and she immediately called the young man insensitive, saying that she knows a lot about blade wielding. On the next level, a cry for help was heard. From there, a wounded boy came screaming out and asked for help and then fell to the ground. Rihanna ran up to him. It turned out that he was trapped when he went into the new room. The girl offered to get him out, but he refused. Lilia stops her, saying they won't go to help without a good reward. Errol says she has no right to accuse him of being insensitive now. Furious, Lilia suggests Reina dump the guy and move on. But the wounded man talks about a reward for his help. He shows a sack of money, and Lilia greedily agrees, seeing the impressive reward in the form of a heavy sack. As the fighter leads them to his comrades, Lilia is glad they made some money, and suggests they think of it as a job and do their best. Looking at the lad's bloody footprints, Errol suggests that perhaps most swordsmen can't fight without protection. That kind of blood loss is life-threatening. When Errol lost so much blood, he couldn't stand on his feet, let alone walk without holy water. The guy decides that these injuries seem very strange and thinks they are being trapped. If that was the case, it would be much more interesting than just fighting against living armor. The wounded man led them to a secret room, but there were no comrades in the room, and there were no enemies either. Lilia noticed something on the ground. Reina saw blood, and her friend saw no one's money. While Reina thinks she is missing something in this life, Lilia went to get the coin near the pool of blood, and a displacement portal activated below them. No one could move their legs, but Errol was still calm while the girls panicked. The guy at the wall apologized for that, but it was just a job to him and no need to take offense. Looking at the ground, he noticed that the surface was starting to disappear. He angrily yells out that is he being laughed at. After all, the whole room is moving because of magic. Everyone landed in a wide and open area. The exit was nowhere to be seen. Rihanna said she had never seen such a room. The girl concluded that this room was deeper than the 14th floor. Lilia was upset that the money was gone. Lilia was annoyed and wanted to know more about the task the guy had been assigned, and Rihanna and Errol noticed a pillar of light at that moment. The wounded man was ordered to bring them to this room. This place has a summoning circle from which they will not be able to return alive. Naturally, you can guess where it leads. The guy says it's probably the lowest floor. After that, this rainbow armor that has the highest grade, Lord of Swords, appeared. When Lilia panicked due to her fear of death and her desire to meet her soulmate, Errol pushed her down. Air vapor passed over them like a blade. A column of dust enveloped the girls. They didn't realize what had happened as something huge swooped down on them. Above the guy sitting to the side, Rihanna and Lilia saw a huge sword mark. It was a sword lord skill called Divine Soaring Strike. It's a technique that sends a flying attack straight at a person. Errol shouted that he was coming, but the sword lord only attacked the guy, flying past the girls, throwing him aside. The young man said that this was the ultimate divine maneuvering skill. It could be used to get anywhere in the room. Standing in front of his opponent, the boy said that it was now his turn. He used the divine maneuvering skill. Rihanna can't believe that Errol can fight the Lord on equal footing. The creature started using another skill called Divine Order. It lowers the divine defense of everyone around it, turning it into its own power. It's as if the gods have come to punish them, and they don't stand a chance against it. Errol recalls his mother's words that he can't resist the Divine Order skill yet, but he will be able to deal with it soon. She taught him how to use the Divine Break skill in a similar situation. Making a jump, Errol uses a special skill called Infinite Burst and felt the blade crash into the powerful armor of the enemy. With one swing, the guy shattered the Sword Lord into small pieces, making him collapse like broken glass. Rihanna walked over and asked about the source of knowledge about the Sword Lord. Lily was curious about it too, since she had lived in this city all her life and had never seen the Sword Lord. The young man admitted that his mother was actually the Sword Lord. The girl confessed that if she had known that Errol was the son of the Sword Lord, she would not have even asked him to duel. but Guy thought it right to keep the secret. Reina saw the summoning circle and the young man thought they could get out, though Lily was afraid to go into the strange circle so risky. Lily called out to the guy who'd set them up, and Guy thought they'd leave him here. Lily said that they never punished him, but as for Errol-san, it only did him good, and they were very kind people in general. Lily's father is sitting at the bar sipping hot tea. Behind him, meanwhile, there is a conversation about good easy money. There are 3 men sitting at a table in the bar discussing how they lured a small team into a trap. The man immediately realized that the guys had done something illegal. The father walked over to this table to sort it out. One of the guys wanted to object, but he was stopped once he saw that this man was the previous leader of the Dragon Fang Guild. Looking at the young man who said about the guild leader, they realized that this guy was one of the guys who was to be trapped and became frightened. In anger, the father slammed his hand on the table, but the furniture couldn't withstand such an onslaught and shattered into splinters. Grabbing the guy who wanted to show him off by the scruff of the neck, the man asked what they had done to his daughter Lily. The guy admitted that they had to trap them in a teleporter trap. Jorg came into the tavern and immediately recognized Rod. The leader of the Black Blade Guild stated that he heard a rumble from the store and decided to see how things were going. The man grabbed Jorg by the collar, ordering him not to play the fool, knowing that he was always setting traps for unpleasant people. At this point, Lilia enters the tavern saying that the boys have made some money, they can relax. Following her, Reina and Errol walk in, discussing the excellent food the place sells. Lilia saw her father and Jorg who were clearly arguing. The Black Blade Guild leader was stunned to see that they were alive and unharmed. He asked about the trap they fell into, but they defeated the enemies and returned back safely. Jorg doesn't believe her words. It came to his attention that it wasn't the girls fighting, but Errol, who was standing behind the counter eating a hot, delicious burger. Lilia turned to Jorg again, saying that the guy who had trapped them had admitted that he had done it on his orders and was therefore pretending to be an innocent child, because the place they had gone to was called the Underground Labyrinth. Rod correctly realized that Jorg had a purpose for taking lives and promised that he would never forgive him for it. Challenging him, the long-haired guy asked what he wanted to do next, calling Rod a drunk. The man shouted that he wouldn't drink another drop, but that meant nothing to Jorg. To him, Rod is an old man who has lost half his skills. Passing Errol, the ringleader says that he too will take part in the upcoming battles and will surely be the one to bring the young man down. A smile lingers on the boy's face for a long time. He looks forward to their upcoming meeting at the cup. After a while, Lily sits down with a piece of paper. Reina sits down across from her, thinking the debts are closing, but it's a list of prelim groups. Errol and Lily are in the same group. The boy is surprised that there is a selection at the cup. Reina explains that there are a lot of willing participants. The winner of the selection group will go on. For Lily, it's the finish line and her friend is in a different group. Reina is confident that she will definitely qualify this year. The young man said that he would please his dad with this. The girl happily agreed with him, but immediately shouted with embarrassment that she calls him father, not daddy. Standing up from the couch, Lily says that her chances are slim, but she's not giving up. The girl suggests going down the maze again. Rod, hearing that they will go to that place again, asks them to be careful and take his words more seriously. No one knows what else Jorg is up to. Her father says that Lilia was worried about him the whole time. He thinks he has no moral right to act like a worried father. He says it's time to stop suffering foolishness and return as a swordsman. Errol was glad for this attitude of the one-armed man. The preliminaries for the Holy Sword Cup begin. It was Errol's turn to fight the one that Lily had lost to. The opponent stated that Magic Swordsman was a normal class. Errol replied that the strongest would win anyway, and the opponent said that would be fine. The girl attacked and called Errol too naive, and now he will dance until he loses all his strength. Errol realized that he couldn't read her movements because of such a massive attack, even though compared to his father's magic it was just a pathetic candle and not a flame. Guy then used Shikuchi and hit his opponent with the hilt on her neck and sent her opponent to the ground where she fell unconscious. As soon as she fell flat on her back, the young man was declared the winner of the fourth group. He meanwhile only thinks of learning magic skills. Lily, looming over her father, tells them to go to the last qualifier together. Rod replies that his daughter should go on her own. The girl then assumes that her father is afraid of Jorg, but the man irritably yells that it will never happen. Rod is upset. Yesterday, when he held the sword, he realized that he had so wasted his skills that it would be problematic for him to win the Holy Sword Cup. The crowd eagerly awaits the final part of the tournament. Sitting in the audience is Riene, who is clearly worried about the fight. Errol walks up to her, asking how she's feeling. He startled her, but the guy is worried because the girl looks nervous. The presenters thank the audience for waiting. Now the opponents for the first fight will be announced. The first will be the previous champion, Sword Emperor Jorg. Lily is surprised that the leader will be the first and means his opponent is unlucky, and the girl hopes that Rihanna won't be there. Sword Emperor Jorg's opponent will be the classless Errol. The boy was surprised by the words he heard. The guild leader came out in the guise of a monster. Only hair remained from the last human form. The father and daughter were shocked at the sight of Errol's opponent. Rod looked at Jorg's hands, for a dark power was emanating from the sword. The man shouts to the young man to not let his opponent get too close. Jorg has the most fearsome weapon of all. A powerful demonic creature is stuck in the sword. The monster's name is Dulgulda, and now it's time to enjoy himself after waiting for so long. It is a demonic creature summoned by an evil god long ago. Striking the ground with his sword, a magic circle was formed around which the floor began to split. People began to scatter in panic. Dulgulda is enjoying himself. To him, making people run in terror is the best thing in the world. The boy took a stance. The monster was surprised that someone pointed a sword in his direction, even seeing his magic. Errol wasn't afraid. He pointed his sword at the creature because he was sure he could defeat it in battle. The guy reminded the monster that he was defeated by the last Lord of Blades, so of course the monster could lose. Jorg the monster replied that if this guy was the Lord of Blades, then he would have a chance. But judging from the memories of Jorg's body, there is no Lord of Blades in this world. Lilia wanted to tell him something that she had forgotten to tell him earlier. The thing was that Errol had defeated the Lord of Blades, and his mother was top class. Guy, looking at his opponent, points out that he made two mistakes. The first mistake is that there is a Lord of Blades in the world. And Dulgulda's second mistake is that even if Errol isn't him, that won't stop him from defeating the monster. The creature is stunned because the boy used Divine Leap. After all, this guy just used the skill of the Lord of Blades. As he approached the enemy, the young boy used the Infinite Burst skill. The arena is filled with explosions as if from fireworks. Dulgulda can't defend herself because the young boy attacks from all sides without stopping, using the skills of the Sword Lord. The monster couldn't think that the boy is the very same Sword Lord. But the boy suddenly completely denies these wrong arguments. After knocking the monster back with a single blow, Errol says that he's just an experienced classless guy. The powerless Dulgulda can't accept defeat and wants to escape from here. But he has to escape Errol and regain his powers. To do that, he needs to subdue someone else. Lilia talks to Reyna, happy that the boys are safe. For Errol heard a rumbling behind him. Seeing the blade flying towards them like lightning, the guy shouted that a sword was coming. And grabbing Reyna, he jumped aside. The demonic weapon flew towards the father and daughter. Rod covered Lily to protect her from the sword. There was a massive explosion that broke the structure of the arena. The blade flew to where Lily and her dad were. Rod, holding the demonic blade, orders Lily to stand up. Her father can't resist the creature, and everyone realized that the monster had subdued the old man. The young man realized too late that he needed to focus on the sword and not on Jorg. In front of him stood the man who had threatened Lily with reprisal and was very determined. Rihanna is worried that something will happen to Lily, but Errol reassures her, saying that the monster won't do anything to her. Dulgulda hears these words and yells that he won't spare her and offers to look at his regrets once he's done. Lily yells at Errol not to provoke the monster. The demonic creature has stopped, it can't move. Rod, resisting the creature and taking his hand away from his daughter, yells that he won't let it do that. He asks Dulgulda if he knew it was his body, and how he even had the damned demon's nerve to use the body for his plans. Lilia runs off to the guys, and Rihanna notices that the old man has started moving strangely. She wonders what is going on. The boy realizes that Father Lilin must be struggling inside his own body, and his skin color has changed. He feels that the body needs strength to regain its former glory. If this had happened earlier, maybe Rod would have agreed with the monster. But this guy made the man realize he still has an arm. That means Rod can still hold a sword even if he doesn't have the skill. He can work harder to overcome that. And if he doesn't have an arm, the man can still fight the way he wants. Rod wants to regain his former strength, and that is possible if he works hard. So he doesn't want a useless piece of trash like a sword with a sharpened demonic essence inside. After defeating the monster, Lilia's father threw the blade towards Errol. It's a comfortable position for the boy. With his blade, he chops the demonic weapon into small pieces to banish the creature from this world forever. After numerous chopping blows, all that was left of the cursed blade was dust that scattered to the sides. The young man exhaled calmly. The danger has passed, everyone is alive. Errol-san thinks that Dulgulda won't return this time. A guy yells to the other not to rely on skills alone. He has to move in his own way, attack in his own way too. He attacks the protagonist and yells that otherwise he will lose immediately. The one moans in pain and the first one finishes him off by asking where his defense stance is. If he doesn't fight him face to face, it will be harder for him to use skills. He yells that in addition to being able to move quickly, he should be able to deflect any blow instantly. He yells that he has the hardness skill, he has enough of it, and he yells again that he's too naive, because there are blows that can literally throw him back into the wall. The already battered Lily lies back and thinks, so this is what the Dragon Fang leader's real strength is, and that he severely underestimated them. The girl agrees and says that all these people seem to be very eager to learn. The leader demands the following. Someone says she's not sure she likes it. This guy says there will be more newbies after the tournament, so he should be happy. The girl tells him that there used to be even more. She says dreamily that it's all thanks to Errol, who showed her father that he's still worth something. The boy stands up and asks where the teacher is now. She wonders what kind of teacher he is and then asks if he is talking about Errol. She indignantly asks him if he's gotten older. Why is he calling him teacher? He says admiringly that he owes him his life. He happily tells everyone that after everyone saw the teacher at the tournament, a lot of people wanted to join them. Everyone wants to see him as soon as possible. The girl starts to tense up. Then she cries in tears why he left her alone, even after he promised her a wedding. The guy looks at her with surprise. The charioteer rides with the hero, who looks around and thinks it's getting colder. The charioteer asks his dear customer if he is really doing well. He turns around and says that the winner of the Cup of the Holy Sword is leaving town like this. It has never happened before. Errol replies that even so, there is nothing more to do in this place. He agrees and says it's true. Everyone comes here for this tournament. He wonders what to do in the village where he was born. Does he have any business there? Isn't it a quiet village? Errol replies that it is not, on the contrary. He has one purpose in this village. The driver asks what that could be. He replies thoughtfully that perhaps now he can defeat his mother. After thinking about it, he tells the guy that he says interesting things because every mother is strong. The boy replies that he is not joking. In a village surrounded by mountains and diverse vegetation, Farah plucks a flower, sniffs it and says what a nice fragrance. We must remember to put it in a big vase. She says lovingly that when Errol returns she will have something to greet him with. Errol stands behind her and watches. He says that he thinks she would have guessed he was here even if he had disappeared. The mother says cheerfully that she only realized it a few seconds ago. Farah says that the sun has gotten stronger and you can tell just by looking at him. Errol asks her if she knows what he is thinking right now. The mother replies that of course she knows, that she is still his mother. She thoughtfully suggests that she could decorate their home with these beautiful flowers. Errol suggests going to the practice field in the mountains, and she agrees. In the village, all sorts of merchants go about their business, but here they are startled by the sounds. They yell in panic at what's going on. Someone yells for them to look to the western forest because there's lightning and thunder. One suggests it might be some kind of natural disaster. Another yells for them to quickly report it to the police. Elsewhere, a driver asks his client, a dear traveler, if she's scared here. It looks like a war has broken out here. Reina tells him that flashes of light are normal, just classless fun. She says if he's worried, she'll get off and go on her own. Reina goes to the house, knocks, and then the door opens. A little girl asks her if she can help her. She is surprised that a small child came out. She asks if someone named Errol lives here. The little girl frowns, looks at her uniform, and then slams the door, saying that she doesn't understand cow language, thus surprising and exasperating Reina. She is still standing pensively in front of the door, and Errol and his mother come up behind her. The mother happily decides that this is indeed Errol's friend. Just then the door opens and a little girl rushes in and greets her brother and mother on their return. Reina doesn't realize who this child is. Mila is in Errol's arms and he introduces her. Mila asks him how his battle with his mother is going. The mother happily informs him that she lost after all, and that Errol is so resilient. Errol thinks there was an endurance contest. That's not how he wanted to win. His mother says that he seems to have learned a lot in the City of Swords. She asks me to tell her all about what happened there. The mother calls Mila over to her and asks her to hug her mother too, and Errol lets Mila go. The mother adds, asking to tell everything, but not talking about the swords since she doesn't want to hear about the weapons. Errol doesn't understand since he has nothing else to talk about. Mother says she wants to hear about how their affair began, alluding to Reina. She likes love stories, Mila doesn't like it. Errol says her name is Reina and they live together in the city. She panics and yells that she's just a rank and file member of the guild. The guy says she forgot to ask him something. He asks Reina why she came here. She says she's here because he suddenly disappeared from the guild. He indifferently says he left a letter. Reina yells that people usually say goodbye in person. Reina sadly tells him that many people suddenly left the guild for various reasons, such as loss of motivation. Reina says she thought something had happened to him. Maybe he got sick or depressed. Errol replies that there's nothing wrong with him. He just saw all the skills of a swordsman and that's why he left. The mother says that she only came all this way because she was worried. She says she probably loves him. Mila yells at her mom not to take Reina at her word. Reina denies it and says she was born here too. Reina adds that he has a request for Farah, meaning Errol's mother. She looks at her with surprise and asks actually to her. The mother speaks upfront with excitement. Does she really want to know about everything Errol likes? She will be glad to learn everything from her. First, she wants to talk about the soup he likes. Now Reina realizes why Errol doesn't like to talk much. She is disappointed to realize that there is no progress. Reina declares that she wants to become a strong swordsman. She wants to dance with her sword as beautifully as Errol. She has thought about the best way to accomplish this and has found only one way. She bows to Farah and asks her to make her apprentice. Errol, his mother, and even his little sister look at her in surprise. Mila sadly says that she will refuse her now. Errol agrees, saying that his mom doesn't really like to teach others. Farah continues to look at Reina, who is waiting for an answer. She wants to say something, but then Evans walks in and yells at Farah. Farah asks him why there is such a rush. He yells that they saw a natural disaster in the mountains to the west. He asks if she knows anything about it. Thunder rumbles and fire lights up the sky. Farah smiles awkwardly. Errol thinks he and his mother fought in that place. Evans says that's why he was going to ask her. He then looks around and sees Reina, who is also his daughter. Farah says that she is Evans' daughter and that she looks exactly like her mother. Evans asks her why she is at Farah's house. They don't know what to answer. Farah says the thing is that from now on, she is going through her training as a future wife. Evans is embarrassed and says with a hint, covering his mouth with his hand, that he understands and that Reina has grown up after all. Reina panics and screams that it's not true. Farah tells her not to be so nervous, and Reina continues to say that she wants to learn more about swords. This is when Mila also shouts to her mother that swords will be enough. Everyone looks at her. Mila looks at her brother and asks if he didn't want this too. Errol, however, is no longer with them. They wonder where he went. Someone suggests checking the forest to the west and they take Reina with them. At this time, Errol knocks on someone's house. They tell him to come in. He opens the door and tells his father that he has come home. His father congratulates him on that. He says he heard Mila's voice outside. He brought a pretty girl. Errol starts to say Reina is more than just pretty. The father wonders if that's true. He should see her immediately. The boy says that besides, he wants to talk to him about something. He asks what exactly it is about. The boy says that today he won a duel with his mother. His father congratulates him and says he knew he could do it. Errol says that the second he won, he felt like what he was even doing for evaporated. He clenches his fists and says that of course he's going to keep training, but now he doesn't have a goal. He doesn't think he can keep training as hard as he used to. He says that he still doesn't want to rest and isn't satisfied with moving forward half-heartedly. His father listens to him intently. Errol says that is why he wants to go in a different direction now. He turns to his father and asks if he can teach him magic. His father looks at him in disbelief. A second later there is a loud, embarrassed scream. Mila then yells that she has found her brother, and then tells her father that he will dislocate his jaw that way. Errol's mother tells Reina that if she is going to take on teaching her, she has to wear something. She holds out some clothes to her. Reina thinks that learning from the Princess of Blades requires a special outfit. Reina agrees, and her mother says that's the right answer. Reina puts on these clothes and doesn't understand, gradually starting to get angry. She indignantly yells that it is an apron. Her mother cheerfully says that now they are the same. Mila thinks that only she and her mom can wear the same clothes. Reina says it looks like they are about to cook. She replies that it does, that's exactly what they will be doing. She tells her that she will teach her how to cook Errol's favorite dishes. Reina's eyes bulge with disbelief. She starts to awkwardly say that she wanted her to teach her blade fighting skills. Farah says that Nakuzna has a slightly different blade as well. Reina wants to object, but she says that she knew Errol learned from her as well. There are swordsmen who use knives as weapons, so those skills might be useful to her. She recalls those words of Errol. She suddenly yells that she is ready and that she won't give in to him on this. Mila sighs and says what a silly simpleton she is. Farah holds out a vegetable and says then, first of all, cut the cabbage into bite-sized pieces. She confidently picks up the knife and cabbage, but then slows down as she looks at the vegetable. Mila looks at it and says disappointedly that she's never cut a vegetable before. Reina is awkwardly silent. Then she starts yelling in a panic that of course she hasn't, but it's not a problem. Mila looks at her. Rihanna asks if it's true that she just needs to cut it into pieces. She raises the knife sharply and yells that she just needs to literally just cut them up using all her strength. Mila yells that this is not the right position for cooking. Rihanna loudly brings the knife down on the cabbage, which makes a loud noise. Errol's father and he turn around in the library in surprise, wondering what that loud sound is. They come into the kitchen and the father asks if everyone is safe. Mother turns to them and sweetly tells them that everything is fine. They were just chopping vegetables. He stands guiltily in the background and his father asks if they really used bombs to do that. Mila reproachfully asks Reina if she knows she broke Mila's mug. Rihanna tells her that she is sorry. Her mother watches and remembers how wonderful it is to learn something new. Later, on a walk with Reina's father, he says he is truly grateful to her for teaching his beautiful daughter martial arts skills. Evan says he knows it's pretty ballsy, but he has high hopes for her without even touching on her sword skills. Farah turns to him and asks for an example. He starts to say that when he lost his wife, he vowed that he would do his best to raise Rihanna properly. Farah says that Reina is very honest and strong. Evan says he agrees and that he is always bragging to her. But since he is away at work all the time, he can't teach her all the household chores. Also, he heard that she is taken care of by a single father family in the city, so life there must have been similar to theirs. Evan says she must be ground zero housewife. It's great if she can learn a lot. Farah tells him that she thinks he worries about her too much. She says they live together in guilds. She must have learned something there. Evans is surprised, saying that now that she said that, it seems like he was worrying for nothing. Back at home, Farah tells Reina that she sees the need to train her in household chores from scratch. She resists and says that just her swordsmanship skills will be more than enough for her. Farah sternly says that no, that won't do. Farah tells her that if she wants to learn the strongest swordsman skills, she must first get her body and mind in perfect condition. She must be able to do the simplest things in her daily life. The girl sadly agrees. Farah says that is why she will live and study here from now on. The father in the background is mad and tells his wife that she seems to be having fun. Errol just wonders if he will live with Reina again, and Mila is horrified at this news. After a while, father and Errol himself exhales, saying that the kitchen has been restored. The father says that he wanted to renovate it anyway, so the opportunity presented itself and they go with his son with the tools. Errol asks his father if he can fix it with magic, then why did he do it by hand? The father says that in general his wife said she liked the smell of sawdust. Errol says he remembers and asks what the point is. The father is surprised at his response. He asks his son if he really wanted to see any magic other than the magic described in the books. Errol admits that he did. His father had told him this before, but in his opinion, Errol was better off giving up magic. Normally people don't have any magical powers. His father says that after their conversation, he studied several books and found no record of any type of magic being found in the classless. Errol asks his father if that doesn't mean it's impossible. The father says yes. Errol tells him that he won the Holy Sword Cup as a classless. Father then says that this in itself shows that his potential should not be underestimated. He says, however, that it was possible because they are talking about swords and magic are different things. He pulls out a sword without half the blade and tells his son that this is one of the swords he used to practice with. Even if he's not a swordsman, he can hold it. So with enough practice, he becomes a swordsman. However, with magic, it's like he doesn't have hands to hold the sword, and given that, practicing is useless. Errol agrees in his mind and thinks it must be difficult. Errol tells his father that he said humans contain no magical power. How can he even say that? His father raises his head in bewilderment and looks at him expectantly. Errol says that once upon a time, after he received his blessing, he could use magic. He sees his son and says that he doesn't seem to agree with that. Errol says that based on that, saying he doesn't have magic is quite a stretch. It's just that he couldn't test to see if he has magic power because he doesn't know the skills. The father looks at him thoughtfully. The son says he's been digging through the manuscripts too and hasn't found a refutation of it. He says confidently that that's why there's still a chance he has magical power inside him. His panicked father says he doesn't see anything like that, but if that's the case, he should be able to use magic now. The amount of magical power they have is small. Without a blessing, they can't even call upon it. His father tells him that this doesn't negate the fact that there is such a chance. He is still surprised that he came to that conclusion. He replies that it is because he had an incident that happened to him that made him believe it. His father looks at him surprised, and Errol says that since he doesn't know anything about it, he wants his father to help him figure it out since he knows magic skills. He says that in the guild, Reina beat him every day. His father was horrified and asked why, but then remembered. He said that although he had heard about it, she was a girl with a tsundere temperament. He replied that it was so that he could learn the skill of hardness. Besides, she was more of a tsundere than anyone else. He remembered the days when in training, the girl with the bow on her head would yell at Errol that it was enough. What was he even doing? Their holy water expenses would skyrocket because of that. He then asked if he had brought them most of the budget. Then she replied that they should cut the guild's expenses anyway. She then held out the bag and said that these medicines were in the pantry and let him use them to recover. Rihanna is then outraged, really just for fun. What effect do they even have? She replies, who knows, she thinks they taste good. Rihanna is outraged that she's being so flippant about it. Errol opens the bottle and says that in a way they will train his hardness skill. Reina then asks if he really wants to try them. He drinks it. The girls ask if he's okay and can drink with confidence since it's not poison. He replies that he feels a little better. The girl then yells that they can save some money with them. He then finds out exactly what it was, and it turns out to be some magic power replenishment potions. The father is very surprised by this story. Errol asks because it's strange why he felt better if he didn't have any power in him. Errol then began to wonder if people actually have magical powers. To find out if it was a fluke, he kept drinking them, and as a result, each time he felt something in him regenerate. The father yells that they have a good chance when he drinks the same potion. He feels the same thing. The father asks his son if he can feel it without the potions. He replies that he can. The father asks if he can move it inside his body. The father replies that he can. The father then tells him to try to pull this power outward. Imagine it coming out at a certain point on his arm. Errol looks thoughtfully at his palm and says he will try it. After a while, smoke comes out of his palm. His father shouts joyfully that no doubt it is magical power. He shouts that he is already without a doubt the best son. He asks if he can use magic now. Errol tells his father that he already has. His eyes close, his chair reclines, and he faints. The father stands in horror and calls out to his son. He lifts his son up and awkwardly tells him that he seems to have used all his magic power. He then brings him a potion. Errol asks if he used it. He feels like he woke up from a cold. The father asks his son what he needs to understand why they can't detect magic themselves. Errol emphatically says it is because there is very little of it in them. The father holds out the potion and says that it is exactly what he said it was. The father tells his son, while he drinks the potion, that he can become #1 in the city of swordsmen. But looking at the amount of magic he has, it's a good question whether or not he can become a wizard. His father says that and what happened now is not magic. He just unleashed his magic power. To use magic, he has to increase the amount of that power 100 times. Errol asks his father how he can increase its volume. The man yells that he's lucky because it's the same here as with the sword. He says, clenching his fist, that by hardening his body, he can gain more magical power by using it constantly. Errol sighs and says that means he needs to practice every day again. Father encouragingly says that he can do it again. Father walks away and says that they're done for the day, and that it's time for something to drink. Errol looks up and thinks that it is really nice to fully commit to something interesting. Errol gives his grandmother some coins and says he would like to buy all the mana potions she has. She asks if it's really to restore magical power, and his father is a busy man. Errol replies that it isn't, and that it's for him. Grandma is horrified, then puts her hand on his arm and tells him to remember that Grandma will always be at his side. She says they've known each other for a long time and she knows he's a good guy, so she'll give him some freebies. Errol says he has enough money, he just asks her to give him the whole supply. Grandma yells that she can't just spend the money she stole, then her parents would be upset. Errol replies that he earned the money himself. Grandma cries and says it must have been hard for him. He still can't believe the gods decided to make him classless. Errol calmly says that even classless people can make money. Later, Errol comes home and is informed of this. His father asks him in surprise if he went to the nearest store. He has been gone a long time. He says tiredly that it would take a long time to explain. Later, he and his father are practicing outside. Errol holds out his hands and a magic ball appears from there. His father claps all the way out and yells to Errol that it's amazing. There's as much magical power here as a budding magician would normally have after a blessing ceremony. Errol says that means he'll be starting over in 6 months. He picks up the bottle and says it's time to drink the potion. Errol asks his father if he doesn't have to use magic. His father sadly replies that he doesn't have to. Errol says that didn't sound very convincing. Father replies that the thing is, there's another annoying problem. He holds out a piece of paper and asks to see it first. He opens it and asks what it is it really a drawing? My father says they are called magical writings. My father says that to use magic he needs a formula written in letters like this. It is used as a basic magical component. Errol asks about the formula. Father replies that it is something like the teleportation circle they found in the depths of the underground labyrinth. It was pulled from a formula used as a source activated due to certain circumstances. There is an exception though, he usually creates something like that in his head. Errol says that mages don't really worry about it. His father says they have a skill for it. Whenever a mage wants to use magic, the formula appears in his head. Errol says it sounds very convenient. His father tells him that he doesn't have the skill, so has to make up the formula in his head himself and every time. Errol says that it does seem like an annoying problem. The father says encouragingly that with enough practice he will get used to it. He suggests starting with simpler things. He wants to say something to his son but Rihanna interrupts them and yells, "So this is where they've been." She tells Leon and Errol that she was looking for them. Her father asks her what he can do for her. She says that Farah sent her to tell her that dinner is ready. Leon shouts cheerfully that it's time to go back then. He leaves and hums to himself, wondering what she cooked today. Errol is left with an open question since his father even if not taught him the recipe for magic. Reina kindly tells him that his parents are very close. She wonders if her parents would be the same if her mom were alive. She admires his parents. Mila thanks the food at the table and tells her mom that her food is delicious as always. Farah tells her that Rain made today's meal but little sister thinks to herself that she's the one who put the finishing touches on it. Mila frowns. She proudly tells Reina that the vegetables in the soup were hard to eat, even though she ate all of them. Reina looks at her with undisguised disappointment. Errol tells Reina that Mila is still young so she likes things soft, but he liked everything. He says it was delicious. Reina says she's glad to hear that. Reina turns on abruptly, puts the dishes on the table and yells to everyone to wait. Errol looks at her questioningly. Reina yells that she came here to become a better swordsman. Then why is she only working as a housewife? Farah tells her that the better she gets at any housework, the more honed her fencing skills will become. Reina asks why this is so. She replies that it's at least because if she has less housework to do, she'll be able to spend more time on Reina's education. The girl agrees and then Reina says she will try her best. Reina remembers something and says she heard that Errol has a sister or brother older than him. She replies that she is the older sister. Reina says she hasn't seen her yet. What is she doing now? Farah says she said she would create a world where even a classless Errol would live comfortably. She said that and left town. Reina thinks to herself, is it really necessary for a strong guy like Errol to go that far? Errol thinks to himself that he can hear her inner voice. Reina does the dishes and Mila stands next to her and wipes the dishes. Farah turns to Reina and asks if she can practice with her when she's done with the dishes. Reina cheerfully replies that of course she can. She squeezes the plate so hard with joy that she breaks it. Mila looks on in horror. She yells that it was too rough. Farah says it looks like she can teach her a lot. Mila yells at mommy for spoiling her too much. Dad tells Erroltak that mom seems to love Reina. Erroltak states that he agrees with mom on that. He starts praising and saying that she is wonderful, beautiful. Then Farah comes over and with a relaxed face asks her husband, wondering who he likes better. Leon says her of course, and that is always she looks so young, like she's still in her 22nd. Farah says he doesn't think that would be the case with them even if mom were alive. He yells that she comes first for him, meaning she's the only one. Reina looks on and is surprised at the anger of the princess with the blade. Mila looks on in horror. Errol says, wow. Later, Errol is riding in a wagon. He asks the charioteer how far they are from the wizarding city, for it seems to be starting to rain. He replies that it is 2 or 3 days and that it depends on the weather. He says that the weather is pretty dismal at this part of the road. The boy asks him if he is going to the City of Magic too. Errol replies that he is. The boy asks him if he is too old now, why he is so late and didn't do it sooner. The girl tells the boy to stop, calling him Kaido. The girl says that this boy has probably failed the entrance exam a few times. You can't make fun of the stupid ones. Errol thinks she's trying to be kind, but it's only more cruel. Kaido asks her Kufu if she's looking down on him even more. She yells that she's doing nothing of the sort. The little girl asks them if they can stop arguing. They both yell to this girl, Colette, that they are not arguing. At this point, Errol thinks they are probably on the same team. He thought back to the days when he had just received the blessing. Most of the people in Swordsman City were already pretty strong, so there were more veterans than newcomers. Then he was told that they didn't need a burden in the guild and that they needed a regular swordsman. And so it's why they never accepted Errol. He wonders if the Mage City is different. He thinks they are similar. Kaido asks Errol what kind of magic he is good at. He doesn't wait for an answer and immediately says he's in red magic. Errol replies without emotion that he's probably in red magic too. During his father's lectures, Leon said that magic has 6 types. Dark magic affects darkness. White magic affects light. Yellow magic affects earth or metal. Green magic affects the atmosphere or weather. Blue magic is the influence of water. Red magic is the influence of heat. Father says this is worth noting and memorizing. The types of skills vary from person to person, and since they have no predispositions or limitations, they can try all the skills they know. Errol tells Kaido that he doesn't have any particular specialization. After all, he is classless. The girls in the background are laughing. Kaido looks at them. Kyufa tells Kaido that he's just teasing him. Kaido says it's impossible for a classless person to get into a magical organization. Errol concludes in his head that most young people aspire to go to a school of magic, and Kaido tells him that it's not good to lie. Errol says he wasn't lying. He tells him to look at his profession certificate. The girls look. Kyufa says he is indeed classless. Kaido asks if that's true, and he wants to study magic too, and maybe there's something wrong with his head. Errol sees and wonders if this situation hasn't already happened. To make matters worse, there is some noise. Kaido gets scared. Kyufa says the wagon has stopped. Little Kaido asks if they heard the sound of a horse. Errol says it's the voice of the Troll King. It sounds like he decided to attack them from the forest. Kaido gets scared and panics. Kaido yells to the charioteer that he's just wildly powerful, so they need to hurry. He says that the horse immediately passed out after that yell. Kaido asks if that means they can't escape. Colette yells that they will die. Kyufa tells her to calm down. He may be a king, but a troll is a troll and monsters are mortal. She says his movements are slow and his body is big, so even their attacks will be able to reach him. They agree with her and Kaido says they will use their skills to defeat him. A troll the size of a tree comes out onto the road. They scream in horror that he's too big. They yell that he doesn't look like someone that newbies like them can defeat. They scream that they are all going to die. Kyufa panics and wonders what they should do. Her skills aren't that strong. Colette says she's not sure of herself either. Kaido tenses up, taking a step forward. He suddenly yells that he will fry him to the coals with his magic. Kyufa is concerned and trembling with fear. Kaido uses all the magic power he has. He creates a fireball and aims it at the monster. The fire hits the troll's head. He yells that it worked. Great hit. The troll keeps going. Kyufa says it hit but did no damage. Kaido himself is horrified as well. Suddenly the monster is in a huge cloud of fire and disappears completely. Kaido asks what that was, since the troll turned to ash in a second. This is when Errol says that maybe he should have held back a bit. Kaido looks at that and thinks that's definitely too much. He wonders in his head if he really did it. Kyufa asks if the explosion is one of the more powerful red magic spells. Kaido immediately thinks that it is one of the most powerful spells, one of the ones that people with the King of Magic class can use. This is when Kaido realizes everything, gets on his knees and apologizes profusely as Errol steps into the wagon. He screams in horror that he had no idea he was so powerful in magic, and even laughed at him. He begs for his forgiveness. Errol says it's okay, so he can forget. Kaido asks for permission to call him master. He says he wants to be a wizard like him. Errol sighs and says he's not that great of a man. He asks if he wants to see his certificate of profession again. The charioteer says the horse is back on its feet, so they can continue on their way. Errol says that if he had known this was going to happen, he would have used his sword better. Kaido yells that there must be a mistake on that certificate. Someone says he's probably hiding his real skills for some reason. At home, in complete silence, Farah drinks tea and says it's delicious. She tells Rihanna that she has gotten so good at making tea. Someone is yelling. They come out and ask Mila what happened. Mila is shaking. She says she went to wake her brother up and found this letter saying he went to the Mage City. They are all in shock. The mother hugs her daughter and calms her down and says that he mentioned that he was interested in the city, but to think he would leave like that. Rihanna says she wonders if her father felt the same way when she left. She decided to leave pretty early. Her father said she wasn't ready yet, but she replied that the sooner the better. Rihanna says that she thinks those who are left like that feel pretty alone afterward. Farah then tells her not to leave them either. Rihanna says she won't leave, she still has so much to learn. Farah gives her a big hug and Mila says her mom is too happy about it, even though she personally doesn't care. At this time, Kaftu tells Errol that this island in front of them is a city of mages. Errol says that at least it looks interesting. Kaido surrounds Errol and says that this bridge was created with magic. This city is just for him. Kyufa says that sassy Kaido is acting like a puppy. Kalita watches and can't believe it either. One says it must be because of the magic. The other suggests she keep her distance. Errol senses that they have a terrible misunderstanding. Kaido asks him if he wants to take the entrance exam for the Red School Academy. It says where it is located and it's not a long walk. Errol asks him if the academies are divided into different types of magic. He replies that of course they are. Different types of magic have different magic writings, spells and such. Kyufa says she'll go to the Blue School of Magic Academy. The other girl says she'll probably go to the Green School Academy. Colette says she's so nervous. Kaido tells Cuff not to fail the exam or she'll be kicked back out. She replies that it will be right after it. Errol is thinking about the entrance exam. It would be nice if he didn't have to pay up front. Kaido tells him that it's an admissions office near them. There is a girl standing there asking all the exam takers to line up here. They approach the station. Errol holds out a piece of paper. She studies it, and when she reaches the class, asks if there is any mistake here. Errol replies that there are no mistakes here. Errol wonders if he will be rejected just because of that. This is when the girl stamps it and says there is no problem. She returns the worksheet and says it will be number 12. She asks him to wait until he is called for the exam. Errol asks her if everything is okay. She replies that no matter what grade he is in, everyone has the same right to take the exam. Errol looks at it and says that everything is very good. He thinks the rules in Swordsman City were just too strict. Kaido asks to be allowed to escort the mask to take the exam. Errol asks Kaido if he knows what will be on it. He replies that he heard something from the mages in town. If he hits a target far ahead of him, then apparently he will pass the exam. They enter and see a small boy using a fireball and hitting a dummy. He is pleased that he hit the target exactly. Kaido says the target is this mannequin, pretty far away. The handler says the next one is number 11. A slightly older boy comes in and says it's just one fireball, no originality. The curator says, is this really a high-ranking mage at this age? Errol asks Kaido if there is anything amazing about it. The one replies that if he was given that rank after the blessing, he is a genius, then he can go the way of Edith. Errol remembers his father, who was given a high rank after the blessing, and says that he might as well end up as an ordinary old man in the village. Number 11 smugly asks is it okay if he melts the armor with his magic. The curator replies that it's fine with him. Kaido tells Errol that he's one of those arrogant guys. He doesn't like him. Errol agrees and says he thinks he's not the only one who doesn't like him. Number 11 is about to burn the mannequin to the ground. Kaido says it's a pillar of flame. This one really is a mage. The others resent the fact that he's seriously taking exams with them. Kaido says it's better than he expected, but Master Errol is still the strongest. Number 11 turns to them. He immediately says he can't ignore those words. He asks if he is saying that his master is on the same level as him. Kaido replies that he is even better than him. Errol slaps Kaido on the back and tells him to stop. Number 11 says that his master seems to have correctly assessed their difference in abilities. He says that a normal mage can't burn armor like that. Errol tells him that he thinks it would be interesting for him to turn around. He turns around and sees an unharmed mannequin standing there. He wonders how he didn't melt his target. He is surprised to say that it resisted his eruption. The curator says it must be old mithril armor from their school. The crowd discusses what kind of mithril it is, whether it's such a hard metal. Kaido is glad he failed, even though he was so cocky. Here Kaido starts talking again about what the master can definitely do. But then Errol kicks him in the head again. He tells him not to drag him into this. Then the handler calls the next one, number 12. Here number 11 tells him, since he's being so sarcastic, how about showing him his power? He goes over to the dummies, thinking this is the first time he's ever used magic on mithril. So this is a good chance. He might as well give it his best shot. Errol summons an eruption, after which a certain line hits the dummy in the head. Number 11 asks what it was. The pillar of flame was so small that he only saw it for a second. He thinks it sucks. He says it's like a stunt show. Well, at least he had fun. Then the mannequin starts to melt. He yells that this can't be happening. The mannequin completely melts and loses its shape. Number 11 freezes in shock. Kaido screams that it has melted. Number 11 screams that this is some kind of setup because mithril can't be melted by an eruption. Errol tells him that he's right, that it wasn't really an eruption. He used the adjustment skill to change the concentration of the flame and the activation time. He wonders if he was adjusting the magic. Kaido yells that he'll do his best for him, so let him look at it. Errol, however, walks away. Kaido asks him where he is going. Errol replies that he went to other exams. At this time, Kyufa uses a water balloon and hits a dummy. She is happy that she got in and Errol congratulates her. She asks him what he is doing here. Errol replies that he is taking an exam. The curator then calls the next one. Errol uses an ice age which completely affects the dummy. They are horrified again because it's mithril armor. Errol then goes to the Green School Academy. He sees a girl crying and says that maybe she really can't. He asks her what happened, if she really passed the exam. She starts yelling that her legs are numb because of nerves. She hasn't even gotten to the admission point yet. She starts to say that she is the kind of person who becomes useless when she is nervous. She asks Errol how he handles it. He replies that unfortunately he doesn't get that nervous, or maybe he doesn't realize it. She asks in shock if it's true that he's not nervous at all. Errol asks her what is causing her anxiety. She answers that she is afraid she might fail. She thinks that this fear is the main reason. Errol thinks about it and then asks if he can ask something else. He asks her if she is afraid of failing because she has never had a failure in her life. She replies in a panic that this is different. Yes, her life is made up of failures, so she wants to avoid another one. Errol says that then he doesn't understand if she is constantly experiencing failures. Then why is she so afraid of them? She listens and has something to say. Errol continues his monologue about how her life won't end if she fails. She's already experienced them. She knows better. She looks surprised. Errol says he would understand if she died after failing the exam, but that won't happen. She agrees and says of course it won't happen. She's already saying with a smile that it's right. She'll still have a chance even if she fails. She thanks him and tells him that she will try her best. As the exam continues, Errol uses a magical tornado of tremendous power. Coletta is surprised and says he launched parts of the armor into the air. Errol says it's apparently not mithril. He walks on and thinks he passed the yellow and white academy exams, so only the black academy is left. Then he hears some kind of screaming. He turns around and sees a woman. She asks where Gu is, if he saw her, because she herself turned away for a second and Gu disappeared. Errol immediately thinks it's best not to approach. He says, pointing with his finger, that he can still hear sounds from a box somewhere in there. She looks at the box and tells Gu that it's Mommy. She pulls out a strange creature with wings and says it's a chimera she made. She asks if it's cute. Then another one walks up to them and says she still won't learn. A skeleton appears behind Errol and wishes him luck at the Black Academy. Errol is surprised and immediately cuts off the skeleton's head with his sword. But the skeleton indignantly grabs his head and asks why he would cut off the head of a young girl like her. Errol asks if this is some kind of undead monster. The skeleton puts the head back on and says no, her name is Ritalia. Errol says there are only weirdos around. No matter how he looks at her, she's still a skeleton. Ritalia says she's a great office worker. He turns to Ritalia and asks if she will take him to the exam. She replies that there are no exams at the Black Academy. She says there are only kids here who want to learn black magic. They welcome everyone. Errol says he doesn't know if this is a good idea. In the background, the woman is still kissing the chimera and cheering. Errol ponders that he doesn't seem to have a choice. Then Kaido catches up with him along with the girls. They are out of breath and say they finally found them, and the guy is surprised at how they are in a hurry. They ask him if he'll choose red. Another says blue. A third says he should pick green. Errol asks them what they're talking about, and Kaido asks about the academy he will be applying to. They say they know he was accepted to 3 academies, but which one will he go to? Errol replies that he wasn't planning on picking one. He will be in all 3. Kaido replies that it's not allowed. Errol says something about 6 and then adds about red, blue, green, yellow, white, black, and he plans to attend them all. Errol counts the cards in his hands to 6. Kaido says they are student cards for each academy. Everyone is surprised. Kaido asks if he was really accepted into all of them at once if no one said anything. Errol says no, they don't seem to share information between the different academies. All 3 look at Errol, who is sitting on the steps, with interest. Errol says he got his tickets and familiarized himself with each one. He thinks they won't be a problem. Then his face darkens. Kaido asks if something is wrong. Errol says the lectures are at the same time. He forgot about that and going everywhere at once won't work. Kaido says he also said that it's impossible to attend all the academies at the same time. Errol says that their exam attendance requirement is about 20%, so it seems like it can be passed. Colette tells him that he can't pass the subject without attending lectures. She says that the information itself is not recorded, so he has to take notes. Errol replies that he understands. He ponders and then asks them if he can borrow their notes. Kaido replies that of course he can. Kyufa says it can't be helped. Colette will be happy to help. Errol says then problem solved. Errol says that the Academy of Black Magic has introduced independent study anyway. He looked at the dark magic curriculum and says it's weird. Ritalia tells him that they don't have any lectures. Kaido asks in surprise what kind of crazy academy this is. Errol says that the yellows and whites are left. If he takes care of them, they should be fine. Kaido says that's right. Kaido tells him to go to the Red Academy lectures first. Kaido asks Colette if she heard. They will do well, they just have to go through one academy. Khalida awkwardly says they are not Errol. Kaido yells for everyone to go ahead for the first lecture. They happily agree. Errol and Kaido walk in. He asks where he wants to sit. The latter replies that somewhere in the back. That number 11 sits in the audience. He stands up abruptly and yells that it's him again. Errol just walks by. Kaido looks at him questioningly. Number 11 yells at him that he can't ignore him like that. Kaido tells Errol that he's the loser from the entrance exam. The man angrily yells that he doesn't remember losing to him. Number 11 desperately says that he misunderstood the wizard who lost to the wizard. Errol tells him he's not a wizard. Number 11 tells him that he thinks he is too. Although they're both new, it's not surprising that at his age he's already a mage. Errol says he's not a wizard, and that surprises the guy. Number 11 is horrified at the thought that he's even taller if he's a wizard king. Errol replies that he isn't and it's not true. This is when the teacher asks everyone to take their seats. A teacher with a bald head comes in and says that the lecture will start soon. They then immediately ask him a question. The lecturer asks the name of number 11, who replies that his name is Royce. He points to Errol and says that this guy used an eruption in the entrance exam. Then what grade is he in? The lecturer looks at the list and says that only 2 have used eruption, Royce and Errol. The lecturer says Errol is classless. Royce stands there horrified. The lecturer asks everyone to open their workbooks. Royce stays where he is with his thoughts. Kaido walks by and says that he'll probably get used to it after all. The lecturer is giving a lecture. Kaido can barely take notes and says there are too many magical symbols. He grimaces and says it's hard enough as it is, but then there will be more pronunciation and formulas. Errol sits back and thinks they are starting from the beginning. Mages who receive a class during the ceremony must be able to use magic instantly. Usually these magical symbols appear in their heads by themselves. He wonders if they still have to teach them. The lecturer says that there may be some among them who cannot memorize the magical symbols and sentences. He says that because of their abilities, they can use the skills without knowing them. If they understand the formulas, they can apply them better. He says that most skills have the acceptable effect of absorbing magical power at a level acceptable to its wielder, thus preventing harm to their bodies. Errol understands this. The lecturer says that, however, for example, one can use complex techniques, mixing and changing formulas. They can make ordinary spells show incredible effects. Kaido looks at Errol and thinks, is that really what he did? So it must have been a complex technique. At this time, Errol remembers that his father just mixed them every day for fun. He would let him try everything. Later, they go out for a hands-on class. Errol says that there have never been any other academies like this, and maybe the Green Academy will be the most interesting. He pulls up and says that the magic of flight is a first for him. Colette asks if that's true. She asks if it's true even though he uses high-level magic. Errol replies that he has special circumstances. He remembers that his father has a serious fear of heights, so he suggested that he not levitate at home. And Errol didn't even want to watch the formula. The teacher asks the kids to move away from each other. Errol calmly says that he will now practice levitation. The teacher tells them to first create an image in their heads of saddling up and rising or spreading their arms, imagining they are a bird. The boys spread their arms out to the sides. Errol listens and immediately thinks that this method takes innate skills as its basis. He thinks that even if he imagines it, he doesn't know the correct formulas. He's wondering which one to use. Somebody here is screaming that it's amazing. Here's Colette yelling that she's really flying, but immediately and abruptly falls and moans in pain. The others laughingly say it's a hard landing. But then she says confidently that she's fine and that she won't be stopped by any more setbacks. Errol smiles and thinks that she was able to take off after all. A little practice and she will definitely learn to fly. Errol thinks he needs to hurry up and start practicing. If he needs to visualize the image of an upward flow of air, maybe he can use the formula of a tornado under his feet. The tornado does appear under his feet and lifts him upward. After a while, however, it drops even lower. He is covered in scrapes and abrasions, says it was an obvious mistake. He gets up, coughs, and is shaken off by Coletta's dust. The boy tells everyone that they are losers. He yells at them to watch. He's going to show them how to do it. He takes off, Colette watches and yells that it's awesome. He says that he has been practicing levitation since he became a wizard, so he won't lose the race. Errol doesn't understand and asks about the race. Colette replies that it's a game that uses levitation. She says Green Academy is known for it. They fly in a race and determine the fastest. The teacher says comparing themselves to others won't make them better until they all learn to fly normally. She asks them to help each other. Errol says that sounds like fun, so he joins the race. The smart guy asks if he's even heard. He indignantly says it's a flying race. How is he going to participate if he can't even fly? Errol says he might not be able to do it now, but with enough practice it will work out. He interrupts him and asks the teacher when the next race will be. She replies that it's in 2 months. The boy turns to Errol and says that learning to soar is easy, but it takes at least 6 months to learn to fly properly. He takes off again and yells at him not to even think about doing this race. Maybe next year will work out. Errol says thoughtfully if he mixes the wind with a similar formula and sets them up like that. Colette asks if he is really going to try that next year. He says no, and that he will learn in a few months. Kaido says they had dinner and all they had to do was go to bed. Only he doesn't understand why they went back to the academy. And the girls behind him apologize. Colette tells him that she was afraid to go after the forgotten item by herself. Kaido says it's easy to get lost in the dark here. He asks them if they will be okay now. Colette says that Kyufa said to invite him along. She hides behind her and says it's just in case. Kyufa asks him if he understands. Even with these rumors, he thinks the more of them the better. He doesn't understand and the girls are horrified. He doesn't even know. Kyufa says it's been showing up here lately, almost every day. He screams in horror and asks what is showing up. She wants to answer, but Kaido plugs his ears and yells that he's not listening. She asks if he's really that scared. He tells Kyufa what's wrong with her. Didn't she always hide behind Kalada? Kalada asks them to stop fighting. She says that if they keep screaming like that, it might find them. At that moment, a silhouette can be seen hovering in the air behind her. They both scream in terror that it's there, outside the window. It is Errol. He asks them why they are here so late. Kalatha asks him what he is doing here so late. Errol tells her to look down. Kalada looks down and sees Errol floating in the air using levitation. Errol says he is practicing here to prepare for the race. Kyufa continues to hide behind her and says that means there were rumors about him. He turns to his teacher and says that he thinks he will never reach his level, but he wants to start practicing on his own. Kaido yells at him that he will at least become special in the magic he can practice. Finishing their discussion, they all say goodbye and wish each other good night. Errol arrives at Retalia's house. Retalia asks him if he really came to visit her. He says he came to get permission to go to the library. Errol takes the piece of paper that Retalia holds out and says he plans to read all the books he doesn't have at home. Some time later in the lecture, Errol interrupts and questions the lecturer and says that the third line in this formula is an error. The professor says he is right and asks to be allowed to rewrite it. Kaido says he is surprised the master noticed it. Errol says that he can't recreate these formulas in his head, so he had to learn them all by heart. Errol says that he can recreate the formula on the board knowing only 30% of it. The lecturer turns around and says that's already interesting. He asks him if he can write the formula on the blackboard. The man comes out and says that by writing the formulas, they can turn it into this. The lecturer looks at this and says with amazement that 10 lines have been converted into 6 and it is already possible to activate this with them. He says that he understands. The lecturer tells Errol that it's not too safe. If he gets tangled up here he could trigger an explosion. He replies that he has his blessing, so he'll be fine. The lecturer asks Errol if he wants to take the translation exam. He asks more about that. Royce stands abruptly behind me and asks the assay to wait a minute. Royce asks him to let him sit for this exam too. Later, the lecturer tells Rise and Errol that they will now begin the translation exam for them. He points him to the playground. It is a long road with a pit. Errol asks why this straight corridor. Royce says he sees iron bars at the end of it. He says they have magical creatures trained and are now outside the gates, specifically for such exams. The lecturer says that if they do well they will pass the exam. It's still easy, but if they fail they could be attacked, so he asks them to be careful. Royce comes out first. He sees a rabid minotaur in front of him. The minotaur starts running at him. He uses an eruption, but misses because the monster is too fast. The monster then gets so close that its paw is in his face and the guy freezes in terror. However, the minotaur disappears. He sits in fear and wonders if it is really gone. The lecturer says with a smile that this is a school, so they are concerned about safety. Errol sees and thinks the lecturer likes scaring the students. Royce walks out of the corridor, breathing heavily and thinking about how he couldn't get there. The lecturer explains to an intimidated Royce that it's usually only after a few years in the academy that they get to that point. What he's already tried shows his progress. He wipes away his tears and says that he has realized that he is nothing and that he is just an ordinary weak mage. but he won't give up so easily and will continue to study to live up to his expectations. The lecturer says he has high hopes for him. Errol goes next and immediately thinks it's the same species as before. He looks much bigger and darker. Just then a girl comes up and tells the teacher that she is very sorry. There is a possibility that a high-ranking Minotaur was traveling with the usual ones for the exam. He is horrified by this information. Errol stretches out his fingers and uses a fire spear, of which there turn out to be two. The monster dodges the blows. The girl yells that he anticipated the trajectory and dodged. The lecturer yells to Errol that he will stop him so he can go upstairs. Errol yells back that he's fine for now. He confidently says that he will beat him. The girl tells the teacher to look up. She says those are the spears Errol just summoned. The spears fly back at the monster. They are amazed to see the monster fall from an accurate hit. The girl yells that they hit it right in the legs, so the Minotaur doesn't move. The lecturer congratulates him and informs him that he passed the exam. Later, Kaido smugly says that's awesome. Hyufa doesn't understand why he's bragging about it. He replies that a student is always happy about a teacher's success. Errol says that he is not his student. Hyufa asks him not to tell him that he plans to take the Blue Academy exam too. Toph replies that it's not just at the Blue Academy, but at other academies as well. Kaido yells that a master can do anything. Colette yells that he too is brought out to his full potential. Hyufa doesn't understand their behavior. The teacher asks if he really wants to take the exam. What does he say? She turns away and says the exam is once a year. The guy says he knows. He says it's possible if the professor agrees. She replies that it's only possible for really gifted students. Errol asks her if she wants to look at his blue magic then. She replies that it is possible after a few more lessons. Errol tells her that it's just a waste of time. He wants to move on without wasting time on lessons. She angrily asks him what he just said. She asks him angrily if he is calling her lessons useless. He replies that he didn't mean that. He just meant to say that they are not for his level. She says if he wants to go that far, why doesn't she look at his skills to see if he's worthy of an exam? Later, they come to some room. He walks in and says it's quite a big place. The teacher says it's just a practice area. The teacher suggests they start by following the rules of practice combat. No physical attacks. Whoever breaks through the other's divine defense first wins. Errol asks if he wins, she will let him take the exam. She asks him if he's crazy. She's just evaluating him. He says he can beat the teacher. He says he might have a chance to win. The teacher is silent for a long time and then smiles dramatically. The teacher says it's great if he's so cocky, then she decides to start somewhere. She immediately uses the ice storm. The teacher says that it looks like it would have turned into a huge icicle if he hadn't reacted in time. Then the ice starts to crack. Errol's fist is sticking out of the huge ice. She looks at it with surprise. She thinks that maybe he used a defense spell, an ice barrier. Errol steps out and shakes off the ice. The teacher thinks to himself that he prepared this spell in advance and activated it at the same moment she did. That's why he blocked her attack. That's when Errol says it's his turn. He uses the edge of ice. The teacher says with a smile that it's an entry-level skill, and there's about 15 pieces of ice. Pretty talented guy. Hyufa thinks to himself that her limit is 2 chunks. The teacher asks if he really thought he could beat her with something like that. He reflects the edge of the ice. He uses the ice edge again and says it's time to double down. The teacher says she just told him that it won't work. He says there are 100 more behind her and the teacher clearly didn't expect that. She thinks really from all angles at once. She then uses the ice shield, but admits to herself that it's difficult. Although the number has increased, the strength of each of them should be less, but they hit just as hard as before. She plans to go on the attack as soon as his attacks stop. He shouldn't have enough magic to defend himself. Errol says he thinks it's time to end this. Errol summons an ice spear from behind her back. The spear from behind her back swiftly flies straight at her. She continues to wonder if he can still use other magic. However, this is where she realizes that she is trapped. The barrier above has protected her, but she knows inside that it is about to break. She barely says she is about to lose to an apprentice, and the spear breaks through her barrier. She does lose. Later, Errol says he's been promoted to the Academy of Blue Magic. Where should he go next? Khalida asks how it went. Kaido says he really wishes he could have seen it. Hyufa proudly says it was so cold in there so she left in the middle. The other teacher asks him if he really wants to take the Green Magic Academy exam. She thinks it's impossible unless he has a good reason. She looks in the books that there seems to be a case here. She says she will look up the condition. The book falls off the shelf by itself. She used the wind to get it. Errol thinks it's convenient magic. The teacher says she found it and reads it out. Because the recruit had excellent grades throughout the academy, the headmaster personally gave him permission. Errol thinks about it. The teacher immediately tells him that it's not authorized. Errol says he hasn't said anything yet. She asks him, he was going to ask him, wasn't he? She says the principal is terribly busy right now, so she can't let him bother him. She threatens him that if he tries to change her mind, he will be forced to leave this academy. He replies that it's okay, he won't do that. He says that he thinks he will have to wait for the real exam. She asks if he is going to do the air race. He replies that he is. She then says that maybe he can talk to the principal. Errol is interested. She says the principal has to present the event. He personally awards the winners. Errol says he understands, then he has a chance if he wins the race. The teacher says he needs to win, she heard it's hard for him. He says if he can win the race, she will show him his skills at the same time. Errol walks away and says she will and thanks her for her help. The teacher thinks this guy is new here and can't fly yet. At the General Assembly there is a lot of noise at the race as many people have gathered. Hanja says that a lot of people came to see the air race. Kaido asks Colette why she isn't participating. She awkwardly replies that she is not flying well enough yet. From the podium, Errol gets a shout out that he can. Kaido calls him a master. Someone hears this and asks Errol if he called him a master. The guy who can fly asks him if it's because he's a master of digging into the ground while practicing the magic of flight. Errol looks at him and then asks him who he is. In anger he yells at him not to forget about him so easily. They go to the same practice sessions. He says he's Skyke, the guy who's going to become the best master of flight magic in the entire world. He keeps saying he's going to be even better. Errol turns away and looks for the principal, eventually finding him on the jury. Strike says he will be the winner tonight. Errol says without emotion that it will be him. Stake thinks to himself that this guy is as cocky as can be, even though he can't even fly. He leaves and tells Errol not to embarrass himself. The host announces that it's time for the famous Green Academy Air Race, where they will be playing for the first Magic Cup of the semester. He, Grid, will be the announcer today, and Dunball will be the commentator today, and he will take care of today's entertainment. Kaido raves about how wildly famous he is. Hanja says Dunball is very cool. Kalita says he has a great voice. They turn to Kaido and ask why he won't switch places with them. Kaido asks her if she knows he's married and also he's much older. They ignore and say they just met eyes. He definitely looked this way. Kaido yells to the master that he has to crush Dunball. Errol says he's not participating. The master asks a contestant to step up to the white line. All the contestants stand up. The host asks if they are ready. They then start off. An air race begins. Some boy loses his balance while flying and flies in panic to an unknown destination. He crashes into a wall, causing noise and smoke. The announcer says that contestant Marco crashed right into the wall, and that he made the same mistake last year. It looks like he's not going to learn anything. He tells the audience that it's been a minute since the start. They can already see the group split up. One says the lead group consists of 15 people. Another blonde man says he sees many new faces. The first two leaders seem to be newcomers. Psyche angrily asks Errol how he jumped so fast. The latter replies incredulously that he's still slow in some ways. During the flight, he tells him that the race is essentially an endurance test. If he expends all his energy at the start, he'll fall behind at the end. Psyche grudgingly yells that he knows. Errol says that, leaving aside the topic of racing, this is where things get serious. The announcer announces that the lead group will soon reach the main gate. This is the first checkpoint of today's race. He says that after they pass the main gate, they should take a sharp right turn to stay on track. His blonde-haired assistant says that if they take too much of an angle, they will surely fall behind. And if they turn too sharply, the centrifugal force will throw them off track. He says a lot depends on skill, but position in the group is important too. Psyche flies and thinks he won't make it, so he'd better be in the center. He plans that once he flies through the gate, he will maintain speed and make a sharp turn. The announcer sees and says here's the lead group. They go through the turn without losing speed. After a moment, some of the students fly off. The presenter says here are the lucky ones who sealed right into the wall. They have this every year. He says the contestants who made it through the turn are now heading to a neighboring town. He tells Sensei that he will go ahead and greet them. The host sees and shouts into the microphone that the lead group is already in town. Another says that the newcomers aren't far behind yet. The statue of the goddess will serve as a turning point. She goes on to tell them that they see a member of the air goddess Diona rushing forward. She is now in the lead. Sensei says that of course she has won 3 years in a row. They wonder if she will win again. Psyche tells Errol that she won't let him get ahead. The announcer yells that they have 2 contestants here catching up to Diona. We can't help but mention that they're both rookies. The 3 of them discuss. Kaido says the master should be one of them. Kyufa wonders who the other one is. Khalid replies that it's probably Errol and Psyche. The 2 of them fly by. Diona turns around and says with a smile that she is shocked at the thought that 2 rookies could compete with her. From behind her, Psyche yells that of course, because he's going to win. She reacts calmly and says then she wonders how long he'll last. They fly off, with the announcers watching them. The announcer yells out that contestant Diona has just accelerated even more. She still has some speed to spare. He adds that slowly but surely, she is leaving the 2 newcomers behind. Psyche ponders if she was flying at full power before. He holds out his hand to Diona and thinks he's still not serious. If he flies seriously, he can catch up to her. Dione's silhouette slowly disappears. He cries tears that he can't lose this time. The host says that it looks like contestant Psyche has been left behind. But he deserves praise for such a result for a rookie. We can definitely expect more from him in the next races. Errol is flying next to Diona. The announcer says there's one more left. Diona sees him and decides to speed up then. Errol reflects that he has been practicing his flying skills for about 2 months. He can no longer accelerate. He won't be able to keep up with her then, so he thinks it's time for extreme measures. Some wind appears under his heels and he catches up with Diona, which surprises her. Even the presenters don't realize what happened because Errol's contestants suddenly speed up. The announcer says it looks like he saw some weird movement right before the acceleration. Sensei says he's pushing back. He explains that by creating a cloud of air that he uses as a prop, and he accelerates by constantly pushing off of that cloud. The host is surprised to ask how it is possible to launch from the air. He asks Sensei if it is possible at all. He replies that with green magic, you can both compress the air and repel it. But even so, the effect would be too small. The host says that the participant is speeding up more and more. He says it looks like the strength of his legs must be at the limit. They can't believe it. Sensei says he thought only high-ranking swordsmen could have such skills. Errol flies and hears them. He thinks he's generally gotten the idea. More specifically, it's the soaring skill of celestial swordsmen. The host shouts that they have finally arrived at the last site. The academy is already visible on the horizon. He says that both contestants are putting their best foot forward. It looks like a photo finish awaits them. Sensei sadly says that's too bad. They fly back down literally the same route. There's another steep turn in front of the gate waiting for them again. He says that with their speed they won't be able to take that corner and will get mangled. Diona sees the gate and thinks she needs to slow down or it will be too dangerous. She looks back at Errol and realizes that from this angle, the first one to slow down will lose. But if they procrastinate too long, they'll end up flying past. They all fly. Diona sees that he's still not slowing down. She sighs and falls silent. The announcer yells that Diona has finally given up first. Contestant Errol takes the first position but goes through the turn at that speed. That's when Errol extends his fist, punching the air. As he does so, he turns sharply, which surprises the announcer and Dunbull. They yell that he somehow managed to get through. It looks like he was pushing off with his hand, just like he did with the cloud. Dunbull says he must have armed strength at a high level. Errol thinks all he has to do is get back to the start and pass the gate. All 3 cheer Errol's victory. The announcer yells at the finish line that Errol's competitor is in first place. The rookie this year won, so that's great. Diona walks up and says she's surprised. The announcer says that the contestant Diona is also finishing a little late. She can barely breathe and says she didn't expect to lose like that. Errol shakes her hand and tells her it was a good race. She replies with a smile that she won't lose next time. Just then, a tired lunatic walks up to them. The announcer yells that the Skypu contestant came in 3rd place. For a rookie, he showed a great level in this race. He says he won't lose the next one and immediately faints. Diona comes over and cheers him up. Skake assures everyone that he will win next time. She says with a smile that she will be looking forward to it. The principal congratulates Errol on his win and presents him with a certificate and medal. He says that because it was an interesting race, he almost forgot. He turns to the principal and says that he wants to transfer to sophomore year. The principal replies that he understands and tells him what he will do. He asks him where he learned the magic of flight so well. Errol honestly replies that in lectures. The principal walks away and asks if he really doesn't want to tell. Well, then he doesn't force him. Errol stays where he is and doesn't know what the man is talking about. Kaido tells Errol that he is awesome and that he was able to get to sophomore year in every academy early. Errol says he still has white and yellow. In the background, the girls are touching and trying the medal on themselves. Kyufa says of the white and yellow magic that they are both similar supporting or some sort of attacking magic. She wonders what their exam is. Errol says he has a rough idea of yellow. The Academy of Yellow Magic has a place where he presents his research on magic. If he manages to get good grades on the presentation, he can take the exam. Kaido tells Errol if he has been doing research behind the scenes. He replies that he was still practicing his dream flight magic. Khalida asks him what topic he chose, then replies that it's about golems. Kaido asks Kufa to let him look at the medal. Khalida says of the golems that they are creations of the earth. Kufa says that the topic is pretty simple. Kaido says he thinks he would be better suited for something like alchemy. He could do something cool with it. Errol says then you'd have to do hard and time-consuming research, and making golems is used in everyday life. So if he can make useful golems, he'll be well received by society. Kufa says that means he wants to get good grades for it. Errol says that he's already completed most of the design and all that's left is the presentation. Khalida is hopeful that everything will work out. Kaido is confident that everything will be fine. The teacher then tells her that it's going to be difficult. She says that the registration time has already expired. Errol forgot to register. He asks her if there is anything that can be done. She replies that it is impossible to participate without registering. She says that the dates are known in advance and they already have a lot of participants, so she asks him to wait for the next presentation. Errol pleads, saying that he has already created a brand new golem. She replies that even if he has no way to test it and can't change his mind. Someone yells out what golem. It turns out that a man is asking him if he's really interested in researching golems. He thinks he has good taste, so let him leave it up to him. Errol turns around and doesn't realize who. The man asks him if he really wants to create his golem, why doesn't he register it as his assistant in the research lab? That teacher tells this Rockwell sensei that it's unfair to the freshmen. Errol is interested, so he's a teacher. Errol asks him if he can introduce his golem if he becomes his assistant. The man replies that of course, Errol gladly agrees. Rockwell walks away happily, saying he looks forward to future presentations. That teacher sighs. Errol asks her if that is a problem. Errol says that he may not look it, but he's particularly talented at creating golems, and his hobby is presenting his new designs at presentations. She says that he is focused on fighting golems. Errol replies that it doesn't seem to be a problem for him. She says he always picks a random apprentice to fight and defeats them without any restrictions. Errol says that won't make him popular. Errol realizes that's why he couldn't find anyone this time, and that's why he's been hanging around here looking for someone. Errol realizes that's why he was here at this time. She reminds him that he can still refuse. He replies that no, he's asking to be registered as an associate. He says that he's going to present his golem anyway, and it looks like he has no other choice. Some presenter shouts that today is the day to show the instructors his new designs. He asks everyone to watch and enjoy this marvelous earth magic. Many works are presented in front of them. Kufa says the puppet theater and the gorgeous structures. She didn't know something like this could be done with earth. Khalida says she would love to see all the new inventions. They look around and wonder where Kaido is. Khalida says he went to see the alchemy presentations and then says he's back. Kufa says that he seems upset about what happened. He replies that at the alchemy presentation he thought he was going to be able to see some cool minerals created by magic. He yells that it was just a safe theory, so it's too boring. Kufa says that alchemy is a kind of magic where he takes an ingredient and turns it into something else, so instead of a finished result, it's more important to understand the mechanics itself. Kufa says it's a good thing he's back early because it's Errol's turn soon. He cheerfully asks if the master will participate. Rockwell yells that he wants to show them his wonderful battle golems today. People are shocked and say that he is a famous teacher who destroys his students. He says he's never seen this guy around. Kufa hears this and says she doesn't like it. Then all of a sudden golems come out of the ground. Kufa says they are very different from the golems in the village. Kaido says they are battle golems. The teacher says that now his golems will fight his golem. He asks Errol to summon his golem. He calls for his golem, which he names Alpha. A huge rock rises up and then takes on the silhouette of a man. Rockwell wonders if he prepared it beforehand. A cloaked knight comes out. Rockwell himself is surprised. The three friends look at Errol's golem with admiration. The people rage. Is it really a golem made of metal? After all, there is no rule that says a golem must be made of earth. Errol says it is his golem. He made it from materials he created with alchemy and made it move with earth magic. They ask in horror if he made it with alchemy. They have never seen such a red metal. It's a new kind of mineral. Kufa says disappointedly that he always shows something amazing. Kaido proudly says it's his master. Rockwell says he can stop messing around because the metal is too heavy to move it with earth magic. Rockwell gropes the golem and says it's armor. Someone must be moving it from inside. The golem pulls its head off and Errol confirms that there's nothing there. Rockwell looks at him in surprise. Rockwell thinks the material is as light as paper and that he gave up strength to make it easier to move. Rockwell sighs and says what a shame, he worked so hard to make it, but his golem would destroy it with one hit. He says, however, don't let him think he's giving up and now it's time to fight. He'll show him the strongest golem in the world he's created. Rockwell's golem flies up to the Alpha and strikes. The Alpha stops the blow. All three are surprised that the golem is so fast, but what about Errol? Kaido says he can't see because of the dust. The smoke clears and you can see that Rockwell's golem arm has fallen off from the Alpha defending himself from the blow. Everyone then starts yelling that Sensei's golem lost. Is his golem really that strong? Rockwell freezes and says it can't be. How does such a light metal have such strength? He says it looks like he needs to get more serious now. He repairs the damaged parts and makes all the individual bodies stronger. Then all the golems attack at the same time. Rockwell yells that one of his greatest strengths is his large supply of magical powers, and he also has no problem moving all those golems. He confidently yells that he definitely can't handle all the golems with his bare hands, and now let him see the power of the world's strongest golem master. Errol says it's clear to him that he's taking the amount. He says then it will be more appropriate than bare hands. The golem pulls the sword out of its own body. Rockwell laughs from the sword golem. It looks powerful, but in his opinion it won't work. He says that the golem only moves according to the skills of the host, and yet it's just a puppet. It would be impossible to replicate the exact movement. He yells that if he doesn't know how to handle a sword, and if he has no combat experience, he won't win. Alpha just spreads his hands 2 swords in front of these golems. They all scatter and fall in an instant. Rockwell looks on in horror. The people in the stands are screaming that it's amazing. They don't understand what happened. But Rockwell Sensei's golems were destroyed in an instant. Rockwell asks Errol what he just did. The latter replies that he cut his golems. He asks indignantly, really in one motion? Errol stands there, not realizing if he didn't notice it. Rockwell says in horror that it's impossible. A golem can't make such precise sword movements. Errol says it is possible with metal. Errol explains that the golem is a puppet made of earth. If its magic runs out, it will turn back into earth. However, metal armor can retain its shape even without the use of magic. In other words, he doesn't need to use magic to hold the golem's form, and instead must focus all of his power on its movements. Errol tells Rockwell that this golem requires less magic and is the result of his research. Rockwell says that this logic makes sense, but it should be impossible. However, he sees a clear example right in front of him. Errol asks if he can pass a translation exam with this. He is surprised and asks if he really came to the presentation just for the translation exam. He replies that he did. He replies that it won't work because he's his assistant. Errol says that's not good, he didn't see this moment coming. Rockwell says that this alchemy skill and his talent in applying it, it would be pointless to leave him in freshman. He tells him that if he joins his research lab, he wouldn't mind talking to the principal about transferring him. Errol says that sounds good and then agrees. Errol with the paper later says that he got the agreement to transfer. He's actually a pretty good teacher. Kufa says she highly doubts it. Now all that's left is the White Academy. He knocks. The girl asks him to come in. Errol introduces himself and says it's nice to meet you. The teacher says it's a pleasure to meet him. Her name is Kid. He may be the best student among the freshmen, but she still has to confirm his knowledge in a practical exam. She offers to go to her destination immediately. Errol asks her if she is okay. She asks if he means that her eyes are closed. She says that she really can't see anything, but he shouldn't worry, she can feel the magical power around her, and because of that she can navigate. She says that at least she can perceive more than she can see with her eyes, so she can see the magical power of people like him. She stops abruptly and thinks for a few minutes, because she sees no end to his magical power. She sees that several types of magical power coexist in him. She starts to lose her balance and says that in the current situation they are still stable. They don't show any reaction to each other, so they manage to keep their balance without exploding. Errol asks her if she's okay. She shivers and says she wishes she could take that back. She says that the exam will take place underground near the White Academy. It's a tomb where a deceived royal family whose empire was destroyed long ago is buried. Since then, magical power has gathered there for centuries and managed to form a dungeon with the undead living there. Errol lights a torch. Kid tells him to be careful. The undead will try to destroy the light source. She stands there wondering if they are trying to stop them, or if they seem to be disappearing one by one. Errol uses the holy beam on each monster. She is surprised and yells that he is so fast and asks him to wait. Errol goes and asks if they are still far away from the right place. She replies that they are not, because his job was to defeat the undead that appear here, so he has already managed it. She offers to go back. He must have already spent all his magic powers, so she will protect him on the way back. He replies that he only used 10%. She grumbles and says she understood his skills perfectly. She thinks this is the first time she's gotten this far. Errol notices something and points the holy beam there. Immediately there is a sound. Kid notices and says what an ominous magical force. The monster starts asking how he even dared. Kid thinks she didn't even notice her presence until Errol attacked. She says that high-ranking undead can hide their presence. She thinks it was unharmed even after the holy ray hit it. The monster starts to introduce himself, but Errol hits him with the holy beam again. The monster is outraged at what he's doing. Isn't he even going to let him introduce himself? Anyway, it would have been polite to wait until he was done. He starts to say that everything is fine, and that magic of this level can't. Errol uses the holy cross on him. The monster turns to ash. Kid exhales. They go up the stairs. Errol says it's time to go back. She follows them and calls his name. She says that the monster just now, judging by its magical power, was a high-ranking undead. Errol says it could talk, so he thinks this undead is a little different. Kid talks about this holy cross skill. Only exorcists with long training and great skill can use this light magic. Errol looks away and asks if this is the same as the holy ray. She says that if he finds out at his age, she will no longer doubt him. Errol comes in and tells the guys that he also got approval to transfer out of the White Academy. Kaido yells that he has now mastered the magic of all the academies. Everyone is happy for him. Retalia tells Errol how energetic he is. Errol slaps her, causing her skull to fly off the skeleton again. She screams again how cruel it is. Why did he chop her head off? He replies that it was because she was bothering him while he was reading. He remembers something as she puts her head back on, and he asks what the special room in the back of the reading room is for. He noticed that the door was pretty solid, and yet there was nothing here. She says it's a place where any magic described in the books can be practiced. Students from other academies can practice outside, but with their black magic they could put other students at risk. Errol says it makes sense. He decides to try the grimoire right now. He pulls out a book called Magic that turns people into ugly beasts. He thinks this is weird. This book has no title or author. Suddenly the book starts to glow. For a moment he feels a magical power emanating from the book. He looks around and doesn't realize where it went. It was magic of a pretty high level. He looks up and sees one humanoid. He tells him that it was a great job. Thanks to Errol he was able to get out. Errol asks who he is. He thinks to himself that he looks like a human, but his appearance tells him otherwise. Errol says that means he's a demon. He says that's a great guess. He didn't think he would be sealed up for so long. Normally no one takes books from this dark place. He cheerfully says that's why he considers him his savior. He asks if there's anything he wants. He'll try to make it happen. He shakes his head and says he doesn't need anything. The demon says he doesn't need it because he knows he needs a catalyst to return to the demon world. In other words, his flesh and blood, in which case he'll just help himself. He attacks Errol. Errol deflects the blow, apologizes, and says he doesn't want to die yet. He pushes back and immediately uses his blast. However, his blast doesn't work. Errol is surprised that it didn't activate. The formula should have been correct. The demon laughs and says it won't work because it's already inside the barrier he set up. He says that he has banned the use of magic, making him the perfect arena to kill a mage. He yells that without magic he's useless, so he should just give up and let him kill him. Errol holds out his wand and says then you'll have to fight him with it. The demon asks if he is going to attack him with this wand. As a swordsman he might have scared him for a second. However, here Errol steps forward sharply and strips the demon of his head without letting him finish his sentence. He turns to Errol alive, which surprises him. Errol says that he definitely cut him. He seems to be undead like Retalia. The demon himself is shocked by this. He ponders that he actually tried to slash him with his wand. That's impossible. He attacked him physically despite being a mage. At this point Errol thinks that the decapitation won't work, so something else will happen next. The demon asks to wait and then asks, turns out he's a magical swordsman. He wasn't expecting that. Errol says he's not and that he's classless. He attacks him again. He says it's useless, as he can see he's not taking any damage. He says he won't just die from a cut. Errol then puts a stick in his mouth and rips his head off. The living demon repeats that he's just wasting his time. Errol doesn't stop and continues to tear him up. The demon tells him to calm down already. Errol calmly says that demons seem to have a special type of build. The demon realizes he has no chance to fight back. He may not be able to die, but it wastes his magical powers. And if this keeps up, Errol notices something, stops and sees that it has no wounds, but it is shrinking. Errol says that's interesting. He wants to see how small he can get and keeps punching. The demon asks him to stop already. He'll be gone forever if he keeps shrinking. He pleads with him and asks him to stop or it will kill him. Errol asks thoughtfully if that's what he wants. The man yells that of course not. Errol says he understands, then he'll let him go for now. He cheerfully looks up and asks if the truth will let him go. Errol points his finger at him and he feels something and sees some patterns appear on his stomach. Errol says it's submission magic. He's always wanted to try it. He is outraged and yells why he has to become his servant. This is when he starts to burn. Errol explains to him that if he resists he will be hurt. Let him remember, it seems demons can resist physical damage. He says this is how he did it, so the damage was done to his soul. It's so much better. He yells that he thinks he's an even bigger demon than he is. Errol tells him that he doesn't like his tone. He stands up abruptly and apologizes wildly to him, calling him master. The little demon sits up. Kaido picks it up and asks if it's the master's familiar. The demon asks Kaido if he even knows who he's talking to. Kaido snaps at him. Kufa tells Kaido not to do that to Errol's pet. The man immediately resents whose pet is here. Kufa rubs his ears hard. Kalida picks up the demon, hands it to Errol, and apologizes for the two of them. Errol says it's okay because he's not going to die from this. The demon is addressed as Maddie and asks if he can buy him some bread in the cafeteria. He yells that his name is manvļa and he doesn't run errands. His soul begins to ache, after which he obeys his master. He tells himself to be calm. He will soon be free. He flies. He just thought about killing him in his sleep, but he has been up all night. He doesn't realize who he is at all. In the building at the round table, Red Academy Principal Redra Ackman says it looks like everyone is gathered. Blue Academy Principal Blanda Elena tells him to calm down because everyone can see it. Green, the principal of Green Academy, tells them both to stop. He says they all need to try to resolve the situation in the best way possible for the academies in the city. Yellow Academy Principal Alava Kirish thinks it's great if the young ones are so excited. White Alshire says that maybe he should act his age then. She asks if he thought she wouldn't realize he was trying to belittle her student. While everyone is arguing, one person barely speaks and suggests that she hurry up and get started because her study isn't on time. It's the principal of the Black Academy, Bloggy Rekiro. Then the mayor comes in and says it's true, there isn't enough time, so he suggests we move on to today's topic. He says he's going to hand out some documents to everyone first. Here they can see the rate of distribution of the money. He says that the budget, or in other words the cost of running the academies, is made up of taxes and donations from residents. Accordingly, the costs available to them depend on how much they help this city. They see and smile at what they have grown. The mayor asks if anyone has any comments. Everyone says there are no comments, but then Blagey yells that that is impossible. Blagey stands up and asks why their expenses are down 40%. The mayor says he still thinks it's too much. He explains that the faculty and students of the Black Academy have almost no impact on the life of the city. If you dig deeper, they barely do a tenth of what the rest of the academies do. He says that's why they had to change their budget to more appropriate values. Bloggy says in a shaky voice that this is impossible. With that budget he won't be able to continue his research. Ridra then asks to be allowed to ask what kind of research he is working on. Is it really crazy magic with the budget? Bloggy says not to make fun of black magic. The woman asks if black magic is banned in some countries. She says maybe they should follow suit. Bloggy asks if she really means to say that black magic should be banned. The mayor coughs. He says that they don't plan to change their minds on the matter at the moment, and the girls giggle, hinting that it's only for now. The mayor adds that it's temporary. He asks if they're okay with this decision. They'll decide the rest at the tournament of the Great Six, the tournament of the 6 great magical academies. Everyone says there are no objections. Then everyone leaves saying it's time to come back and they're done. All that's left are the benefits. Blaggy looks at the mayor who says nothing will change even if he looks at it that way. He says they are more than willing to change the budget again, but they will have to show their results at the Big Six tournament. Advantage doesn't understand what their results mean. The mayor explains that the Great Six tournament is a tournament where the academies showcase their ultimate magic. It is the largest event in their city, attracting a large number of visitors. If his academy can place as the winner, it will greatly boost tourism and they will probably raise their budget to last year's values. Blagey is standing where he was in despair and thinks that if he wins, he will get the same. Their leadership is already falling apart. At this rate, the Black Academy will close for good. He doesn't understand why they are being treated this way. Kaido addresses the demon, calling him Maddie, who indignantly repeats that he's manvļa and asks him to stop calling him that. Kaido eats the loaf and tells him it's not the bread he asked for. He yells at him to shut up and eat what he was given. The demon resentfully says that he brought 4 pieces especially for them, so they should thank him. Suddenly, Bloggy knocks the demon down and he flies away dramatically. Kaido says they aren't even looking at their feet. Kyufa says they're just muttering to themselves. Errol says there are a lot of weird senpais at the academy. Demon sighs and asks if he really thinks he should be talking about that. Demon thinks about the benefits, which just sounded like he was monotonously repeating about black magic. He can feel the panic, anger and frustration in them. He wonders what would happen if he let them use magic. He's sure it would be quite a show. Blaggy reads a book, finds something and says he can handle this magic formula. He is sure they will all regret laughing at black magic. He will show them its real power. People are decorating different things. Errol sees and says what kind of preparation there is. It seems that the festival is quite popular. All 3 are surprised by his reaction. Kyufa says the festival isn't just popular, there's no one who doesn't know about it. He tells her he doesn't know. She says it's unbelievable, but I should have known, seeing how everyone is getting ready. Kaido turns to Errol and asks if he knows about the Big Six. He replies that he does. It's a magical battle between the academies. He yells that it's the centerpiece of the festival. Kaido asks him, but Toph won't participate. He replies that he was told to participate in the rookie battle. Kaido yells that he knew that. Kaido says he can't wait to see the red magic master. Kyufa says he should use blue magic for the most success. They argue. Suddenly Kalida yells that no, flight magic is very popular in the neighboring villages, not to mention people want to see the winner of the summer race in action. Now the 3 of them are arguing. Errol says there is no need to pick anyone. He can participate in each one. Demon tells him it's a battle of the academies. Which one will he participate in? Errol replies that he was told to meet with the directors of the academies, so he wonders what they will tell him. Demon asks if the festival starts tomorrow. Isn't the novice fight on the very first day a little weak considering it's the main event of the day? Errol asks him if he knows more about the festival than he does. Errol asks Mastama if he's really looking forward to it so much. The man yells that he doesn't care. A demon who cares about some human festival is unimaginable. At this point, Blaggy draws a magic circle on the ground, finishes, and says it's finally finished. He stands up and says that with this he can show these fools the greatness of black magic. He reaches out his hand and summons a magical beast from the demon world. The monster appears. Bloggy says excitedly that it worked. He says that he is the strongest magical beast. Suddenly the monster grabs him. He panics and tells him to get up because he is his creator. At this time everyone gathers outside, including the directors. One says that someone is missing here. He probably ran away because he has no chance of winning. White says that it looks like the Black Academy is about to be expelled. The director of Green Magic says that he thinks it's time to invite the participants of the first battle. He says that way they can finally show off their creations. He says that this year the Red Academy will make a big start and take everything. This is where the woman says she's sorry to say that. Principal Blue assures her academy will win. An old man says he has high hopes for their Green Academy candidate. Another old man agrees. Principal Yellow says that his candidate is stronger than most of the sophomores after all. White says that her chosen fighter has never lost once in her career. Principal Red says that means all the academies are confident, so that sounds great. Errol walks up to them and says I think his name was called. Suddenly, all the principals simultaneously introduce him as the representative of their academy. The principal of the Red Academy says that he is actually a guy as a student of his academy. He says he passed the transfer exam as soon as he showed up for it. The woman says that's weird, but he did the same thing at the Blue Academy. He won a fight with one of the teachers. The old man says he's a student at the Green Academy. He won the summer race. The other says no, he belongs to the Yellows. He joined their research lab and worked on his own golem. The white teacher says he is strong in white magic, even surpasses the teacher, and was able to get to the very end of the undead dungeon. Then there comes silence. They begin to realize that the guy then he studied in all 6 academies and showed inimitable results everywhere. They're yelling that it's impossible, that it can't be. Suddenly something explodes behind them. Diona stands there and shouts to everyone that there has been an emergency. She yells that a giant monster has appeared on the flight deck. It has already swallowed several students. Errol immediately goes to find out, and the headmasters look at each other and apologize to each other. Mastama thinks to herself that things seem to be getting interesting. They stop in the sky. Diona is horrified at what she sees, and Errol's face freezes with surprise as the monster attacks the students. The monster consumes everything. The 2 students stand and try to hold it back, realizing that nothing helps. The monster spreads its tentacles. The monster grabs one. The one panics, asks to be let go, and is terrified and asks for someone to help. The principal looks and wonders what this creature is, what color and size. He's never seen anything like it. He tells Dione to evacuate the students immediately, and he will tell everyone what to do. manvວa says he never thought he would see this monster outside of the demon world. Errol abruptly grabs him and threateningly asks him if he knows what it is. At this point, the headmaster of the Red Academy attacks the monster, trying to vaporize it. The woman says that's not bad, and he confidently says he'll turn it to ash, but he won't succeed. She says that he seems to be a monster extinguishing itself. She confidently asks to provide her with her blue magic, after which she uses permafrost. The man tells him she looks very pleased. She says she will freeze him whole. However, the ice cracks, the monster breaks free again. The woman says in horror he melted the ice. He agrees and also asks if he really has resistance to magic. The monster attacks. The principal manages to summon an ice shield, trying to stop the attack. However, her barrier slowly begins to crack. She says in horror that it can't be, he breaks it so easily. The man says that is why neither their attack nor their defense is working against him. They scream that the shield will break. Then the other principal manages to summon an earth wall, and the old man says it was close. White's great saint magic is awesome. Energy bubbling through his body. White says he doesn't want them to get hurt. They reason that the ice wall didn't work, but the earth wall seems to be holding. Maybe the creature is weak against yellow magic. The old man says he's not sure. He says every magic wall is different. The earth wall will be stronger, but even if it worked now, it can't hold it forever. The young director asks what they should do and need to do, really attack altogether. The director of air magic runs up to them and says that after seeing him at the beginning and now, his abilities have changed a lot. His abilities must have been enhanced. manvວa at this time tells Errol that it is an insatiable slime. It has the ability to absorb different things, including magic. Errol says that this means that magic attack is to him what food is to him. Errol asks him how they can defeat him then. manvວa replies that he has no idea. Errol angrily grabs him again. The poor demon screams that he really doesn't know. He explains that he can absorb magic, but maybe physical attacks would work. But of course he would eat all the weapons and be hard to attack. Errol thinks about physical attacks and says he might try it. manvວa asks him if he's seen how the teachers handle it. Errol says they are all trying to defend themselves against him and their only weapons are their funny sticks. The monster pulls their teachers towards him. Errol asks manvວa if he forgot his blade too. He cuts off the monster's tentacles. The boy says he also has a sword capable of much in his hands. manvວa says it's an insatiable slime. It has the ability to absorb different things, including magic. Errol immediately thinks that if magic attacks don't work, physical attacks might be appropriate here. He fumbles for his belt and realizes that he left Joma's sword behind. Looks like he'll have to go back for it. However, he sees the whole situation and decides that he needs to keep the situation under control. Then everything glows out of his hands again. manvວa is startled. He doesn't understand and asks him what he is doing. Errol replies that he is using alchemy to create a new sword. He says he realized that this slime would require a good sword. manvວa says thoughtfully that he was wrong. He says that means he only needed to use his wand to deal with it. In fact, in the demon world, he's a nobleman. Errol creates a sword, examines it and says it is perfect. Suddenly he hears someone scream and turns around. The directors are barely standing in front of the monster. Its tentacles have seized them, but they fiercely resist. That's when Errol suddenly appears and cuts off those tentacles, freeing the directors. Errol looks and immediately thinks he cut it, which means the physical attacks are working. He examines his sword, concludes that it hasn't been eaten, so that's great. The principals here don't understand why he's even holding the sword. He's not a swordsman. Errol says they better hurry up and get out of here, because that thing is about to attack again. The man helps the woman up and asks if she's okay. Errol notices something and looks down. He sees the tentacles start to move. He realizes that the severed tentacles can still move. Moreover, they are tending to the body. Errol realizes that he can recover, which means he will return to full form, even with the severed tentacles. Just then, the monster attacks him sharply. Errol deftly dodges the blows, and then decides that if pierces its body. The directors wonder what those moves are, even they can't keep track of him. The director says the guy used amplification magic on himself. White says these movements are inhuman. The amplification magic isn't that strong. Errol is fighting and hears their words at the same time. He says that since it's inhuman, he's a regular human, so let them stop talking nonsense. manvວa next to him says he's not so sure about that. The guy chopped the entire monster to pieces. He waits to see if it will work. However, all the pieces of the monster are about to pile up again. Errol sees that this means that even so he took almost no damage, as it's complicated. manvļa beside him says that this is what he realizes is real demonic goo. He tells the hero that this is what he needs to do. Errol grabs him and says how troublesome he is, maybe feed it to him as punishment. He yells that it's above punishment. Errol sees that the monster is about to act up again. Errol asks manvļa if this means that his flesh is different from other demons. The one replies that he thinks it moves instinctively. manvļa tells him that since he's here, he hasn't eaten yet. Errol says that it looks like he's decided to change his hunting ground. It will be bad if he gets into crowded places. The monster attacks. Errol uses an earth wall in a flash. The monster crashes into the wall and all the directors watch him. An old man says that this means he can use more than just flight magic. Another old man addresses that he told him he can create golems with earth magic. The woman says little more than that, let them look at his left shoulder. She says he has a familiar, and not some simple one, it's a demon. They ask in shock if he really made a demon as his familiar. She replies that this is only possible with black magic. They don't realize who he is at all. And Errol covers the monster from all sides with walls and climbs up. manvļa asks him what his plan is, since he will soon eat that wall too. He replies that if the sword didn't work, it would still need to be destroyed by magic. manvļa says that magic won't work and that this monster will just eat it. He says that he will then use magic that is not suitable for eating. manvļa wonders if this is some new type of magic. He can tell for sure that it is a formula for red magic. He smiles, pondering if he really thinks it will work. Then he sees that he is using all 6 types of magic. Huge seals of various shapes appear around Errol. manvļa asks him if he is really creating them all at once. He just asks him not to tell him that he thinks he can defeat him by unleashing all kinds of magic at once. manvļa asks if he realizes that it would just make a very nutritious meal. He replies that he knows that, so he will combine them. manvļa looks surprised and says if magic circles cross, Errol throws it to the monster telling it to eat the magic. That magic gets to the monster, it disappears. manvļa takes shelter from the wind and thinks it's weird that there wasn't an explosion or something. He notices that the grass is back in its place, there is no trace of slime. He asks what that was it really some sort of teleportation magic? Errol replies that it wasn't, and that it was extinction magic. He wiped out all magic in that area, since he could regenerate even from tiny bits. He needed to destroy it completely at once. He says that using all kinds of magic at once is a bit tedious. manvļa is surprised by his words. He asks his master if he is definitely human. He replies that of course the point is that the one who taught him this was a skilled mage. Everyone around him cries out in horror at the extinction magic. Errol turns to the headmasters. The old man asks him how he was able to use extinction magic, since only someone with the mystic class of King of Magic has the ability to use such legendary magic. Everyone starts saying that he must be a magic king, even though it can't be, even though he is so young. They ask him what to do, how they can become magic kings too. Starry apologizes and says he can't let such information pass. He says he will pay him as much as he wants. The other principal says he is willing to give him all his luck. All the principals start yelling to take everything away from them. Errol tells them to calm down and says he is not a magic king. Errol says his father was a magic king and he learned from him. Everyone is surprised and realizes that the guy does look something like Leon. The principal starts yelling that he was always made fun of because of Leon because he was always second best. He was only made a candidate for principal because Leon left in his second year. The woman says that Leon left despite all his success. Errol asks the principal of Blue Magic if she remembers too. She says that when she was in her second year, she heard about this Kohai. She says that while everyone had high hopes for him, he left rather abruptly. Errol thinks that means her father was at the Green Academy. The old man says it happened when he was in his final year. There were rumors of an incredible student, but after he moved on to second year, he suddenly left the academy. Another old man said that the same thing happened in Yellow Academy. He thought he could inherit all his skills, but he left before he could say anything to him. White says the same thing must have happened at White Academy. She says she understands now why she never saw him. manvļa starts to say that's why the headmaster of White Academy is older than he looks. Errol says that his father probably went to the Black Academy after that. He says thoughtfully that means his father went through all the academies too. Everyone wonders in what sense, not believing that the guy repeated his father's path. Errol says that he too went to all 6 academies. All the principals lower their heads disappointedly. They say that's why they chose him. Errol asks if they didn't know that. The woman angrily shouts that of course not, who would expect their student to do something so strange. The headmaster of the Red Academy sighs and says that he's as serious as his father, only he went through the academy consecutively. He studied it all at the same time, so he surpassed even his own old man. Errol remembers his father telling him that he was taught magic before he even got here, a lot, to be honest. That headmaster says that means he's heard of the method of becoming king of magic after all. Errol replies that he's certainly heard something about it. Excited, all the headmasters ask him to train them. Errol asks if they are really asking to practice all the higher ranked magical abilities from all the academies. Errol says they should, at least that's how his father became king of magic. The headmaster says that's why, by learning only one type of magic, he will never reach the rank of king of magic. The woman says that in other words, by separating the types of magic into academies, the other adds that it makes it impossible for them to get someone with the rank of king of magic. White says that if they got rid of the Black Academy, the mayor comes in and tells them it's a great job. The mayor smiles awkwardly and says that it looks like there are problems, but he's glad they've dealt with them. He says that only 2 academies, a Black Academy and a White Academy, could make the draft, and speaking of which, he doesn't see the Black Academy principal here. The woman says they still have a lot to talk about the Black Academy. White says they need to think about the current situation, not just with the Black Academy, but with all the academies. As they discuss, Errol quietly leaves. Nastama asks his master what they are doing. He replies that they are following the path the slime came in. He says that as he was chopping it down, he noticed something and thought about it. He finds a small slime and says that it fell outside the radius of his magic. He picks up the slime and says he won't run away. Nastama looks and says that it looks like he can't regenerate anymore. Errol says that if he is so weak, maybe he can use enslavement magic on him. Nastama asks fearfully if he really wants to make him his. There is a crowd on the street of the village, lots of people. Kaido and the girls are walking as well. Kaido says that although everyone was panicking about the demon yesterday, today everyone is acting normal. Hyufa explains to him that it happened pretty far from the center. Only a small fraction of the people were there. An apathetic Colette walks behind them and agrees with them, saying that the residents are in no danger. They approach her, setting her down on a bench. Kaido asks if she's still in shock. Hyufa tells her to sit down and that they're going to go buy something. She sits down and is handed a paper bag. Kaido excitedly says that Green Academy went through hell yesterday. He holds it out and asks if she can eat. She says she can. She takes it and says with a sad face that the demon showed up right on the airfield. All the students at 8 belong to the Green Academy. She says that's why they've been looking for the missing ones, checking the rosters, checking the immediate neighborhood. She sighs and says they never managed to find anyone. She went into town to try to unwind, but it didn't work. They look at her with regret. Kaleda says that they were able to learn something through their search, and maybe they can learn more by exploring the area. Hyufa doesn't understand and asks what to learn. She replies that this is where the demon came from. She says that it is near the playground. There is a small storage room where they kept things for class. Kaido asks in horror and shock if it came from the dungeons. Hyufa is startled. Did he really come from a room belonging to the school? She says there was a magic circle drawn on the floor, not to mention none of the students could read it. She says and surprises the boys that it was probably black summoning magic. Kaido asks if they didn't understand the inscription. Why not ask the master? The one says confidently that he's a student of the Black Academy. He definitely knows something. Hyufa says that now that he said that, he was startled that the book was screaming. That's not uncommon with black magic books. Kaido says he didn't want to go to the festival together, but he might be wondering if it might be worth checking out that storeroom with him. Colette smiles guiltily and awkwardly. She says the thing is that the teacher already talked to Errol. Kaido smiles too and says that's what they thought. She remembers how he reacted to her request, making the excuse that he needed to clean his room so it was better to ask Ratalia, and he had turned her down. Kaido asks thoughtfully if the master was always so clean. He thought it might interest him. Hyufa suggests that perhaps he has some other business to attend to. She remembers something and guesses what it is. At this time, Errol is sitting in the room with a pile of papers. Next to him a little slime is eating all sorts of papers. Errol calls him Ruru and says that he thought he was really helpful with the cleaning. Errol says that although they are both pets at Mastama's, Ruru is much more useful in his opinion. Mastama resents who else is a pet, calling him bad words. Errol reads this and asks him if he really just said that. He panics and says what he's thinking. Errol says nothing and burns him. Errol sits back and says that Ruru has grown again, which is no surprise. After all, he eats so much, while it's convenient, it's pretty problematic if left alone. He says it can't be helped, we'll have to use extinction magic to burn half of it. manvວa is frightened by such magic. The slime shrinks to the size of his palm. Errol picks it up and says that's better, perfect size. The demon thinks this guy isn't quite human. Errol asks Ruru if he's satisfied. He replies with different sounds. manvວa looks on suspiciously. He wonders how he can be pleased when he is treated like this. Errol replies that slimes don't feel pain. manvວa says he doesn't think that's the problem. Just then someone knocks on the door. manvວa tells him he has guests. He goes to open the door, the guests abruptly open it themselves and he flies out. Suddenly this trio walks in and asks if he really wants to leave the academy. The girls look worried. Errol asks how they got the news. manvວa yells that Khalid said he was cleaning up, so they thought he was getting ready to leave the academy. They yell if they see all the stuff vaporized. Kaido asks that it's not true, he just packed up his stuff to come to a private room. Errol says no, he was really thinking of leaving the academy. Kaido is horrified by this information. Errol says he's already read all the books in the library, so he has nothing else to learn here. Kaido cries and says in a shaky voice that this can't be. He hasn't taught him much yet. Errol sternly calls him by his name. Kaido begins to cry bitterly and Errol thinks to himself that he doesn't remember becoming his teacher. He puts his hand on his head and hugs him. Errol humbly says that if he gets a chance, he will visit him. Kaido yells that he will. He says he'll go back to his family first. Perhaps they were concerned about his sudden disappearance. After that, he thinks about visiting the demon city. Coletta asks about the demon city. Kufa says the name is creepy. Kaido asks if it is the city that is in the center of the world where all the demons have gathered. Kufa asks him why he is going there. He replies that he wants to become a monster tamer. Coletta asks in surprise why them. He replies that there are more and more of them lately, and you need to keep them under control. Hearing this, Kaido says that means he has another one besides Maddie, and he shows the boy the slime. They wonder if it's the slime. The girls say how cute he is. Kaido is touched and says it fits in his hand. Kufa tells him she thinks of disgusting things. Kaido says that if he would only name it after him, he would remember him and pamper him every day. manvວa tells him that instead of pampering him, he would be destroyed every day. Errol says his name is Rororu. The girls admire him and say what a cute name he has. Kufa holds a slime in his hand. Kufa sighs and says sadly, if only yesterday's demon was so cute. Coletta agrees. Errol looks at them thoughtfully. At the meeting, the evil mayor yells that it's impossible. What are they talking about? They can't let such a skilled apprentice leave the city. He keeps shouting that he has managed to achieve a mystic class in magic. They are obliged to keep him here and ask him for his knowledge. The principal asks him to calm down. He informs the mayor that they have also confirmed that he is not a magic king. The mayor then says that even if he doesn't, the rumor he might become is much more important. The woman says that in any case he chose to leave the academy on his own, then they have no right to stop him. The mayor asks if it's not their job to do something about it. The old man intervenes and says that what the mayor says is true. It would be a shame for him to leave, but he can't learn anything else here. He has no reason to stay. Another old man says, bitter to admit, but perhaps even they can't compete with him, so it's impossible to restrict his freedom with magic. White says pitifully that no one can stop him. The mayor says that can't happen. He was hoping to attract a lot of tourists here. Here Bloggy turns to Mayor Null and says there's nothing to worry about. He says that from now on, all 6 academies will work together, so the birth of the next king of magic is just around the corner. The mayor sighs and says that's easy to say but hard to do. He nervously says that accordingly, the academies need to make a new curriculum. He asks how long that might take, and then freezes. He screams in horror when he realizes that Principal Blaggy is here with them as well. He says that it turns out he's back. One of them yells that she's right and that he's not even leaning on the chair. And how did this happen in the first place? Bloggy tells them not to worry. His physical body has been swallowed by the slime. The mayor wonders if that means he's dead. Bloggy says that an expert like him could easily return to this world, and he looks forward to seeing how things turn out. The mayor looks at him with horror. He admits to being a little horrified and asks the other principal if they really need black magic. The one replies that Leon said so he suspects it is necessary. The woman asks if he's changed since he lost his body. The mayor replies that he doesn't think he has changed for the better. At this time, Errol is standing at a certain gate. He pushes himself off the ground and says that now that he has learned everything, he can be sent back using the magic of flight. He says goodbye to Kaido and the others, waving at them as he flies. They all have tears in their eyes and say goodbye as well. manvວa next to him says that he has been reminded where his family is. Errol replies that the journey on horseback will take a week, but with the magic of flight he thinks they will get there faster. Manhwa says cheerfully he thinks he doesn't want to show the demon to his parents. How about letting him go somewhere here? Errol says he has never seen this town before, now he is curious. Manhwa asks him not to ignore him. Errol tells me that his father is a magical king, so don't worry. The demon asks the guy about his mother, and he replies that his mother is the Princess of Blades. He then cautiously asks about his siblings. Errol leaves the city of mages and sends them off to new lands. Errol tells during the flight that his 2 sisters and the eldest also likes to fight. He tells everything about everyone, making Manhwa sigh, and he says that he thinks his whole family is abnormal. They approach the gate where 6 knights stand, 3 of them armed with spears. Errol looks at them and says without emotion, "This is the defense of this city." Manhwa agrees and says that even though he is so small, they did a good job. Errol tells him that he thinks they could have stayed here. Then one of the knights blocks his path with the palm of his hand. He asks him if it is true that he is a traveler. Errol hesitantly agrees and says that he could probably say that. The knight explains that he needs permission to go further. Errol replies that he understands and asks how he can get permission. This is when the knight asks him to tell him his class. Errol looks at him questioningly and is surprised that he suddenly asks about his class, which he has never been asked about in other towns. The knight points his spear at him and says menacingly that if he does not answer him, he will not be able to go to town. That being said, any false statement will be considered a crime. Errol asks in surprise if it will be considered a crime for doing so. He sternly says that they have such rules here. Errol suggests that perhaps it is to keep dangerous individuals from infiltrating the city. They seem passionate about protecting their city. Errol asks the knight if he can just show him his ID. The knight tells him he can do that. The knight looks at the ID and says it's classless. Errol asks him if he can get a permit with that ID. The knight tells him that classless people cannot enter or exit through this gate except with a permit. Errol looks at him questioningly. The knight points his finger and tells him to direct him to that gate. Errol looks where the knight has pointed and sees a huge line of ordinary people wanting to get in. Manhwa immediately tells him that defending that line will take a long time. Errol says that they might be able to stay in another city. The knight turns away and says that's not a bad idea, because this city, in his opinion, is not a good place for people like him. Errol doesn't react in any way and goes to get in line. Manhwa asks him why he got in that line in the first place. Errol replies that that guard seemed to be serious when he warned him, so now he wonders what kind of town this is. The knight asks the next one to come through and immediately asks if he has his ID with him. He holds it out. The knight realizes he is classless. He holds out the card to Errol and says this is authorization for his short-term stay here. He will receive a rank 6 card. Errol asks him what that rank is. The knight replies that it is his social status in this city. He gets it even with a short stay. Errol walks through this gate and thinks, looking at the map, what a strange system they have. He takes a step forward. He sees low-rise houses in front of him, with mountains and vegetation behind him. 2 women are standing and talking. Errol says that despite the ordinary cityscape, the city's defenses were top-notch. Manhwa tells him that it may seem ordinary to him, but for a city filled with people and their overflowing desires, this is the best place for them demons. Errol approaches the guy about wanting something to eat. The guy smiles brightly, wishes him well, and asks if he can see his map. He shows his card and asks if he wants to see this one. He immediately frowns and says that they cater to third-rate people, so he'll have to get out of here. Manhwa laughs loudly and says it's like paying it forward, then abruptly shuts up because Errol squeezes him. He says they limit the establishment's choices based on their discharge. He says he thinks they'll have to find an establishment. After a while, Errol wanders down the street and says there are a lot of establishments, but none that sell food for a 6th digit. He starts to wonder what if there aren't any here. He sees a sign and thinks that if he gets turned down by this place, he'll probably have to move to another town. He walks to the door and thinks it's kind of quiet. Maybe they aren't working. He opens the door, walks in and sees some guy in an apron sitting tiredly behind the counter. The man wakes up and looks at him with sleepy eyes. He apologizes to him, yawns, and asks him to come in. Errol immediately tells him that he is rank 6. The man looks at him with surprise. Errol asks him hopefully if he can get something to eat here. The man says he can, and asks him to sit down somewhere. Errol is relieved to sit down and thinks they have finally found food. The man holds out a plate with 2 stuffed cabbage and says it's the dish of the day. He cuts off a piece, puts it in his mouth and says with delight how delicious it is. He thinks he should tell his mom and the others about it. The man thanks him and tells him to eat and take his time. The man says that he is confident in what he is cooking, but he can see the situation for himself. Errol asks him how it is because they cook really good right here. He says he means he's letting a rank 6 guy in here. Errol looks questioningly at the owner. He asks him to tell him to confirm that he's not from around here. Errol says it must have been hard to find his place. The man agrees with him and informs him that no one has let him into other places. The man says that he must have realized by now that this city divides people from rank 1 to rank 6. The lower his rank, the more he is discriminated against. The man explains that this city is like a paradise for people with high ranks, but for everyone else it's hell, like they're all servants. Errol asks the man, so why does he serve the 6th ranks here? If he turned them down he would have more customers. The man grits his teeth and awkwardly and regretfully says that his daughter is a rank 6 like himself. He begins to tell her that she is a very talented and kind girl. Until the age of 10 she was very popular with the people of their neighborhood and the townsfolk. But then, after receiving her blessing, she became classless and everyone started treating her differently. The man sadly says that he wants to save his daughter, but all he can do is offer food for the 6 rarks. The man is then asked to tell if he knows about Japan. The man replies that he does not know and that this is the first time he has heard of it. He says that this country appeared a few years ago, but it is like a colonial empire, gradually gathering more and more countries under its wing. He says they treat him normally there, regardless of his class. If anything, they are ready to protect him. If possible, he'd like to go there right now, but the 6th ranks aren't allowed to leave the city. Manhwa thinks that explains the guards' behavior. It turns out, to cordon off the city from the inside. The man says that a rumor has reached him that Japan is targeting this city. He really wishes they would do it right now. The man remembers something and says that he asked his daughter to go shopping in the square. He says worriedly that there are only a few stores where people with rank 6 can buy something, though she usually returns without incident. Errol asks why not look for her. He says he'd like to explore the square and the steel part of town. They go out and suddenly hear a voice say several times that she is sorry. The man recognizes that it is the voice of Maria, his daughter. The man with the whip tells her that it won't work that way. He needs to teach her a lesson for the future for reassurance. The father calls out to Maria and protects her by covering her with his body. He asks him what he plans to do with his daughter. The aristocrat says that she stepped on the shoes he just bought, and as it turns out, she is rank 6 in general. The man asks him to forgive his daughter. He swings the whip and says he can't, but the blow easily stops Errol. He then punches him right in the face, which whips blood out of him and flies him a decent distance away. Errol walks over to the store where the man hit. He sees that the man has passed out and tells him to wake up. Manhwa tells Errol that his divine protection is broken, so he will surely kill him. Errol says he was holding back when he hit him. The man starts swearing and tells him not to think he can get away with it so easily after what he did. The knights then come in and ask what all the fuss is about. They yell that they are a force to maintain a peaceful environment. Where is the man who attacked the high-ranking man? The man points to Errol and says that it was him, rank 6, who hit rank 2, which is him. They all point their weapons at him and tell him not to move and that they will take him to the feudal lord. Errol says that he realizes it makes sense since it happened. Errol was immediately taken into custody, and on his way to the lord's house he noticed that everything around him was made of marble. This was very different from the stone-paved houses of the commoners. Once in the prison, the guards ordered Errol to wait for the feudal lord to decide his fate. The guards were surprised at the boy's thoughtlessness, for his hands and feet were not even bound. Probably the guards decided that there was no danger from a classless man and practically did not follow the prisoner. It was also strange that no one but Errol was arrested, and it was good that those father and daughter were not hurt. Apparently the man Errol had punched in the face had completely forgotten about his dirty shoe. The man in the next cell explained that it was a waste of time to look for a way to escape from this place, because there weren't even any windows. But even if there was another way out, it would still be impossible to get out of here. His cellmate told him that Lord Fettel is the only one in the city who has the first rank, and that he acts as the great lord of this city, issuing decrees and making decisions. Errol decided that this man most likely had a way to control the locals. The captive confirmed this and told about Lord Fettel's ability called Absolute Command, thanks to which he can make anyone follow his will and orders. Indeed, most of the people in this city had very low ranks, and if any discrimination were to occur, there was likely to be a threat of riots. But thanks to this ability, Lord Fettel controls the situation and nothing happens, and the residents still have to obey and show no discontent. Possessing such incredible power prepared an invitation to the defendant. The Lord turned out to be a fat man who clearly radiated hatred and immediately labeled the guy a level 6 man. As a result, Lord Fettel ordered the death sentence to be applied, and the remains of the victim were to be raised by birds. The lad was shocked by what was happening in this city, and he was also perplexed by the fact that some fat man had ordered him to be killed. The guards immediately grabbed their victim, but Errol showed his strength and lust for life by fending off the soldier's arm. The guy then stated that he had indeed planned to abide by the rules of this city, but now he saw no reason to part with his life and listen to these delusional orders. After all, this city is completely rotten and has no value expecting human life. The guard was shocked by this behavior of the victim, for no one had ever allowed himself such a thing. The guard immediately ordered to shut up and immediately obey the order of His Majesty Lord Fettel. The guards reminded that they were not high-ranking fighters, but suddenly at that moment, Errol disappeared from the warriors' sight. The experienced warriors were puzzled, for their captive had literally disappeared from their hands. A few seconds later, Errol, without feeling any threat, was near the door, and this caused the anger of the Lord. The fat ruler of these lands immediately ordered the arrest of the intruder, but the guy continued to these exits despite the danger from the guards. Errol of course realized that this was a manifestation of an absolute order, and such a vile ruler was not as simple as it seemed at first sight. The guards tried to immediately seize the intruder in obedience to the order, but Errol was of course against it and showed his strength against the loyal soldiers of the Lord, from which the guys flew apart. Lord Fettel was shocked by the helplessness of his soldiers and the incredible abilities of the stranger. The assistant demon advised his master to switch to a different personality, for he was now using white magic and now needed to take care of his true identity. But Errol was against this, and he and the demon got into an argument over the personality change. Nastema demanded to take it more seriously, and Errol tried to calm the demon down. While the demon was arguing with the guy, Lord Fettel realized that his ability, which had never failed before, didn't work this time. It was surprising to the Lord and he refused to believe it. Feeling the powerlessness of his ability, Fettel ordered the guards to capture Errol. The boy realized that he had to get to the Lord first, since he was the one controlling the guards. Errol swiftly approached the Lord and scared the fat man, and then the guy struck a blow that stunned the ruler of these territories. Unexpectedly for all the guards, the all-powerful Lord collapsed to the ground and immediately lost consciousness. The soldiers were instantly enraged at Ale and promised to chop him to pieces because he had attacked their Lord. But Ale said that it was unlikely that they would be able to do that, and judging from their stance, they were far below high-ranked swordsmen. So most likely after they got a high rank, all the fighters forgot about training and paid absolutely no attention to practicing. But the soldiers were still determined and tried to attack, but after a few minutes Errol defeated everyone and left the room. Errol decided that he had nothing more to do in this castle, and despite the pursuit of the remaining soldiers, wanted to jump off the balcony. He wanted to get out of this city as quickly as possible and use the magic of flight, which surprised the guards. But despite this, the guards immediately sent dragon knights and wyverns in pursuit. The wyverns mastered the aerial combat, and the knight was fully confident in his abilities, as no one had ever left his pursuit before. Meanwhile, Lord Fettel couldn't understand why his human control ability didn't work on some ordinary guy. The Lord was concerned that the truth of this event would spread among the residents. Just at that moment, a guard burst into the room and reported another problem that the Lord had not expected. Fettel tried to pretend as if none of this bothered him, for he was now truly concerned that his ability to control people and did not work. But the guard, before he died, managed to report that the soldiers of the Land of the Rising Sun were taking over their city. The woman who killed the soldier introduced herself as one of the 8th generals of the Land of the Rising Sun named Alina. The Lord was shocked, but Alina explained that an order had come from Her Majesty, and that was why she had come to take control of this city. Theodal didn't understand where his guards had gone, but Alina was determined to destroy the ruler of this city. Lord Theodal immediately introduced himself and offered to get down to business. Alina immediately offered to stay in the same position as Lord Fettel, but in the end to find out exactly what positions he should fulfill. But in spite of her influence, Alina demanded that she still wanted to manage the general business. Lord Fettel still insisted on his title and his privileges. He wanted to still lead his city. He did not want to give up his position. Lord Fettel accused Alina of foolishness and suggested that she show her strength against his abilities. Alina admitted that she had hoped for the Lord's intelligence to realize the position he was in, but still he did not live up to her expectations. The Lord asked Alina to leave her position and promised to give her his love, but the girl took it as an insult and did not want this intimacy. Alina reminded the Lord about how he wanted to seize power over all people, but she would not allow it, and this caused the anger of the Lord. The Lord was fully confident in his powers and ordered Alina not to slowly undress, hoping for his ability to manipulate people. Lord Fettel was fully confident in his ability to absolutely order and ordered Alina to obey. Alina didn't even know about any kingdom, but it was a big mistake to encroach on her territory. The girl decided that after she had fun with this fat bastard, she would send her best wishes to His Majesty, but only then should Lord Fettle kneel. Alina pressed the fat and cocky man's groin with her foot with force. Lord Fettle screamed in horror and pain, but Alina ordered him to shut up immediately, for she was completely unintentional to listen to the fat pig's squealing. Lord Fettle could not believe that his absolute order had not worked on Alina in any way. But the girl explained that it was foolish to believe that she would do without intelligence, and so she was well aware of the abilities of the absolute order, and so it was not worth coming out of the shadows without knowing such an ability of the enemy, and thus the encounter. Lord Fettle still couldn't believe it. After all, how could one be prepared for a confrontation with an absolute order? For that's what it is, an absolute order. Alina didn't put up with the chatter and kicked the fat guy in the face with force. Alina declared that their ruler owned the Empress class. This came as a complete surprise to the Lord, for such a class was much higher than some ordinary Lord Fettle. Alina stated that as long as she was under the Empress Heavenly Order ability, she was not under the absolute order of such a filthy pig. As a result, Alina started acting as temporary lord. You decided to completely abolish the rank system. You also need to abolish all those people who sat around doing nothing and relying only on their rank. Alina suggested that proper rights and distribution be established for all citizens. Just at that moment, an excited maid came in and announced that she had found an interesting card. As it turned out, it was a pass for those who were temporarily in the city, but the most curious thing was the class and name of the person. On the piece of paper was the status of no class and the name Errol. The maid immediately claimed to have found the card in the palace banquet hall. Alina ordered to immediately hurry and ask all the people in the palace about the fate of this man. The girl was shocked to find Errol's trace in this very place. Alina realized that she had to hurry and inform Her Majesty about this discovery as soon as possible. The girl reported numerous hot springs, so whichever in Errol stayed at everywhere he would be able to relax in a spacious bath. The lad was interested in the lack of class separation and the opportunity to take a bath, all of which made it possible to want to recover in this place. The boisterous girl suggested a great place to have a good rest, as her mom's dishes were well known throughout the city. The girl's arguments convinced Errol to stop at this particular place. The young girl, who was actually the same age as the boy, was pleased with the customer. Sekura noticed Errol, and since she was directed by Kuraha, she was able to find the guy quickly. The girl immediately decided to find out more about the guy's name and class, but to do so she had to come to the inn, where she was immediately greeted by a friendly girl. Sekura immediately asked the innkeeper's daughter if there was a guy named Errol among the guests. The good-natured girl immediately confirmed this and continued to smile happily. More importantly, Sekura wanted to know the class of the mysterious guy, as well as the possibility of renting a free room. The small enterprising girl was very happy to get another guest. The girl quickly led Sekura inside the inn and informed her favorite mom about the new customer. In the evening, Errol and Mestima enjoyed an outdoor bath. Mestima regretted that there were no pretty girls around. After all, it could have been a mixed bath. The noisy demon only annoyed Errol, for he wanted to be quiet. Suddenly, Sekura joined the bath and apologized for disturbing him. Errol didn't mind, of course, as the company of a beautiful girl was very welcome. The hot water was lovely and Sekura began to ask the guy about the purpose of his visit. Errol had only learned about hot baths today and so it wasn't the main purpose. Sekura told him that she lived in the city of Carrion, but she sometimes came here for the hot baths. Errol immediately thought about the name of the city. Unpleasant memories of a mundane lord and a city divided by class immediately gripped Errol. The boy admitted that he had been to that city yesterday, but he didn't speak his mind. Sekura was very surprised, because how did Errol get here in just one day, since it usually takes 3 days of traveling by horse carriage? But the guy explained that it was all thanks to the ability to fly. Sekura asked if Errol was a wizard, but the guy admitted to being classless. Sekura thought about it and realized that if Errol himself told about his status, then it must be true. But despite all that, it seemed to Sekura that Errol might have lied to her about flying. Sekura thanked Kuraha, as she was very interested in learning more about this mysterious guy, as it was absolutely certain that he had some sort of ability that he was trying to hide. Sekura inquired about Kuraha personally coming to the city. The girl immediately confirmed her desire to be at the center of the event. Errol saw Kuraha for the first time and noticed that she was looking at him too strangely. But then the girl asked if he was really a man of no class. Errol suspiciously replied that he was indeed. Kuraha explained that she is one of the 8 generals of the land of the rising sun and Her Majesty the Empress orders Errol to follow her. But the boy was not agreeable and refused. Kuraha tried to explain that the guy can't refuse the Empress Heavenly Order because it is absolute. But Errol explained quite indifferently that he had no business with the Empress and was not interested in what was wanted of him. Kiraha explained that this mission was of the highest priority, and His Majesty's Empress was always looking for classless Errol, so there was no need to worry, for the Empress would do no harm. But the guy was against it. After all, he had already done badly by sending these people in pursuit, so he once again refused to follow the girl. Kiraha was extremely serious and decided in this case to take Errol by force. It was not so easy to do that, and Errol deftly dodged the blow and hit her with his foot. Kiraha flew far away, feeling the guy's strength. Just at that moment, Errol noticed the other 10 opponents and suggested that they come out. No one knew exactly how the young lad noticed the stealthy presence of the numerous warriors, for they were using the stealth skill. Errol explained to the strangers that even if someone tries to hide, it is impossible to completely erase their presence, and when there are 10 people around, it is certainly felt. Errol pointed to one girl and said that she especially caught his attention because she had been watching him since yesterday. She was also staying at the same hotel as him, and her presence was constantly felt around him. Sakura took off her mask and was both surprised and embarrassed, because Errol had already figured out her plan. The boy explained that her presence made her stand out in a special way. The girl realized that her skill didn't work against Errol, but Kiraha suggested to think about it later, and now it was time to go hunting. Sakura was shocked at Kiraha's appearance, but the soiled girl pretended she was fine. Errol realized that even though this belligerent girl had received the full force of his attack, her divine defense was only slightly affected. All of this indicated that she was the strongest of the group. Errol prepared for battle, and Kiraha warned all of her assistants to attack at the same time, because the opponent was very strong against them. Meanwhile, another group of girls were rushing to find Errol and claim the guy. After all, they too wanted to get all the glory and achievements. Another troop came as a surprise to Kure, and Tilga was indignant, couldn't understand how they could hide the man the Empress was looking for. One of the assistants asked Tilga if she understood correctly that they were part of the squad that was after Kure, but as it turned out, it was enough to confirm her location. The whole situation was unclear and explanations were needed, for many of Kiraha's squad were already unconscious. The black clothes and masks were a clear sign that the squad belonged to Kiraha, but who could have defeated so many experienced warriors was not clear. It was obvious that Kiraha's squad had been completely destroyed, and it remained to be seen who had done it. Unexpectedly, Errol appeared beside the girls, and Tilga asked if he had done such a thing to the squad, but the guy nonchalantly replied that if he did. The girls realized that this guy was the main target and then rushed to help the waking Kiraha. The injured girl explained that she had tried to lunge forward to grab the guy first, but lost the fight with him. Tilga couldn't understand how a classless guy could do such a thing. Errol, on the other hand, confirmed his status, but Tilga still didn't believe it, for it seemed like some kind of nonsense. Errol once again confirmed his classless status and didn't argue with the girls anymore. Meanwhile, he was once again surrounded by a group of warlike opponents who were trying to take him prisoner. Errol decided that he would not have to fight again, because it was tiring. Nastema said that Ludo beasts were rare and very interesting to watch. Errol decided that these creatures must be very strong in battle. This judgment surprised one of the girls, but she also asked if this was all the knowledge she had about their race. Promising to show her strength immediately, Errol noticed her arm change. The far blow so far was so strong that it broke a huge trunk of an old tree, and it was quite an impressive sight. As it turned out, the girl had broken the tree with a rock and displayed her beast fixation ability. This feature lowers the individual's intelligence by increasing strength in battle, and when such creatures completely change their form, they are not easy to deal with. Errol thought that if you fight with such creatures in the city, you can destroy half of the houses, so you should think about how to avoid losses. Meanwhile, the girl tried to attack Errol and the guy had to jump high to avoid being hit. The girl was furious and didn't want to let get away with impunity, but suddenly she realized that her leg was grabbed by some strange hand from the ground. It was all like yellow magic, and it is used to create golems. This made Tilga furious as she used all her power. Errol was already high above the ground, but still continued to hear the indignant screams of the girl, who urged him to return immediately and fight her. The boy decided to get to his home without stopping, because the distance was not so great. But suddenly something like a dragon began to catch up with Errol. The girl introduced herself as one of the 8 generals of the Rising Sun Dragon Kingdom, namely the Dragon Princess of Dola. Errol had no idea who exactly this girl was and what she wanted from him, because he had never met her or done anything Kingdom of the Rising Sun. Dola realized that the 2 generals had failed to capture Errol, and so she would have to be more persistent in her desire. The girl advised her opponent to prepare for the attack and then ordered her dragon to show her breath. The lightning attack came as a surprise to the guy, and it looked like Dola wanted to disarm him as much as possible before taking him to the right place. Errol instantly applied Rua to block the effects of the lightning. Dola praised the ingenuity, as defending with the royal slug was effective. But it wouldn't be possible to do it for long, because Nilba's dragon breaths couldn't be restrained that way. But as it turned out, it was an unusual slug, and it was getting bigger and closer to the dragon itself with every second. But the dragon was very trained and was able to avoid the slug's attack. Errol even thought at that moment that it would be nice to get a dragon just like him. Errol then returned the slug Ruru back to the demon world and decided to continue his journey. Manhwa thought they had finally broken away from their pursuers, but Errol wasn't so sure. It was obvious that if Errol traveled on foot, his pursuers could anticipate his path and take action. But now he was flying, and his opponents could not know in which direction he was traveling. But even so, they could still pursue him. Manhwa decided that if he thought rationally, the opponents knew where they were going. And if that was indeed the case, then the opponents might already be waiting for Errol to show up at home. Manhwa even suggested taking the family hostage, but Errol was still determined. The boy decided to head directly, and Manhwa didn't immediately realize that they were now flying to the Empress. Meanwhile, Kira and Tilga were trying to come to their senses and were discussing their high ranks as well as their strong opponent. Farah and Leon were strolling around and enjoying each other as always. Farah noticed the defeated troop and advised them to follow the city routes next time they were sightseeing, as it was much safer that way. Farah decided that they had a much happier life here than in the kingdom of the rising sun, and that was wrong. Then Farah said that she would not have to leave her beloved husband for long, because she had to punish someone. Leon was not too happy about this, but Farah had already made her choice and promised to return soon. The Empress was furious and resented the fact that no one had been able to bring Errol to her so far. The aide apologized and explained that they had tried their best, but the Empress had ordered them all to be sent on a search since the three generals had failed to achieve their goal. The aide reminded her that in that case the castle would be undefended. But just at that moment, a one-eyed boy entered the room and announced that there was a big problem. The boy reported the arrival of a young man named Errol. This was surprising news to the Empress, for Errol originally didn't want to come here. But it was all true, for the lad's card showed a lack of class. But at that moment, Errol himself entered the room and the delighted Empress rushed towards the guest. The girl earnestly wanted to kiss Errol, but met only his foot, which met the Empress's stiffly. The girl collapsed to the floor with a clatter, and her assistants were shocked by the guest's behavior. They rushed to help, but the Empress complained of her broken heart, for how could one greet a loving elder sister so rudely? The Empress aides were completely confused, for they had no idea that the strange guest was a brother to their mistress. The Empress began to explain that it is really her classless younger brother, and the aides immediately realized their mistake, because they were trying to force Errol to come here. The boy himself was shocked by such a kinship with the Empress. Why, the Empress began to tell that she simply could not and wanted to report the fulfillment of her promise as quickly as possible. As it turned out, the elder sister promised to create a world in which her younger classless brother could live freely and comfortably, but apparently she simply forgot to remind or even inform about it. The girl joyfully informed that in her country there is no class division, and there is no difference between rich and poor. Therefore, in this country everyone lives in equal conditions and has equal rights. Errol was not too happy about this situation, because now it did not matter how hard he worked, because he would not get any benefits and privileges. But the Empress promised that it wouldn't be a problem and that there was no need to worry, because with her Empress class and her heavenly order skill, she could personally make people work even without any reward. But Errol didn't agree with this, because any people should be paid properly for their labor. But the Empress was sure that she had created an ideal living environment for Errol, and offered to live with her in this world. But the guy refused without any thought, because he didn't like it all. The Empress sincerely did not understand, because now no one would laugh at him and he would not have to work unnecessarily. Now he could just live his life in parts and joy. But Errol explained that living such a life was incredibly boring and he didn't like it. Heading for the exit, Errol stated that he didn't need such a country anyway and it was time for him to move on. The Empress was furious and demanded that he stop. The self-confident Empress was sure that Errol could not just leave because he could not disobey her heavenly order. The girl promised to take care of Errol from now on and all he has to do is to marry her. But suddenly the Empress's voice cut off before she could finish the sentence. Errol explained that the greatest weakness of the Celestial Order was that if her voice did not reach the other person, the order was not activated in any way. That was why he was able to make it so that the Empress voice did not reach him at all. All it took was to remove the atmosphere around the girl and render her ability useless. In response to the assistant's surprised questions, Errol explained that he had only managed to do this by using green magic. But the ability to use magic surprised everyone present even more. The Empress's one-eyed assistant was puzzled, for Errol was supposed to be a classless man. But Errol explained, his ability to use magic was the result of self-training. But the Empress only thought she didn't believe it. But she couldn't say so. Errol said that he was indeed a classless man, but he could easily resist the Empress, and if his efforts looked futile. The guy explained to everyone present that he really enjoys having his days filled with hard work, and that's why he doesn't want to stay in this place, and therefore he should leave. But the Empress aide said that they wouldn't let him leave because Her Majesty doesn't want him to. Errol realized that these girls were not trying to act because of the Empress' heavenly order, but as it turned out, they were doing it of their own free will, and moreover they owed the Empress their lives. That's why if Errol wants to get out of this room, he has to fight and defeat them both. The boy was ready for that and promised not to hold back. After a few minutes, Errol had already left the room without any problems. The Empress didn't think that this guy would defeat 8 of her best generals so easily. The girls' aides changed, for they really weren't as strong as they would have liked. But still, the Empress ordered to bring Errol back once more. It seemed foolish, for the heavenly order didn't work on this person and they would only waste time and energy. The Empress decided that it was only a foolish mistake, and so she ordered the pursuit of Errol. Just at that moment, Farah came in and explained to her daughter that she had gone too far in her desires. Soon after, the spoiled girl received a well-deserved punishment from her strict mother, and her screaming echoed throughout the palace. Farah demanded that the Empress never pursue Errol again. But the girl insisted on her own, and the ass-kicking continued unabated. Even so, the heavenly order wasn't working. Farah explained that her sincere motherly love could not be limited by some silly skills. Meanwhile, the assistant and How couldn't understand why all these people are related, because they all look like a crazy family. But the only thing girls for themselves is that they shouldn't make people from this family angry. Meanwhile, Errol came home and was greeted by his loving father. As it turned out, he was the only one who stayed at home, because Farah had gone on her personal business, and Rihanna was practicing in the dungeon nearby. Leon said that Rihanna had promised to challenge Errol as soon as he got home, because she was much stronger now, thanks to her training with her mother. Errol was interested in such an offer and was looking forward to the meeting. Errol found out that Mila was in her room and decided to visit her. Leon reminded his son that he had often fought with his mother, but she always ignored him. Errol promised to be sure to have practice bouts with his father. Knocking on Mila's door, Errol heard no answer and decided to enter without permission, then found the girl on his bed. Mila was outraged and called the guy an idiot. Errol realized his mistake and tried to apologize to the girl, explaining that he really did wrong when he left without asking. But then Mila let her feelings out and hugged Errol. Mila began to resent and complain, for she really thought that Errol, the little demon, kept provoking his master at this point, until the guy grabbed him and ordered him to shut up. But then for everyone, Errol declared his desire to go to the city of Istark. His parents reminded him that he just wanted to go home and advised him not to rush his decision. But Errol stated that he really wanted to become a monster tamer as soon as possible. Farah asked her son if his own monsters weren't enough, since he had Medi and Ruru. But the boy explained that he wanted to train strong monsters. The demon immediately began to resent him, because of course he thought he was strong. Errol explained that the city he was going to go to was known as the City of Monsters, and there he would be able to reach his full potential. Initially, Errol thought that because of his aggressive name he would end up in some kind of dungeon. But as it turned out, this City of Monsters had even more buildings than the City of Mages. Maddie pointed to a large building and stated that he sensed something. Errol immediately realized that this building looked like a battle arena, and that it might be a place where monsters fight. The assumption turned out to be correct, and quite ordinary guys were discussing training and betting on the team. Errol immediately thought of the City of Swordsmen, where he had also encountered betting. Matey in turn asked his host what he planned to do. For starters, the guy decided to join the guild, just as he had done in Swordsman City. Suddenly, the guild administrator laughed when she saw the little demon and the weak slime, which of course offended the two monsters. The girl said that it was completely impossible for Errol to join the guild, because his monsters couldn't even defeat a stray puppy. Matey wanted to instantly get into the hair of the insolent girl, and Errol tried to explain about the effectiveness of slime. But the girl wasn't listening, much less some classless guy. Then the administrator still admitted that she certainly met people who communicate well with monsters despite not having the right skills. But because of that, such people continue to believe that they can truly become monster tamers. Errol agreed with his lack of necessary skills, but he did possess alchemy and control skills. The girl still didn't want to listen and called it all a huge coincidence. Especially even if Errol joined the guild, he wouldn't be able to participate in battles. After leaving the Monster Tamers Guild, Errol realized that he at least needed to control 5 monsters and now needed to find a market where he could buy them. Suddenly, Errol met a monster of enormous size on the street and he felt creepy. But he didn't have to worry, because he had already been tamed and was just following his master. Betty, meanwhile, offered to see what was behind the 3 huge walls ahead. As it turned out, it looked like a regular zoo and there were a lot of people with children. There was also a description of a monster on each cage, and it would be good to find out their category. In principle, a person with the tamer class could control any monster, but the higher the rank, the more specific the type of monster could be. This made it easier to find the right monster. Betty asked the master which category he was aiming for, but the reply was only insults. Errol realized that all the monsters here were feeling overly excited, but he wasn't interested. He felt very uncomfortable, and then he noticed one store where there was a line of people. As it turned out, Fenrir was here and it was a monster of legendary class. The price was also exorbitant, which confirmed the status of this monster. Betty admitted that he had seen similar monsters before in his demon world and they were practically uncontrollable. And now it was hard to imagine this creature sitting in a cage. The seller explained all this because of the fact that the monster grew up in the city, surrounded by people. As it turns out, monsters like this are bred in the area and then sold when they grow up. This makes the Fenrir trainable. It was a great loss to the wildlife, and that was exactly what Errol felt. And in general, he wanted to get a monster that was very strong, that grew and lived in its natural habitat. Back in the guild, Tamer's guy asked if he could tame wild monsters, to which the girl defiantly thought about it. Then the administrator asked how often Errol was called an inconsiderate person. The guy didn't understand what she was talking about, and the girl explained that this wasn't a social assistance center and it was important to know that. As it turned out, catching wild monsters was normal, but there was a danger that they would attack their master, and only a professional tamer can engage in such risky activities. And someone to help a classless guy is unlikely to stand up in this town. Although you can put your ad on the board and maybe Errol will find something for himself. The guy thanked for the information and went to the place where people were posting ads, but there were just tons of them. There were ads for monster capture as well as requests for guards and escorts. Betty decided to try to find a map of the area on this bulletin board, as it would make it much easier for them to move around. Soon the map was found and it showed the city in blue and the surrounding area in green. Apparently, this was how the danger level was indicated, and the farther the area was from the center of the city, the redder it became. To the north of the city there was a dark red circle that immediately caught Errol's interest. Apparently this was the home of the most dangerous monsters, and it was called the Great Plains of Bakuda. Errol without a second thought decided to go to that place, and thanks to his flying ability he quickly found himself in the right territory. And in the center of the red territory was a huge stone, but there were no monsters. The strange thing about the stone was that there was nothing like it anywhere in the area. Betty noticed a settlement nearby, which was deep in the red area. As it turned out, there were even livestock in the area, and apparently people had been living here for a long time. Errol decided to talk to the locals immediately, and Betty had a bad feeling about it. There were many tents everywhere, yet the streets were completely empty, and it was only after a while that Errol could find a person in one of the tents. The girl greeted the stranger and asked if he had come for the monsters that walked the plains. Errol did not deny the obvious and asked why people decided to organize a settlement in such a strange place. The girl noticed Errol's surprise, and the guy remembered the map on which this place was the most dangerous, and why in that case monsters do not come here. As it turned out, the monsters in this area live in their zones and do not leave them. That's why a lot of adventurers come here, and this settlement is something like the central market. The girl proudly said that her family had built a restaurant in this area, and so Errol could have lunch in it, especially since the hunters would soon return and it would be very noisy. Errol decided not to refuse. The large entrance to the restaurant was surprising, but as it turned out, visitors could go in with their familiars. Betty assumed that many of the tents belonged specifically to hunters. Soon, on the girl's recommendation, Errol was already waiting for his chosen meat plate. Errol asked permission to ask a question and ended up asking what the strange stone he had seen in the heart of these lands was. The girl immediately realized that it was a cursed stone and was unsure about it. As it turned out, none of the locals had gone to it, and it was quite possible that the stone was a monster. As it turned out, there are very strong monsters on the way to the cursed stone, and some people claim that it is the stone that lures them. Few people have ever traveled even halfway to the cursed stone. Errol was interested in such an unusual story. The girl thought she was a researcher, but Errol explained his interest with strong monsters, and he needs to find strong monsters and then make familiars out of them. This surprised the girl, because she could not think that a guy without any monsters is a tamer. Errol immediately demonstrated Medi, which the girl didn't immediately notice. The guy attributed the demon's stealthiness to the usual fatigue. The small size of the demon did not impress the girl, and she did not understand how such a surname could be useful, and also how Errol was going to capture monsters. Then the girl decided that Errol had his own squad that would join him later, but the guy replied that he was actually alone. Ashia called it utter madness, because even now a group of people with higher ranks were heading to the cursed stone. But it took several months and many retreats. Soon some noisy guy appeared, from which the girl only snorted unhappily. Ashia explained that this is a regular visitor who always pays attention and is even more annoying. The girl admitted that she likes only handsome guys, which unfortunately are very few around her. Meanwhile, the noisy guy bragged about his very rare monster bear, which he was able to get today. The tame grizzly made great use of the big entrance, and the guy talked about his adventures. Ashia was all unsure and decided that the bear wasn't fully tamed yet, though the guy assured otherwise and kept boasting about his success. But the situation got out of hand and the bear smashed a huge table with just one blow. Ashia demanded to take the monster away, but the guy had no effect on the bear anymore. But Errol quickly intervened in the situation and held back the huge paw of the wild beast. The guy advised the monster to order food first if he was so hungry, and the bear really listened to him and stopped smashing everything. Everyone was shocked by what was happening, and Errol, using his incredible strength, started to push the huge monster outside. Everything looked amazing because the monster had no effect on Errol. Ashia said that Errol was not using his demon at all, which of course upset Medi. After Errol had dealt with the bear, he advised the noisy boy to watch his familiars more carefully. The guy didn't argue and hurried away with his bear, and the girl and the cook began to thank him for saving their restaurant. But as it turned out, while the situation with the monster was being solved, Errol's dish burned, and the guy realized that lunch would take some time. Still, the expectations were successful, and soon Ashia appeared with a flavorful dish on a tray. The girl was upset and decided to keep a closer eye on the visitors and their monsters in the future. In the end, the tasty meat dish was provided on the house as a thank you for the rescue. Errol thanked for the meal and asked for help with his lodging for the night. Ashia promised to personally escort him to a good place, which turned out to be very close by. The next morning Errol set off. Medi didn't understand why they were walking instead of flying, but the guy wanted to find the strong monsters he had heard about yesterday along the way. And even if the monsters are attracted to the cursed stone, but there is no guarantee that the strong individuals will be near it. Medi looked around, didn't sense any monsters nearby, and that was strange. But then the little demon reported about the people who were chasing them and offered to get rid of them. But Errol decided not to do that, because those people wouldn't do anything to them. People were really scrutinizing Errol and decided that he was the master of the Red Book of Witch. But suddenly a huge wyvern appeared. Errol quickly chased away the flying monster and surprised the people by setting fire to the wyvern, which does not burn. People were even more confused, because they were looking for a man with magic, and this guy turned out to have a sword. Although it was possible that his familiar could use fire, but in that case, it was necessary to wield a rank B demon. One of the guys was listening to the ground while the others were discussing Errol, who had gone in search of strong monsters. But then there was a loud call for retreat. The guy reported some sort of movement underground, and a few seconds later a huge deadly mole showed up. Errol was surprised by the size of the underground monster, and the guys below didn't understand how the man who used red magic was now flying. The deadly mole attacked Errol, but immediately lost its huge claws. The impact was so strong that it created a powerful stream of wind, and then the huge claws of the mole fell to the ground. It was surprising to the guys, because the claws and skull of the mole were famous for their very strong structure. The wounds were absolutely made by the sword, yet no one saw Errol pull out his blade. One of the boys finally said that they should invite Errol to join their squad, because that way they would be able to get to the cursed stone. But his partner replied that they would never make it. As it turned out, Errol had already moved far away from the group and his footsteps could no longer be heard. Meanwhile, another of the 4 men of the highest rank had reached the center of the steps. It had taken them half a year to reach the center of the steps. The cursed stone was indeed huge in size, but to the surprise of the team it was soft to the touch. After a few minutes, strange sounds began to be heard and the most real stone rain began to fall. Everything started to be like an earthquake, and then the cursed stone started to move. In the end, it turned out that the rock was actually a sleeping hippo. The team was not prepared for this and it was decided to run. But the huge hippo created a sandstorm with a single movement and limited the people's visibility. Errol heard the loud noises and was also impressed by the size of the revived cursed stone. Mehdi stated that it was a true behemoth, a legendary class monster, although it might even be a mythical class monster. After all, there are many humans and demons on Earth, but there is only one hippo. Errol was interested in such a rare monster and realized that it would be very difficult to tame it. Errol decided to capture such a rare monster, but Mehdi was not sure of the success of this venture and decided that if the owner dies, he will be free. Meanwhile, the 4-man squad couldn't hold back the strong wind currents that hindered movement and blinded them. Everyone realized that if they didn't manage to escape, the huge monster would simply crush them. One of the guys suggested that they try to communicate with the hippopotamus. High-rank demons could easily communicate with humans, so it was hoped that the hippo would be able to do the same. One of the guys had the courage to go to meet the monster and asked it not to kill them. The hippopotamus only replied that he was asleep and did not touch anyone. The men apologized and promised to leave the area immediately. The hippo communicated through telepathy, and his voice sounded very annoyed to the people. But then the huge monster pounced on the people, for he was not going to forgive anyone. Just at this moment, Errol was about to use a divine strike through space. The numerous blows with the blade hurt the hippo, and gave the humans a chance to escape. The hippo was surprised, for its skin was tough and it hadn't felt pain for a long time. The monster tried to find out who the creature was in the guise of a human, but Errol explained that he was an ordinary human. The hippopotamus did not believe it, and the guy told about his desire to become a tamer of monsters. Then Errol offered the hippo to become a family member for him. The hippopotamus thought about the strange man's offer, but then the huge monster refused to become a surname of some people, because there is no need for it. Hippo said that there were many more monsters around and that he could take any of them as his familiar. Errol admitted that he didn't care who he took it from. The main thing was that it was a strong monster, so the hippogriff would be the best. The boy realized that he would not be able to convince this monster and thought about other options. He could do the same as he had done to Mehdi and Pururu, weaken the monsters and then use taming magic. But it was difficult and the boy suggested feeding the hippopotamus, counting on its favor. Mehdi was indignant at such an act, for it was hardly possible to tame a mythical creature by means of food. The hippopotamus did reply that it was completely self-sufficient. In that case, Errol offered to scratch the hippopotamus. The hippo proved to be an incredibly stubborn creature, and the guy apologized for his attack. Errol then offered to heal the monster's cuts with white magic, but this offer was also refused. The huge hippopotamus stepped its paw on the guy and thought he was dead. But in fact, Errol died using earth magic. The huge monster recognized that it was difficult for him to cope with such an insolent man and tried to crush him with 2 paws at once. In this case, the earth moved as if in waves under the heavy blows of the monster decided to act quickly. The incredible strength of the mythical creature made Errol just run away a little, because it was difficult to defend himself against the hippopotamus. The hippopotamus asked to get out of his sight and leave him alone. Errol, after blocking the blows, felt that his divine defense was running out, and now he needed to act from afar. The guy used magic blast, but nothing worked on the huge hippo, so it was hard to deal with it. The hippo called the guy too annoying and decided to get rid of him in another way. The huge hippopotamus suddenly started sucking in a lot of air and sucked Errol in. Mehdi immediately realized that his master would move out and was now free. The little demon started to thank the hippo, but suddenly a thumping sound was heard. Mehdi was horrified and realized that his master may have drawn his sword and was trying to break free. Suddenly, the huge hippo fell unconscious and then Errol appeared. The guy admitted that at the beginning he was scared, but why he realized that attacks from inside would be effective. Mehdi was upset, and Errol joked that he shouldn't have mourned. All that remained was to find out if the hippopotamus was alive. The huge creature was in pain and feeling very weak, so Errol decided to try taming magic. The guy explained to the monster that he had cast a spell on it from within and now it was tamed. Errol applied the treatment and was glad that he was able to get such a strong monster, although the size of the hippo was a huge problem. Mehdi advised that next time he should think first before taming a monster, but the hippo stated that its size was not a problem and it could become smaller. Only seconds later, the huge creature transformed into a human. This caused the owner to be surprised, for in front of him was a very ordinary woman, although a bit tall. The only problem was the lack of clothes, because if she was human, she had to wear something. It would look terrible if he brought a naked girl into the city on chains. Mehdi agreed that would call the guy a real devil. Just at that moment, a team of people came out of hiding and they were surprised by the disappearance of the hippopotamus, or rather the cursed stone. But then everyone was surprised even more when they realized that the girl in front of them is that huge hippopotamus. It had never occurred to anyone that it was possible to make a mythical creature a family member. But Errol told it like it was and thanked them for the clothes. Errol decided to go to the city where he could buy normal clothes, although this raised a lot of questions from people. After all, the hippopotamus was not a normal monster to walk around town with. Errol offered the team to go with him, but everyone was so scared that they wanted to stay away from the huge hippo. The guy decided not to specify why these people did not want to go together and quietly went to the town where there were many places for rest and lunch. But as it turned out, the township was almost completely destroyed. Everything looked like it had been destroyed after some monster. Errol met a girl from the restaurant who reported a terrible earthquake and storm. The guy immediately realized what exactly was the cause of what had happened. The locals told of a terrible fire in the distance from which the cursed stone eventually disappeared. People were excited and agitated by the events and tried to reconstruct everything. Then a strange girl of very tall stature attracted attention and Errol called her acquaintance named Biffy. The name sounded very unusual and Errol explained that it was better for the hippopotamus to keep its true identity a secret and therefore it should be called by a human name. Then the boy asked where the nearest clothing store was. Ashia promised to guide him to the right store and noticed the two shabby clothes on the tall girl. In the evening, Errol decided that he had accomplished his task and was able to tame a very strong monster. Mehdi reminded him that he needed 2 more monsters to participate in the battles. Errol asked Biffy if she knew of any other strong monsters that could be found nearby. Errol explained that he needed a few more monsters for a very important case and preferably mythical ones. The girl explained that she knew that there was another monster as strong as she was, but that he needed to go to the sea. Soon Errol found himself near the sea, which he had seen for the first time, and it was astonishing in its size. Biffy explained that she did not know the exact location of the huge monster. Of course, it was foolish to search randomly. Errol went to a local man for help and asked if he knew of any horrible monsters. The local guy immediately replied that he was most likely talking about a leviathan, a snake-like monster. Errol decided to find this creature, but the fisherman advised against it, because even when leviathan swims near the boat it creates huge waves. This clearly pointed to the mythical monster. Errol wanted to see it even more. This is the reason why no one goes out to sea in this area. Errol explained that he wanted to fight the monster with magic and asked for the exact location of the leviathan. The local guy explained that there was no guarantee that the monster was always in the same place. In the end, it was not possible to get any important information, so it was necessary to try to find some more information about the sunken ships. Soon managed to meet a friendly man who himself decided to talk to the person looking for information about the sea monster. The stranger then informed that several sailors had spotted the monster a few days ago, and it happened in the South Sea. The guy offered to use the services of his ship to get to that place, and this offer pleased Errol. It was the right decision. It was difficult to use flight magic over the storm as there were no places to rest. Especially a hippogriff couldn't fly or swim. The stranger then suggested they meet on the shore tomorrow morning and then they would set off on their journey. Mehdi noticed something strange about the polite fellow and felt distrustful of him. The next morning there was indeed a ship on shore where the travelers were met by the captain of the ship himself, Kuila. As it turned out, he already knew about the passengers from Recef. The weather was fine and the wind was fair. According to the captain's words, it would take no more than 3 days to reach the desired place. Then Kuila invited the guests to go down into the hold and look at their rooms. Moving inside the ship was very cramped and dark, and eventually the captain brought the girl and the boy to a strange place, which did not please Errol. There were other people behind the bars, which puzzled Errol, but the captain explained that they were not people, but only merchandise. Errol reminded him that it was illegal to trade people, but the captain disagreed because the laws only applied to the country, and now they were on the high seas. One of the young captives began to protest and demanded to be released immediately, and reminded of his relatives who would soon be looking for him. But the captain only laughed in response to such threats and of course did not release anyone. Kuila promised to sell all the captives as slaves to different countries. Errol watched calmly while Mehdi called the captives doomed. Errol guessed that the story of the sea monster was a fabrication and that he had been lured to the ship on purpose. The captain looked at the boy with interest and promised to send him to the mines. Then a tall blonde girl caught his attention. The face of the girl liked her very much, but her height caused doubts to the captain because he was well versed in the slave trade and understood the demand for the goods. Huila promised to find buyers with special interests. After all, there are a lot of such people who like to collect representatives of different races. Huila frankly rejoiced in his success and enjoyed the power. Then the vile captain decided to push Errol into a cage with the rest of the prisoners. But the boy responded with such a strong blow that the captain flew into another room through the closed doors. This time the captain was not even helped by his holy protection and felt the full force of the blow. Errol calmly turned to the crew and asked them to take him back to the shore, since all their stories about the monster were lies. But the ship's crew was quite aggressive and they promised to hang the intruder or throw him overboard. Errol realized that the opponents in front of him were not too strong, but there was also the problem of killing them, because then there would be no one to manage the big ship. One of the angry pirates started threatening Biff with a pistol. The mysterious girl was not scared at all and decided to teach the insolent man a lesson. The hippopotamus girl with a single wave of her hand sealed the pirate in the ceiling, which of course frightened the rest of the crew. Errol realized that the hippopotamus cannot hold back and now the life of the whole crew is at risk. But then suddenly the tall blonde declared that she was tired and went to sleep. Beefy scared even the captive slaves who asked not to touch her. Well, actually the hippopotamus only noticed a small pile of mats to sleep on. Without any effort, the tall blonde broke the bars and went to sleep, completely oblivious to everything that was going on. Meanwhile, the bound captain apologized for his act and admitted that he had indeed lied about the sea monster. That was all Errol wanted to know, and so he decided to head for the port as soon as possible. One of the captives thanked him for the rescue and called the stranger a very strong and brave man. The captive children were very happy, for now they would not become slaves and would not be left behind. Errol realized that if he had not been on that ship, these innocent children would have been sold into slavery. Just at that moment a strong jolt was felt along the bottom of the ship. The experienced captain immediately realized that such a thing could not have come from just water. And shouts were heard and one of the sailors reported trouble. Indeed, in a few seconds the ship was attacked by a giant octopus kraken. The captain demanded to untie it and said that it was necessary to cut off the monster's tentacles, otherwise it would sink the ship. But Errol replied that he could handle it himself, which surprised the frightened crew even more. The octopus turned out to be really huge and the assistant captain noticed how the tentacles were flying in their direction, and soon they would drag the ship underwater. But somehow, miraculously, Errol chopped off the huge tentacle with a single swing of his sword and then disappeared. The crew then noticed Errol hanging straight up in the air and chopping down the huge tentacle. The assistant captain also tried to do something similar. The tentacle was incredibly hard on the tentacle. As a result, the huge octopus ran away under the water and it was foolish to pursue him, because Errol could not fight underwater. While the team was discussing the miraculous rescue and the strange guy who had performed the miracle, Errol continued to think about the possibility of fighting underwater and decided that in principle it could be done. Then suddenly a huge fountain of seawater formed in the distance, and on top of this fountain was the very kraken that had attacked the ship. As it turned out, it was the same Leviathan, for which the kraken was just a small appetizer. The ship's crew lost their cool and didn't know what to do. Then the huge sea monster turned to the hippopotamus and said that he felt its magical power, and this time everything will be solved. A tall blonde woman greeted the Leviathan she had fought many hundreds of years ago. The team decided to be quiet and not stand in the way of these strange passengers. The Leviathan meanwhile wondered why the hippo was here, since it had no chance of winning at sea. But of course Beefy didn't want to fight and explained that she was only acting as a guide for Errol. The boy explained that he wanted Leviathan to be his familiar, and that's why they were here. Leviathan was shocked at the insolence of an ordinary man and promised that he would remain lying on the seabed with his ship. Errol was saddened by this answer and realized that if this continued, the ship would simply crumble into small pieces. Then the guy used magic to split the waves and reduce the impact on the ship. Leviathan appreciated this ability, but of course Errol couldn't do it all the time. The guy offered to carry the bat into the air and flew above the ship, surprising the Leviathan with his abilities. Leviathan explained to the little man that he could eat him like a small bird, but Errol promised to surprise him with his abilities, for he had been practicing for a very long time. Mehdi watched with interest and speculated how his master would act this time. At first glance, the Leviathan had less defense and stamina than the hippopotamus, and Errol decided to try to use his sword. But it was dangerous to hit the too fast opponent, because Leviathan instantly attacked the guy with his huge tail. Errol realized that in the beginning he had seen what a hippopotamus looked like, but here it wasn't quite clear. Leviathan had most of its body underwater, and it was hard to predict which part it would hit next. Errol also realized that only one hit from this huge monster would be enough to pierce his defenses, so he had to attack first. But it wasn't that easy, as Errol was met with a shockwave that miraculously missed its target. Then the huge maw began to rapidly approach, and the guy decided that he would have to be inside the huge monster again. After a few minutes, the huge Leviathan began to shake its head violently. Mehdi decided to get closer and find out what really happened. Leviathan showed no signs of life, and his master was nowhere to be found, so the little demon decided that this time there was a draw. But then after a few minutes, he heard the familiar sound of subjugation magic. The situation was really unclear, because Errol had not appeared for a long time and only the cunning captain was happy about it. Everyone wondered how the captain had managed to free himself. The captain in turn ordered to put the slaves back into the cage and return to the previous course. But unfortunately for the captain, a tall girl with incredible strength was still on deck. The captain realized who he was messing with, but the crew was terrified. For this girl was even more terrifying, limitless. The crew refused to follow the captain's orders, and the captain didn't understand why this was happening. The young boy asked Buffy for help and explained that they would be sold into slavery and would never see their beloved parents again. But then Errol appeared out of the water and the children realized that they were saved. The boy just wanted to dry the things and was thinking about what magic would be more effective. The little child was incredibly happy to see his savior alive. Then everyone felt a strange stench, and as it turned out, Errol had misjudged the order of magic use and apparently Leviathan was dead. Errol noticed the nasty captain, who was already trembling with fear, and promised to tie himself up. Errol wondered if he stank so badly. After all, he was out of the water. But then the foot of the transformed Leviathan came aboard, and he immediately admitted defeat and bowed his head to his master. Leviathan's form was almost exactly the same as that of the hippopotamus, for he appeared in the form of a young girl. Sometimes he explored cities in this human form and was even given sweets for free. Then the girl asked why Errol stank so badly, and the boy reminded her whose stomach he had recently been in. Leviathan asked the hippopotamus what had happened to him. Beefy confessed her defeat, and now Errol's strength was truly understood. In the end, Leviathan stated that in this case he had no choice, especially since he had been bored lately, which meant he was willing to be a familiar for the guy for a while. This surprised Errol, but Leviathan immediately reminded him of how long he had been alive. Soon the ship sailed to shore and the little children kidnapped as slaves were returned to their parents. And the vile captain and his accomplices went to the police to receive the punishment they deserved. It was a wonderful outcome of the sea voyage for Errol. Behemoth and Leviathan were having fun, and Errol decided to call his ancient monster Levy, and then introduced them to the rest of his subordinates. Mehdi was surprised at the friendliness of the hippo and Leviathan, but Levy declared that if they were both now familiars of the same person, there was no point in feuding. Errol by some more friends who like to fight and have great strength. Biffy reminded her dislike of battles, for they tire her greatly, and Levy blamed her former rival for her troubles. Errol rephrased his question and asked if there were any other monsters that Leviathan's behemoths could match. The girls answered that there was indeed such a monster, but they hadn't met it in 1,000 years. As it turned out, it was an air mythical monster, and now the guy had to conquer one more element in order to take possession of the mythical creature. The sky was of course very big, though the sea was not small either, and Leviathan found it himself. And only thanks to the presence of the hippopotamus it was possible to achieve the conquest of the sea monster. But as it turned out, some unknown creature is not always in the sky, and sometimes he lives somewhere high in the mountains in his nest. The last location of the nest was described several hundred years ago, but it is unlikely that it has remained in the same place. But in the end, Errol still decided to go in search of the mythical creature, or rather the nest he was sometimes in. Seeing the smoke ahead, Errol was surprised at the volcano's activity, and also that these mountains were very different from the usual ones. Levy explained that the crater where the smoke was coming from was the nest they were looking for. The boy decided to speed up and flew forward, but of course the girls couldn't do that. Levy asked the hippo to carry her but was refused. While the girls stayed behind and continued to argue about their weaknesses, Errol gradually approached the crater of the mythical creature. But suddenly a huge flying monster grabbed Beefy by the head. It was very unpleasant, and the hippopotamus with a single movement of his hand felled the huge monster and then kicked it over the nearest mountains. As it turned out, it was a ferocious red dragon, but Beefy dealt with it as if it were a fly. It was immediately clear that these mythical creatures were on a completely different level of power. Once near the desired mountain, Errol created an ice wall, which immediately melted. Now it remained to decide how exactly to get to the crater on the hot surface. The crater was really huge and was incomparable to an ordinary geyser. Errol asked if there could be any creature living inside this horrible elemental, but Leviathan admitted that she had never seen it and had only heard about it. The girls tried to call out to the crater itself, but it looked very foolish and could hardly help. Errol heard the sound of wings and looked up into the sky and saw a huge bird that was completely covered in fire. There could be no mistake, and it was indeed the mythical creature Phoenix. The Firebird was surprised to see a hippopotamus or Leviathan, for they had never walked together in the old days. Liu explained that they had a temporary truce and that was why they were together. The Phoenix was interested in the commoner and Errol explained that he would like to talk. The guy decided to come clean right away and stated his desire to get the Phoenix as a familiar. Phoenix guessed right away and that Hippo and Leviathan had turned into familiars, and it seemed surprising. Errol explained that he just did a good job and was able to tame them. But the girls disagreed and claimed a strong compulsion to serve. Phoenix guessed that he was facing an unusual person, but nevertheless he was not going to join the company of familiars. Errol grabbed his blade and promised to make it quick and painless. Phoenix instantly unleashed a fire shower on the insolent man that would have destroyed anyone else, but certainly not this brave fellow. It was really hot during this attack and the place where Errol was standing was literally burned out. Behemoth and Leviathan demanded not to be involved in this conflict. Errol noticed that none of the girls were hurt from such a blow, and that proved their strength. Mehdi, who was able to dodge the fireballs due to his size, was the most indignant. Phoenix was impressed by the man's reaction speed, but still fighting him in such a hot place was suicide. Phoenix was surprised by the guy's tactics as he moved out of range of the fireballs and dodged each one. Phoenix realized that a normal person could not fly so fast, and it was like divine steps. Errol quickly shortened the distance with the Phoenix and tried to attack him, but the guy was shocked by the intense heat he felt even when using blue magic. It was clear that it was impossible to reach the Phoenix, but after all, the thing would just burn. The Phoenix's body was generating more heat than Errol had expected, but the Firebird itself was surprised at the determination of the man who was able to get so close to it. In the end, the pair did not choose to attack from a distance. Errol used Divine Soaring Strike, but Phoenix decided that he could this shot with his attack. As it turned out, Phoenix's strength didn't surpass the power of the Divine Strike, and it helped to slightly douse the flames of the Firebird. In the end, Errol decided to repeat his attack and delivered a few more divine blows that stunned the Phoenix, and eventually he collapsed to the ground with a smoking body. As it turned out, the Phoenix quickly regained its strength with the help of the fiery magma, and its fire began to burn even stronger. Errol of this bird, for he would regenerate every time after his death. But Phoenix still decided to become the familiar of such a strong man, which greatly surprised Errol and made him think. The guy explained that with the previous two mythical monsters he had to try hard and use subjugation magic, but voluntarily agreeing to become a familiar on the part of the Phoenix was something unexpected. Phoenix transformed into an elderly man and explained that he was terribly lonely on this mountain, so he had really missed the companionship for a long time and would be happy to join everyone. Leviathan remembered. He got along fine with the sea creatures, and so he wasn't lonely, and he doesn't understand Phoenix. But the Phoenix explained that because of his fiery body no one could join him, and even monsters and other creatures avoided him, sensing the vulnerable human form. Errol asked why then the Phoenix didn't just go to the people in the city, but as it turned out the very thought of it frightened the lonely old man. Phoenix recognized Errol as a very strong man. He was afraid to be in the city because someone could call him. Phoenix was also not good at socializing and was very nervous about it. Errol realized that he was just a lonely and very old introvert. Phoenix explained that he was only talking normally to the guy now because of the familiar creatures that came with him. About interacting with others after thousands of years of loneliness is very difficult. Errol had never encountered such problems or realized how difficult it was. Such words made the little demon, who was always forgotten about during such conversations, indignant. Mehdi stated that all the people around were always pretending and it was not worth paying attention to them. Phoenix asked to make him his familiar to save him from loneliness. Errol of course agreed and called the human form of the Phoenix by the name of Feni. Soon the whole company was in the city of monsters, and Errol now possessed a set of 5 familiars to join the Tamer Guild. Mehdi decided to check with his host. Is he really going to participate in a monster battle with the help of mythical creatures? Errol didn't understand what the problem was. After all, that was what he was trying to do. Mehdi explained that if such monsters were to engage in battles, and the plan would destroy at least half the city with one attack. though then the demon decided not to worry about it. Once in the guild, Errol reminded of his desire to become a member and participate in the monster battles, as this time he brought the required number of creatures. The girl only saw a slug, but the guy pointed out his familiars that were standing behind her. The guy explained that they were just using human form and therefore resembled normal humans. The guild administrator knew very well that only mythical monsters have this ability, and the guy thought about the possibility of showing the true form of the creatures. Errol asked Phoenix to show his powers a little, and a bright flash of fire erupted in the room. Fenny didn't risk showing more fire because that would have burned the entire guild. The girl was impressed by the demonstration and promised to join the guild and even the position of the head. As it turned out, the applications for the next tournament were already finished, but the girl promised to help and solve this problem. Kalia began the opening of the tournament for the Tamer of Monsters, the main prize of which was a cup from the king himself. This arena turned out to be much bigger than in the Land of Swords, and there were 5-on-5 fights. Hippo had fallen asleep as usual, as the turn of the show was nearing the end. Errol was eagerly awaiting his opportunities, and soon the moment arrived. One of the competitors turned out to be the Tamer of the Giants of Beressa, and he brought monsters from the Atlas race, the tallest of them all. The host looked at the familiar name on the list with surprise and tried to announce the next S-class participant in a firm voice. Errol made sure that his name was called. The little demon reminded that during the battle one mythical monster would be able to come out with a human form, because the size of the arena is limited. As a result, only a tall blonde girl came into the arena, which caused laughter in many people and bewilderment in others, because no one expected such a thing. It remained to find out what Errol had prepared against the magnificent giants. A few seconds later, the incredible thing began to crack, and the young girl turned into a huge hippopotamus. The host was shocked and the audience was in awe. Everyone was happy to see a real mythical creature. The host of the Titans was disappointed and didn't know how exactly to fight against such a monster. Hippo got rid of the 5 giants with just one blow, and they flew out of the city. Hippo completed his first appearance in the arena in a spectacular fashion, and began to take human form again. The tournament host announced the fastest victory, which happened in just 1 minute. Errol was well surprised that this time the hippopotamus had reincarnated into a clothed girl already. Now the unknown tamer was becoming a candidate for victory. Errol wondered if he had gotten too much power for such a tournament. The demon only laughed at his master and advised him to think before he did. The next day no one could find the tall blonde. Fenny didn't know where he had gone either, although he was actually sitting on her. It was time for the next fight and it was necessary to wake up the hippopotamus, but Errol decided not to bother her because he already had a lot of strength. Meanwhile, the announcer was already announcing the start of the second match and it was time to enter the arena. Another favorite of the tournament was the S-Class Guild member, Dragon Tamer Sarah. This girl was to fight against Errol, who was here for the first time using a mythical creature. Errol immediately stated that he would be using a different monster today. This time Levy entered the arena and no one took the little girl seriously. Sarah also decided that her worries about the hippo were unnecessary. Sarah was sure that it was impossible to control 2 mythical creatures at the same time, which meant she had a chance of winning. But Leviathan quickly assumed his natural form and dispelled Sarah's plans. The appearance of such a huge creature was a surprising event, for no one had expected Errol to be such a strong man. Leviathan decided to end the dragons quickly. Sarah decided not to back down and take the chance to fight the mythical creature, especially since Leviathan's element is the ocean. But Leviathan disagreed and decided to surprise his rival. Thanks to his ability, Leviathan created water for himself and changed the situation in his favor. Leviathan felt at home and was ready for any battle. The dragons were useless in the water and after a few minutes the frightened Sarah surrendered. Thus Errol advanced to the 3rd round and had many fans. Phoenix even so found room for depression. Fenny was worried about his unpopularity. After all, the other mythical monsters had already shown themselves. But at the same time, the Phoenix was afraid to participate in the battle because there were so many people around. But Beef and Levy said that they had already tried their best. Fenny looked unsure and seemed to be shaved and wanted to run away. The opponent turned out to be a sturdy and confident fellow S-rank guild member nicknamed Muscle Tamer, Gargan. As it turned out, this guy was controlling 5 worms, because these were creatures made up entirely of muscles. Gargan had talked about his advantages last time, but no one believed that he would rely on that technique again. In the previous battle, Gargan had used a minotaur, an ogre, and a centaur, but these worms seemed like something out of the ordinary. Behemoth immediately wanted to eat them and thought it was a gift for her, but Gargan began to execute his plan and the worms quickly burrowed into the ground. Apparently the worms were to attack the enemy at the behest of their master by breaking out of the ground. Fenny realized that he had to do something, but he had a hard time talking to people. Gargan was completely confident in his plan because no one could attack his worms while they were underground. Errol realized that he had a very strange opponent against him who knew the rules of the tournament well. Each match had a time limit of half an hour, and it was only necessary to wait for the time to end, because in this case, the one who would have more monsters in the arena would win. It was stupid but effective, and if you counted the previous achievements, Gargan would definitely be the winner without even fighting. All the dirty tricks Gargan had decided on. The spectators were furious and accused Gargan of inaction, but he didn't care because the most important thing was to win. The tournament host hoped for some kind of response from Errol, because it would be tiring for everyone to watch 30 minutes of inactivity. Phoenix still decided to do something and pulled himself together. After a few minutes, Fenny began to transform into a monster and was engulfed by fire. The mythical phoenix was greeted with applause, and the announcer called it another trump card for the tamer Errol. Gargan decided that he was in no danger as the fire would not reach underground. It wasn't the fire that came to the rescue, but the intense heat that forced the worms to the top. As soon as the worms got to the surface, they were immediately in a fiery hell. Another victory for Errol, and Fenny hurried away from the humans. Errol showed all his strongest familiars, and it was time to find out who would be the next opponent. In the end, the final of the tournament came and everyone was eagerly waiting to see who would be the winner. After Errol's announcement, the stands welcomed the popular guy. He had to fight against the tamer Austin, who had lost in the finals of the previous tournament. The opponents met in person and everyone was surprised, as there were no monsters with Austin. Austin explained that his pet had grown a lot and was near the entrance. This monster turned out to be a Matachi silver slime. Austin's monster turned out to be really huge and no one had ever seen such creatures. Austin had given all the other monsters to the slime to eat, and because of that it had grown so big. In addition to that, the slime devoured many other monsters as well. Austin realized that he would not be able to defeat the mythical creature with the help of his monsters, and so he decided to use for an unconventional solution. After all, it is only possible to fight strong enemies. Austin decided that his plan was completely justified because the silver slug exceeded his expectations. Austin shocked the audience with his cruelty, although many approved of this decision. Errol also understood this approach, because monsters were always hunted. The host was pleased with this communication between the rivals and urged to start the duel soon. It also turned out to be a metal slime and no physical effects would work on it. Errol pondered the problem, for he thought it was impossible to resist mythical monsters. In the end, a small Guru slime entered the arena. No one had expected such a decision from Errol. The host laughed at what he saw, because the sizes of the slimes were very different. Guru nevertheless attacked the metal slug with determination. The audience felt sorry to see this and began to demand that Arnold not sacrifice the little slug. Levi began to realize that she had to act, but Errol suggested waiting, for Ruru was a slime that was feared even in the demon world. Medi was also sure of the slime's power. Austin realized that something bad was happening to his metal slime and he poisoned the little slime. Austin's slime spit out its prey but then began to twitch in agony, and its huge body began to darken. Something very strange was happening indeed, and Errol realized that Guru was trying to eat his rival from the inside out. Austin screamed in despair that his beautiful metal slime had completely changed. The slime then attacked its own master, and this terrified Austin, for now his orders were useless. Errol ordered Ruru to stop. For a little more and he would have swallowed Austin's hapless tamer. It was all over for Austin and he stared in horror at the monster that had swallowed his great creation. This once again confirmed for all to see the power of Errol's influence. Guru's new size did not please Errol and he decided to fix it with lighting. After a strong flash, Guru returned to his previous state. It was something incredible for everyone, because usually tamers couldn't use magic. The girl didn't understand how this was possible, since Errol's magic was completely incomprehensible, and perhaps it was even divine magic. The victory in the tournament impressed absolutely everyone, because no one had ever possessed such strong monsters, and perhaps it was the greatest duel in history. As it turned out, Errol still had a final fight with the most important contender for the Cup of the Tamer King. Errol had already achieved great fame in this arena and his local audience, and he was considered the top contender. Errol came out of nowhere and has already proven his strength through powerful monsters, but he will have to pass one more test. The final opponent would be the greatest king of tamers in history, who had won this cup for the past 10 years. A decrepit old man who couldn't scare the mythical monsters entered the arena, but it remained to be seen who this old man possessed. After a few minutes, his monsters entered the arena, and they looked very strange. Medi explained that they were all from the demon world. It became obvious that this old man had only used demons in the arena throughout his time. All of his familiars are monster demons that are very difficult to train, and none of them are inferior in strength to mythic class monsters. The old man only laughed without noticing that his demons are far superior to mythical creatures. And if you add in his personal skill as the greatest tamer, then he rightfully bears the title of King of Tamers. The old man lightly struck the ground with his cane, and instantly the monster's appearance changed and became filled with rage. The old man applied a skill in reinforcing familiars. With this enhancement, his demons are able to defeat any even court demon. Therefore, his familiars are superior to any opponents they might encounter. The hosts were delighted with the heated situation, because now it was necessary to find out who would win in this incredible battle: the experienced King of Tamers or a bold young pretender to this title. In the arena there was only one girl left and offered to start a duel to demonstrate the power that she possesses. The demoness was outraged and demanded to fight her. Errol promised a good fight and pointed to Medi as the next opponent. Medi was not too eager to fight, and the demoness was offended by this choice, for the little demon seemed a weak opponent. But Errol said that it was a fair choice, because it would be interesting to see how a demon fights against a demon. The tournament host was delighted and began to stir up interest in the fight. Medi was very excited to show his true colors and remove any restrictions on his abilities, for he was tired of holding himself back. Medi offered to begin, and the old man's familiars began to feel a pressure they had never felt before. Strengthening skill to reach the rank of a court monster, and Medi was perfectly proficient in it. He could now possess the level of a baron or even a viscount. Medi felt an increase in strength that all the other demons would be a complete nothing compared to him. The Duke's rank caused fear in the old man's familiars, and they all bowed their heads before Medi. As it turned out, this was the highest rank among the court demons. The old man was shocked, for his familiars were ruining his reputation. The host shouted with delight, because he did not even expect the main champion to turn away from his familiars. But the old man did not lose hope and decided to use his trump card. The enraged old man used the Tamer King's power skill and ordered Medi to attack. The familiars rose again and were ready to follow orders. Errol realized that this ability reminded him of the heavenly order his sister used. The demons actually started attacking Medi at the same time, but Medi was completely calm and realized that his strength was far superior to all the other demons. The fight was over in just a few seconds because all of the old man's familiars simply vaporized. The old man was amazed, because thanks to his demons, he had been the leader of this tournament for 10 years. The stands were buzzing with applause as the announcer continued to say something. Errol was announced as the new King of Tamers and deservedly received a lot of respectful phrases from the stands. Medi continued in the form of a court demon and asked his master why he was not happy about his victory. But Medi's tone was defiant, and Errol advised him to calm down. Errol guessed that the demon no longer wanted to turn into a baby, and the subjugation magic was broken. Medi was really happy about this because he felt free and his new power could destroy any magic. Medi promised that he would not become a familiar again, because last time it was an accident. Medi explained that under other circumstances he would have killed Errol, but he didn't want to fight so many mythical monsters. Medi then said goodbye and decided to return to the demon world, but he was unsuccessful. Errol called out to the demon and Medi felt an incredible pullback. After a few seconds the demon collapsed to the ground and didn't understand what had happened. Errol explained that he had anticipated such a development before, and so he put a second layer of subjugation magic on the demons. Thanks to this, the demon will not be able to leave its master and will have to limit its power again. After the tournament, Errol went to a local tavern to meet his opponent. The old man offered to have a drink with him, as they were not really enemies, but rivals in the arena. Errol didn't refuse and only had to choose something from the bartender's menu. But suddenly the smiling bartender took out a dagger and put it to the guy's neck. Errol didn't understand what this was all about, and perhaps the old man was just resentful for his defeat. The old man explained that over the years his name had become known throughout the city, for he was truly the king of the tamers, which was why he couldn't leave things as they were. For now his comfortable world that he had created over the years had been destroyed. The old man told how for years he had personally destroyed all rivals who could become worthy competitors. These preemptive strikes helped prolong his fame and greatness. Errol decided that he had never met a more horrible old man in his life. The bartender apologized for his action and explained that he was much better off dealing with the old man. But the punch went out of his mouth, for Errol was gone in seconds. The guy was already upstairs, but the bartender didn't know it and missed a strong blow to the head. All the visitors of the tavern decided that Errol was a common bandit who decided to put up a fight, and it was necessary to calm him down. The old man explained that all the people here belonged to him. The gang looked really impressive and many of the guys were talented swordsmen. The old man ordered to kill the guy and promised to take all his familiars, but in a few seconds all the bandits were already lying unconscious. The old man was shocked by the weakness of his staff and thought that Errol had brought some monster with him. But the guy explained that he himself is able to deal with such idlers. But now there was only the old man to deal with, who was frightened and decided to pay off. The old man cried and demanded his place back as king of the tamer, because that's all he needed in this life. The old man even promised to pay half of his income for the rest of his life just for this status. Errol was shocked by the behavior of the vile old man, who now decided to negotiate after the failed assassination attempt. The guy stated that he didn't want any money and the old man could take his title back, but only on one condition. From this day on, the old man must promise not to attack any pretenders to his title and not to engage in cowardly murders. The old man of course agreed, for he had no other choice. The old man was walking through his vegetable garden and felt a strong pain in his back. He wanted to see his future grandchildren, but his young daughter was not going to get married and was busy with other things. The old father, who was working on the vegetable garden, wanted to see his daughter a real lady, but she dreamed of adventure. So parents don't often get what they want from their children. But then suddenly an earthquake started. The man noticed a huge rock moving towards him and decided that maybe it was some terrible monster and it could reach the village. Meanwhile, Farah thought of her son, who never came home. The only consolation for the mother was that Reina had returned home after passing the underground castle. The younger sister immediately declared that Errol would not return just because of stupid Reina, and an argument broke out immediately. Soon a frightened man reached the settlement, trying to catch his breath and report the approach of something huge. The huge mountain, or rather the approach of an incredible monster, surprised Errol's parents, who were already accustomed to a quiet and peaceful life. Leon said that it was a hippopotamus monster, which frightened the elderly man even more, because he thought that now the whole village would be destroyed. Meanwhile, Errol asked the hippopotamus to stop, because if he went further, the shaking of the earth would destroy the houses of the villagers, although it was still quite far away. The hippopotamus then reported the approaching people and asked if they should be trampled, but Errol asked not to do so. As it turned out, it was Reina and the boy's parents. Apparently they were using magic powers to get to this place as fast as possible and find out what was going on. Fenny was delighted by the behavior of people who were so eager to see each other and to do it as quickly as possible. Errol decided to greet his relatives while they were deciding if they could even defeat the dreaded hippo. His parents were very surprised when they saw Errol and rejoiced at his return. But this was no ordinary return, but a return in the company of the strongest monsters. Reina was surprised and asked what the huge monster was next to Errol. The boy explained that it was one of his familiars. Errol asked the girl if she thought it was impossible to have a surname, but Reina was outraged by the size of the monster because they were too big. The guy explained that the hippopotamus could shrink, and at that moment Reina said that she didn't care about the size anymore. Farah was sure that in front of her was a one-of-a-kind mythical hippo, and that is very unusual. Then Errol decided to introduce the rest of the monsters and Leviathan appeared with its size. Leon of course recognized this mythical monster, but Farah wasn't entirely sure that it was indeed Leviathan. Leon reminded her that no water snake could match the size of the mythical creature. The phoenix showed up next in its basic appearance. The parents were enraptured by the sight of the mythical and legendary creature that was created from immortal flame. Farah joked with her husband again and called the phoenix an ordinary bird, but Leon began to explain that there were no ordinary firebirds. Still, the parents were surprised by their son. The parents continued to argue and Errol decided to show them Ruru and Medi later. Being at home, Errol felt at peace, while his father on the contrary worried a lot. Leon was worried about the mythical monsters that could transform into humans, because they seemed dangerous. But Farah, on the contrary, was happy to have guests, and treated them to delicious food. And the fact that the monsters were at the moment ordinary people was good. Leon agreed with his wife and promised to consider the mythical monsters just friends who came to visit. Leon then noticed the strange tense state of the phoenix. It was true, for Fenny was trying his best not to cry from his ignorance. Errol wondered why Mila didn't join them. After all, she loves tasty treats. Just at that moment, Mila appeared and congratulated her brother on his return. The girl had grown noticeably during the time Errol had been traveling. Mila advised the guy to go to a hot bath, which she prepared, and Errol gladly accepted the offer. But Mila suggested that they take a bath together as she had wanted to do so for a long time. Errol didn't mind, but Reina, who was next to him, demanded to take her time. The sisters started arguing about the propriety of taking a bath together. Reina also reminded Mila about the blessing she would have to receive next month. Reina stated that Mila was an adult and should be taking her own bath. Errol took no part in the argument and only thought that Mila had grown up too fast. The little demon advised to intervene in the argument, but Errol explained that this was the way it had always been and there was no need for the girls to get in the way. Reina began to demand that Errol fight her and did so rather rudely. The girl reminded how long she had been training with Farah and had learned a lot. Errol's mother herself was delighted with it, because all this was done to organize the wedding as soon as possible. Reina didn't even realize the trickery of what was going on and just wanted to become stronger. The girl shouted that her goal was to defeat Errol and for that she had undergone a very harsh sword training. The boy didn't even remember how many years had passed since the last duel and decided that the girl just didn't know how to lose with dignity. Errol decided that he had no reason to refuse the duel and agreed to honor the girl's wishes by accepting her challenge. Only they couldn't arrange this duel in the center of the city and headed farther into the forest. Negotiating the terms, the girl forbade her rival to use magic. Also, Errol was not allowed to use monsters. The girl wanted a normal sword duel. The guy was only joking, because initially he was not going to use magic. But Reina was too confident and wanted to win. But Errol of course doubted her abilities. Reina promised to finish this fight very quickly, and if she won, Errol would have to do her bidding, no matter how ridiculous it sounded. The boy agreed, because he was sure that he would never lose to a confident girl. Reina got what she wanted and now grabbed the hilt of her sword and prepared for battle. The girl immediately boasted about her mythical sword, which she had gotten in the City of Swordsmen after clearing a dangerous dungeon. The guy was very surprised, because not everyone managed to get to the last floor, but for Errol it did not matter. But suddenly the guy felt his body not moving, and it was strange, because the rival couldn't use magic. Reina stated that when she pulls out her sword, it completely blocks the opponent's movement, and that's a very decent ability for a mythical blade. Errol stated that it didn't look very fair, but Reina couldn't control her movements anymore and decided to start a duel. But Errol met the girl with the use of a double-edged slash. Reina flew backwards and didn't realize what had happened. Errol explained that he only attacked her until she reached his kill zone. The girl accused him of using magic, as they had agreed. But Errol explained that there was no magic involved and it was just a normal swordsman attack. Reina was sure that Errol was completely immobilized. But as it turned out, the guy could attack even without moving, and it was unexpected. Errol explained that this attack was a way he just had to think about what he wanted to do. And if one trains the ability to create images to separate oneself from one's body, it will be very difficult to deal with. Reina didn't understand any of this and got even more angry. Reina didn't want to be distracted and thought that creating such things with her imagination was a real delusion. After all, she wanted to fight face to face. In the end, the girl had completely exhausted her blessing and strength and couldn't believe that she had lost to an opponent who couldn't move. And now all her years of training were useless. Reina began to sob, unable to accept her defeat. Errol realized that this girl definitely didn't know how to lose, and it was a big problem for her. She was crying so hard that she made the guy feel guilty, and he started to comfort the girl. Errol stated that even after he won, he was ready to agree to any request, so Reina shouldn't be upset. These words made the girl stop crying and she hesitated. Reina immediately blushed and started to feel embarrassed, and then decided that she needed to mentally prepare herself. Errol couldn't even imagine the glasses the girl wanted to ask him for. Eventually, an excited Reina declared that she would really like Errol to marry her. The guy agreed and said that he should inform his parents about it. Reina was shocked at such a quick agreement, but Errol reminded her of his promise and didn't want to break it. Errol explained that he saw how much the girl was hesitating and had no idea what she would ask for, although asking for a wedding was a normal wish. A few days later, all the preparations were ready and young Reina wore her wedding dress for the first time in her life. The fathers of the newlyweds were discussing the event and crying with happiness, while Pharaoh was busy organizing the wedding together with Rosette's priest. It was a great honor for the priest, for a new family was being created today. Reina was still confused. She couldn't believe it had only been a few days. It seemed too fast. Errol explained that the priest was in town to give the blessing and they were very lucky to meet him. In the meantime, Rosette invited everyone to go inside the church and begin the wedding ceremony. The priest began the ceremony and called upon the newlyweds to swear their loyalty and eternal love. Errol swore without any hesitation and Reina immediately repeated after him. Then the priest, finishing the ceremony, offered the groom a kiss, but just at that moment the furious empress burst into the church building and demanded to stop the ceremony. The girl was indignant that she was not called to this ceremony, but everyone of course knew that the empress would only get in the way, and everything would be spoiled. The empress demanded not to steal her favorite person and to switch places with her immediately. Farah promised another punishment for her disobedient daughter, but the empress decided to disobey her mother this time. This time the empress brought her best generals with her and was determined to stop this wedding and finally achieve her desired goal. The empress was sure that with so many generals no one could defeat her, but suddenly she was grabbed by Alina and apologized in advance for her actions. Alina began to carry the empress noisily away from the church and explained that they should not upset everyone present. But the empress continued to shout and demand that the ceremony be stopped. The young empress did not understand why her heavenly order was not working. But as it turned out, Alina foresaw such actions, and so she handed out earplugs to everyone. The empress decided that since her orders weren't working with her own generals, she should definitely order the bride to reject the groom. But Reina at this point was completely unconscious from the first kiss of her life and could hardly hear anything at all. After the ceremony, the offended girls poured alcohol on their grief and discussed how terrible Errol was. They decided that he just didn't know how to treat a lady and he needed to learn manners, and he would regret his stupid choice after a while. The girls must have united in common grief and began to understand each other's feelings, because no one else could help in this matter. The girls continued to get acquainted over drinks, and Errol decided that finally the worst couple in the world had found each other and now perhaps they would calm down. Pavel decided not to pay any more attention to the two drunken girls and asked where Mila was now. As it turned out, she didn't say hello and ran away from the ceremony about halfway through. Her blessing ceremony is due in a few days and she is probably nervous about it. Farah reminded her that when a person receives their class, it changes their life to a great extent. Perhaps Mila is filled with anticipation and uncertainty at the same time, and it is keeping her anxious. Farah noticed something similar in Reina's eyes and asked her feelings. But the girl reminded that she has been in this family for a very long time and it was unlikely that anything would change. But Farah explained that now the girl would have to spend the night with her husband and it would change her life. From such frankness, Reina dropped the glass and instantly blushed. Farah laughed and demanded 3 or even 5 grandchildren from the newlyweds. And that is why there is no need to hold back during lovemaking. After all, no one will disturb them. Reina was shocked by such demands, and Errol didn't understand what she was so displeased about. Reina demanded to buy a separate house immediately, which would be much bigger than this one. The guy was shocked because he could not imagine how many children his wife wanted to have. But Reina was referring to the family members, who also needed a place to live. Errol's parents had been worrying all night about what grade their daughter Mila would get. Errol didn't even expect it to be so important. Errol knew that a lot of things could be accomplished without a class, though Reina thought otherwise. Farah then asked to get Mila, because it was already time for them to go out. Errol soon found out that Mila was not in her room and she was not even in the house. Mom was upset and couldn't believe that Mila had gone out alone. But Biffy confirmed it and clarified that the girl had left towards the city 30 minutes ago. Farah realized that her daughter had gone to church and her father called her crazy. Errol, on the other hand, offered to calm down and follow her. Reina stayed home with the familiars. When Errol and his parents arrived at the church, it was clear that something had happened because everyone was excited. The priest looked very pale and felt extremely ill and was calling for Leon. But the priest asked him to leave him alone and worry about Mila. As it turned out, she had already managed to get her level. Errol didn't understand why Mila did everything by herself, since usually such events are done together. Meanwhile, the priest urged to go save Mila. The priest was getting worse and no one understood what exactly happened. But most likely it was related to Mila's class. Everyone rushed to look for young Mila, but there were no results. Errol decided that this village was too small and there was practically nowhere to get lost. It was doubtful, but there were no other options except that Mila had left the confines of her home village. At the stables, Errol found out that a girl of about 10 years old had recently gotten into a horse-drawn carriage and traveled north. It looked very strange. It had all happened in the morning and it had been some time. Errol figured that there must have been someone with a blessing in the wagon, which meant Mila must be safe. Errol didn't understand Mila's motives. If she had decided to leave her family, then why couldn't she have said so in advance? Errol decided not to waste time and went in search of her. As it turned out, all that happened was a cunning plan of the girls, and all this was done to force Errol to leave his native village. The conspirators were still nervous, but they were still determined, because within a year they had to master their class. Therefore, during this time, one must use the trust of the family and do everything to keep Errol away from Mila. Therefore, everything must be done to get rid of all obstacles. Then the elder sister declared that she knew all the secrets from the diary, and this caused horror to the girl, for she wrote all her thoughts and desires in this way. But in the end the sister promised not to reveal the secrets from the diary, and it was necessary to think of other things. After all, it would not be quite easy to throw off the path of a monster like Errol, and it would cause trouble. Errol had reached the nearest settlement to the north but had not found anything yet. Betty suggested to stay at the inn and continue the search in the morning. No one at the inn had seen Mila, and the search of the town was also fruitless. Only one woman said uncertainly that she had seen someone like her. Errol didn't give up hope and decided to find his sister as soon as possible, though Betty reminded him that maybe Mila didn't want to. But Errol wanted to know why it had happened. The elderly couple reported that as far as they could remember, a similar girl had traveled west. Errol realized that he had to move on and decided to catch up with his sister as soon as possible. Errol rushed west, but Mehdi decided that there was something else involved, for how could the little girl be so skillful at hiding? Soon Errol found himself in a very large city, where it was very difficult to find someone, and so the guy decided to turn to the local guild. People from the guild could help, because they know this city. The local guild of adventurers was found quickly, and all that was left was to get information. A friendly girl asked how she could help the guests, and Errol explained that he needed to find a person urgently. Errol told all the signs of the missing sister, and it puzzled the girl, but she did not say her concerns. The guy asked to tell everything that is known because it is his sister and he is very worried about her. But the girl answered that she definitely did not see Mila. But then the girl looked through the records and found out that a couple of days ago a girl named Mila wanted to register as an adventurer. It was strange, because you need strong skills and good talents to register, and Mila had only recently gotten her class. Errol decided to check everything more thoroughly and find out what class Mila was listed in the guild. But the admin girl said that she couldn't divulge confidential information, and if Errol was really her brother, he should know it himself. Errol didn't know how to prove his kinship, and Mehdi didn't understand what was going on during the registration and what adventurers were doing. The administrator said that there was the largest dungeon in the city, and everyone paid 1,000 coins for the opportunity to try themselves. Errol was shocked because this is a dangerous adventure and Mila is still a small child. Now Errol understood his little sister's motives, and that means she decided to explore the dangerous dungeon on her own and prove something. Errol decided to go to this dungeon as well, because how else could he find his sister? The administrator offered to register in the guild, and it didn't take long. Errol offered to fight someone, but the administrator offered to take a test to check his skills. The girl offered to fill out a questionnaire and then take the test. Errol was shocked because all these formalities could take 3 days. The guy reminded about his sister, who might be in danger, but the girl replied that unfortunately she could not make an exception. The administrator reminded that the guild does not send newcomers to dangerous places, and they are sent to the first floors to begin with, and the next dispatch will take place only after 3 days. And if Mila passed the first test, there was nothing to worry about. Errol got tired of arguing and decided to fill out a silly questionnaire. In the end, the administrator confirmed the registration and offered to return to the guild in 3 days. The girl was surprised that Errol turned out to be classless. After 3 days began the promise test, which as it turned out was divided into 3 parts. And if you don't pass at least one part, you can't continue. The screening of candidates was strict and all participants were asked to listen to the conditions very carefully. The examiner suggested wearing special backpacks for a walk around the city. The backpacks were of different weights of 50 and 30 kilograms to compensate for the size of the applicants themselves. It was also forbidden to take anything out of them. Just at that moment, the administrator received her reward for luring Errol into the dungeon. She had never actually seen Mila and had only decided to make a good profit, although it was curious why she would pay so much to lure one person into the dungeon. But this amount of money made the girl so happy that she didn't care. Meanwhile, the first round of the exam left only 15 applicants. All but Errol were dead tired, and the examiner noticed an unusually strong guy. The examiner was shocked because Errol was actually carrying 2 heavy backpacks. The guy didn't know what the problem was, because he was given 2 when he went. But the examiner started to explain that he should have carried only 1. In the end, this impressed the examiner so much that Errol was allowed to pass the exam completely after this stage. But a beautiful girl prevented this and reminded him that no exceptions could be applied. It was Alice, and she was the one who was to conduct the second phase of the test in the underground site. The test was to destroy the monster that Alice had tamed. A huge wild boar terrified the applicants. This monster had incredible strength and endurance and could even destroy the castle walls. No one knew how to fight such a huge monster, but Alice explained that the beast would not kill anyone. The first guy felt the strongest blow and it caused the challengers to panic. Errol tried to explain that you can't turn your back to the monster, because that would only make things worse. Errol decided to calm the situation with his blade and struck the boar hard. The dead boar collapsed to the ground with a loud crash, surprising everyone present. Thus Errol quickly finished the second stage of the test. Alice was furious and shouted that her boar had not threatened anyone and was only imitating an attack. The girl accused Errol of killing the special animal and demanded compensation. Errol reminded that he had to kill the monster and he had done it, so there was no problem. But then listening to Alice's screams, the guy realized that no one had to take that test. It all seemed too mean and Errol even considered curing the monster. Alice didn't know how to even heal a dead creature, but Errol decided to apply the perfect healing. After a few seconds, the dead boar was alive again and started running. The boar was terrified of its killer and tried to run away as soon as possible, and Alice couldn't handle it. Alice was angry and ordered everyone to get out, and Errol was only thinking how he could find little Mila faster. Soon Errol deservedly received his adventurer's card and learned that this time even 6 people had passed the entrance exam. But 5 people were so scared and tired that they didn't want any more adventures, and Errol was glad, because now he could go down into the dungeon to look for his sister. The other members of the guild were shocked by Errol's quick decision and didn't understand how he could disappear so quickly. Errol found himself in front of a huge gate that was well guarded and decided that he needed a map of the dungeon that showed everything up to the 10th floor. The map was bought and then he had to go to a certain building. Along the way, Errol had already started to explore the map. Each floor seemed incredibly huge and it was necessary to find the shortest way to the 10th floor. The guy moved without looking at the monsters that tried to attack because he was not interested in it all. Eventually Errol got to the 10th floor but never met Mila. The guy decided to move to the lowest floor, go back and thoroughly examine each previous floor. But then there were screams and a group of adventurers were fleeing from a mob of ferocious monsters. Errol came to the rescue and applied a divine hovering slash, destroying the entire crowd of huge monsters at once. The group of girls were shocked by such a powerful stranger and began to thank the guy for his help. Then Errol was told that one of their comrades was trapped in a trap with stones, and judging by the amount of magical power, this girl could be dragged quite deep into the dungeon. They would not be able to go there because they were so strong and experienced. Errol thought about the possibility of helping. He needed to find his sister, not rescue strangers. But then one of the girls called out a name similar to her sister's. Errol of course decided that it was his sister and began to listen carefully to the frightened girl's story about the slim chances of survival in the depths of the dungeon. Errol was incredibly surprised to get such a clue and decided to waste no time. The guy stated that this girl was his younger sister and they should immediately tell him all the details of what happened. Errol recognized the right direction and immediately rushed forward, surprising the girls, who thought that they had met not quite human. But then one of the girls thanked the others for their help, for they had skillfully pretended to be her allies. After a moment, the 2 girls received a huge reward for their role, though they did not realize what they had been paid for. Thus was fulfilled the order of Kuraha, who asked to keep Errol in this deep and dangerous dungeon as long as possible. This dungeon was really huge and it was almost impossible to go around it alone, so Errol would spend a lot of time searching for his sister. Errol was already on the 11th floor and was carefully looking at the map. As it turned out, the map was limited to information about only 10 floors and now it was necessary to go blindly. This method of exploration was completely inefficient and some other option had to be found for the search. Also, Kira was wearing clothes like a secret messenger and most likely she has special search tips. In the end, the girls decided to go back. But suddenly Errol was nearby and decided to clarify something to the team of frightened girls. The girls immediately decided that their deception was exposed. Well, the guy only asked about the search skills that these ones have. The girl, not sure, explained that her search skill is no more than 50 meters. In the end, the girl went together with Errol before she could even express her desire. On the way, the boy explained that he didn't have a map of the lower floors, so he would use the girl's help. Errol admitted and explained that he was Mila's brother and wanted to find her. The incredibly frightened girl had also managed to say her name, Hira, and didn't know how to get out of the guy's embrace. In the end, being on the 11th floor, the guy asked Hira to start searching immediately, but the girl said that it would be better if she was on her feet. The girl eventually continued on Errol's back and pointed out the location of treasures and traps, but she really didn't want to be here, because she realized that no girl was here. Errol of course wanted to continue the search and sped up. It didn't make any sense, but the girl couldn't admit to her deception, and eventually they returned to the beginning of this level. Over 2 hours, and yet Errol was able to destroy many monsters along the way. All of this surprised the girl and scared her at the same time because she didn't know what to do next. Haru, sitting on Errol's back, didn't even have time to notice when he was killing the monsters, so fast they were moving. Errol thought that he had actually spent a lot of time searching, but had not gotten any results. Moreover, this dungeon was very different from the one in Swordsman City because there were no teleportation circles. Under such conditions, the deeper the travelers went down the dungeon, the longer it took them to get back up. Errol realized that he needed to find his sister while she still had the strength to hide. In the end, the guy decided to change tactics because the biggest enemy in this case was time. Errol decided to immediately get to the depths of the dungeon and destroy the core itself, because that was the only way he could keep his sister safe. Haru was shocked by such an idea, stated the impossibility of this plan. After all, this dungeon has more than 70 floors, not to mention that the lower you go down the stronger the monsters become. But if you destroy the core, the dungeon will disappear and all the adventurers will be transferred to the surface. So Mila will be saved anyway. But Errol was sure that this was the fastest way to save his sister, but the girl thought it was crazy. After a few minutes, Errol and Haru were already running towards the core of the dungeon despite any obstacles. After a while, they found themselves near a small passage. As it turned out, it was a staircase that led down. Haru praised her partner's ability to find the right direction without her help. Errol explained that he could actually tell which was the right way and which was not. And usually the roads that lead to the stairs start to confuse the adventurers, and all this has to be taken into account while exploring. Haru figured the guy knew all of this due to his vast experience. Once in one of the rooms, Errol found out that there was a monster waiting for them around the corner. Errol explained that he guessed it based on the flow of magical energy and vibrations in the air, so experience was not the most important thing. Haru realized that Kuraha wasn't deceiving about this man, for he really was incredible. Gradually, the guy's abilities were really growing, and Haru decided that soon he would be able to use clairvoyance. Clairvoyance is a special top-class skill that can only be used by the god of stealth. It let you see through objects and very far away. Errol was surprised to hear about such a useful skill and would not mind mastering it, because it is a very necessary ability. Haru didn't expect to meet such a person at all, but now she was confident in his abilities after traveling together. Very soon they were able to reach the next floor, which was an oddity, for they were not attacked by any of the monsters. Also, no traps or hidden enemies were sensed. The girl even thought that her skill had stopped working. But Errol didn't feel anything either, although the local landscape had changed a lot. It was quite possible that in exchange for removing traps, the floor had created more nasty monsters, and soon the traveler was met with a huge crowd of monster corpses that had been killed by someone very strong. It all looked pointless, because usually monsters in the dungeon do not fight each other, and it was quite possible that some other adventurer had already been here. But there were lacerations on the corpses, and ordinary weapons didn't leave such marks. The condition of the dead monsters was terrible, and most likely they had died not so long ago. The guy assumed that maybe this monster was not a resident of this dungeon and just decided to have lunch. Haru was scared and didn't want to meet the monster. Soon managed to meet a nasty creature that was sitting on a pile of corpses and eating the remains. The monster felt incredibly strong and was surprised to see people around. Human meat was very tasty and high quality, and it also had magic power, so the monster was determined to devour the uninvited guests. But Errol was against such a thing. The guy explained that this monster was very strong and couldn't be killed in the usual way. Haru didn't even realize how the destruction of the nasty creature happened, and they continued on their way. In the end, they ended up on a floor that was like the deepest floor, because it was very different from all the others. There was no wind, no monsters, and only one passage with a door. Suddenly the door opened by itself, and the girl felt the presence of a terrible monster and became even more frightened than before. In a spacious room on a chair sat a mysterious demon, who said that the last time a man came to this place 500 years ago, and during this time his memory has already begun to fail. Errol was surprised by the monster with human form, because it meant that he was mythical. The monster praised the boy for his knowledge and decided to reward him by showing his true appearance. The demon promised that it would be the last thing that will see the man who dared to come to his lair. But Errol was not going to divorce the monster's head with an instant blade strike. The horned head collapsed to the ground, and the monster began to complain, as he was only in the middle of his transformation. Errol explained that he didn't want to wait for the process to end and wasn't interested in what he was up against. Errol stated that he just needed to get rid of this dungeon to save his favorite sister. The guy immediately found a gem inside the chair that emitted a huge magical energy, and that was the core of the dungeon. Immediately after destroying the gem, the teleportation magic activated and everyone felt the huge magical energy. The severed head of the mythical monster was very upset, for it was expecting an exciting battle after so many years of solitude. But Errol was on the surface and saw a huge number of adventurers who had returned. No one realized what exactly had happened, and Errol rushed off to find his sister, and Kuraha realized that her plan had completely failed. Haru apologized for such a failure because she didn't expect Errol to be such a strong person. But it was unexpected that Errol took her to the dungeon with him, and that's why she couldn't contact him. In the end, it turned out that Errol had wasted almost no time being in the dungeon and all that effort had been in vain. Kuraha by the fact that Errol was able to join the guild and completely destroy the dangerous dungeon in just 5 days. It was all very similar to Errol and Kuraha. Either way, it was necessary to continue to guide the guy on the wrong track. Errol at this moment was still searching for his sister. Errol knew that when the dungeon disappeared, only the adventurers who were alive returned. But the guy didn't want to believe that his sister could have died. Then Errol met the girls who were in the dungeon because they must have seen her sister. And these girls told him that they had seen Mila yesterday after they had returned to the surface. Errol was grateful for this information and realized that he had just missed his sister. According to the girls, Mila decided to go as far out of town as possible. And Mila asked them to tell him that she was alive and well and that there was no need to look for her. Errol has decided that his sister is avoiding seeing him for some reason and wants to stay away from her family. Perhaps it was worth respecting her choice and not bothering her anymore. The girl who was trying to get the guy down a complicated trail started talking about how Mila had supposedly traveled to the south, where it was very dangerous. Especially if Mila didn't want a meeting, she wouldn't have told about the direction she was traveling. Haru hinted in every way possible for Errol to continue his journey to pursue his sister. In the end, the guy decided to continue his journey and headed south, while Haru once again completed her task. The elderly coachman asked his passenger not to leave the carriage because it was too dangerous. But the hooded passenger did not heed the warnings and headed forward towards the city. This city was the prison of Gelgios, and of course Errol was met by suspicious individuals. The formidable fellows declared that the young lady should not have come to this dangerous place. But this did not deter the traveler at all. This town was a prison where the most dangerous criminals were kept, but after the prisoners took over the place, it became a haven for all kinds of recidivists. The robbers were surprised by such knowledge and decided to use their power and rob the traveler. The boys were sure that the girl was in front of them and they wanted to get everything they could, because they felt their power and authority in this place. But the traveler asked not to waste his time. Apparently it was only necessary to go inside. But the bandits were only amused and promised to do the tour personally. Suddenly, the hooded man just disappeared, never seen anything like this before. A few seconds later, one of the bandits was lying unconscious on the pinch, and the rest of the bandits did not understand how a fragile girl could do such a thing. Everything seemed too unreal, because the hooded man was skillfully changing his position and it was difficult to understand where he was at the moment. One of the bandits realized that even a high-ranking assassin was not capable of such actions, because this girl managed to disappear from sight even when they were looking at her closely. The bandits thought that the queen of assassins was in front of them, but the girl claimed that she was actually a princess. This was a surprise for the bold and self-confident guys, who obviously did not expect to meet such an opponent. Mila said that she came to this place to test her skills, because she couldn't do such things while her family was around. Mila again demanded to be let through before she showed her strength and killed the bandits. The girl promised that if the guys would waste her time, she would kill everyone here. In the end it happened, and 2 huge bandits were seriously injured and could not believe what a thirst for killing did not feel. Mila meanwhile continued on her way forward. There was a terrible stench inside the city, and piles of garbage and evil laughter could be heard everywhere. On the way met another nasty man who offered to help and was pleased to meet a very handsome stranger. The guy with the rope stated that he was in charge of the area, so if the girl didn't obey him, he would do very bad things to her. Mila was glad to meet such a scumbag, because it became a great place to test her skills as a killer. The huge forest was named the Forest of the Lost because of the fact that people were constantly disappearing in it for unexplained reasons. Errol felt a strong flow of magical energy coming from this forest. and it was strange that Mila had gone to such a dangerous place. Mehdi reminded that judging by recent events, the master's sister liked to take the route through dangerous places. Errol agreed that his sister could cause trouble. Mehdi continued to ponder over all the events as they had been chasing the elusive sister for a month now, and she even had witnesses, so it could be assumed that the girl had just been kidnapped. Errol, of course, assumed that the sister could have left the forest long ago, and asked his demon to go ahead and look for traces. There were practically no paths in this forest, and due to this the search was complicated. In the end, the poorest solution was to burn out a passage in the forest with magic and thus make it easier to move forward. In a few minutes a beautiful road appeared, and if Mila would run out on this road, they would find her at once. But instead of the girl, an elderly man came to the road and indignantly asked who had set the forest on fire. Then he realized it was a young boy who had done it and praised him. Errol, I told him about the search for my lost little sister, and it made the old man worried and he wanted to help the boy. The old man explained that he had spent many years in this forest and knew every corner of it. As it turned out, the old man couldn't leave the forest because he didn't know where the exit was. Errol didn't understand how this man could help him in his search if he couldn't even find the exit. The old man looked healthy, but his clothes were in a bad state. Being in such a dense forest filled with magical energy, and the old man had absorbed it over the years and gained great power. The old man promised to easily find the lost girl because he could make his way through the forest. With a single blow of his fist, the old man could destroy many trees in his path, and it was admirable. Errol decided that if this man was using his fists as weapons, then he was probably a fist fighter. Errol learned the skills of fist fighting, but realized that he was unlikely to be able to handle this strong man. Just at that moment, a monster pounced from the trees. Errol instantly reacted to the threat and attacked the monster with fire magic. The monster instantly burned, and the old man praised the guy for his excellent strike. The old man continued to break trees on his way and admitted that he had always considered people who used magic to be very weak. But now Errol changed his opinion. He himself had always considered himself a swordsman. The old man said that perhaps Errol could kill even the ruler of this forest, which as it turned out was some very strong monster. Apparently it was some mythical monster. Suddenly at this moment, strong tree branches began to wrap around Errol and his companion. Errol instantly used magic fire and got rid of the grip. The boy was surprised by the tree's attack, for he had never encountered such a thing before. As it turned out, it was a real huge trent that was the ruler of the forest. This horrible wooden creature swallowed the old man and aimed its gaze at Errol. Errol learned that the digestive system of such trees is like that of carnivorous plants, which means that the old man is not going to last very long either. Trying to save the old man, the guy rushed to attack. Errol tried to freeze the huge wooden monster, but it didn't work. Of course, fire was much more effective, but in this case the old man would suffer. Errol decided to try to freeze the roots and thus destroy Trent. Suddenly the guy felt his body weakening because of the toxin he was releasing. It was a defensive reaction to the damage he was receiving, which meant that the wooden opponent was badly hurt. Errol decided that he needed to get rid of the toxin as soon as possible to get closer to the enemy. But suddenly insect monsters appeared and began to protect the wood. The toxin had an effect only on humans, but the insects did not suffer from it. Moreover, with every second you can increase the probability of death of the old man. But as it turned out, the old man didn't give up and struck the strongest blows and managed to break his way to freedom. Errol decided that since the old man was already free, he could not hold back and completely destroy the tree. But suddenly, a little fairy and a little fairy girl appeared in the path of the tree. A little fairy appeared and asked him to stop. The flying girl did not look like a monster, and the old man explained that it is a spirit of the forest that very rarely appear in front of people. The boy decided to listen to the fairy and find out what she wanted. The girl called herself a triad tree spirit, and she and Trent have been protecting this huge forest for many years. The girl stated that this huge wooden monster just wanted to protect the forest and his friends, and he is actually not bad. The old man promised not to hurt anyone and continue on his way. The girl thanked for understanding, and Errol decided to clarify something with the spirit of the forest. The boy asked about his sister whom he was looking for and described her signs. But the flying girl admitted that she had never met Mila personally, and decided to ask other forest dwellers. After a while, the flying fairy returned and explained that there had never been a similar girl in the forest. Errol was not too happy about this news, but decided to continue his way forward. The only consolation was that it was now certain that his sister was not lost in this forest. Errol thought about the contradictory facts, because according to the previous information his sister had definitely entered this forest. But the forest spirit had definitely said that Mila had never been in this forest. Just at that moment, the little demon returned and said that according to the residents of the nearest town, they had seen a girl of the same appearance as Mila and she had been at their place a few days ago. This news surprised the boy, but Medi said that those people in town remembered Mila well, for she had hired a carriage for the journey. The old man said that now they knew for sure that there had never been a sister in the forest, and the forest spirit was right. It was quite possible that Mila had caught the forest spirit's wish in advance from the very beginning not to enter this place. The old man praised the boy's sister for such a decision. In the end, Errol decided to continue his search and suggested the old man to follow him if he wanted to get out of the forest. But as soon as the guy turned around, the mysterious old man disappeared. Medi asked who it was, but the boy didn't fully understand and only explained that it was some old man wandering in the forest. The old man was thinking about his class of divine fist fighter, because he had never met a worthy opponent and saw it in the young man. The old man realized that he could not defeat Errol and it was surprising to meet him in this forest. The forest spirit was surprised to see the old man who still remained in the forest. After a while, Errol found himself in the vicinity of a horrible place called Prison Town. There are no laws in this place not to go to this city under any circumstances. Errol didn't understand why it should be unsafe for the common man in the prison. That he told of what he had heard about how the prisoners had mutinied and taken over the city. Now this city is more of a haven for criminals who have nowhere else to go and so it is very dangerous. It is also a place where many criminal gangs are formed. Errol was shocked because he didn't understand why his little sister would go to such a horrible place. Errol still decided to enter this dangerous city and immediately met with a whole crowd of angry criminals. But it was not a problem and the guy passed on. The prison room was filled with a terrible stench and resembled a place where a terrible monster dwelt. If this was normally a dungeon, it would have been cleansed with magic, but here everything was very horrible and disgusting. This town was not the place where a little girl should be wandering around, and the guy decided to find his little sister as soon as possible. Soon the boy found a strange door with a passage leading down to the bottom, and it was probably a prison cell. But since it was a prison, it must be a difficult door to open. But Errol easily opened the doors and there was a trap. The guy knew his sister well and decided that she had gone the most dangerous way. There were drugs, weapons, angry screams, and horrible people everywhere in this place. It all resembled a normal dungeon, only worse. There were a lot of doors in this room and it was difficult to escape from this prison. Apparently the criminals had made a passage right through the wall. Errol thought about his actions, because this place was hard to make out and it would be good to use the search skill, although he was not sure of success. The only thing left was to open the very heavy door, for most of the doors in this place were locked. As idiotic as the criminals were, they were good about their safety. Errol decided to use yellow magic and then maybe he could create a universal lockpick for all locks. Opening the door, Errol found a man but immediately apologized and decided to close the door. Suddenly there was a banging on the door, demanding to be let out. Medi noticed that it was all very funny, because the man who had destroyed half the forest with fire was now using an ordinary lockpick. Errol explained that he couldn't destroy the place because it would hurt his little sister. The next door looked incredibly dirty and stank. Opening this scary door, the guy saw unpleasant things and felt disgusted. He had already met this monster in the lower floors of the dungeon, but now this horrible creature was eating people. Errol decided to get rid of this monster because its existence would lead to more victims. But the monster, seeing the man with the blade, decided to run away immediately, though Errol was not going to let it. And in a few seconds everything was over and the ugly monster ceased to exist. Walking out of the room, the guy met the locals. The criminals started to indignantly ask the stranger why he came to their territory, and waving his sword. The bandits wanted to find out which faction Errol was from, because no one knew his affiliation. Errol didn't know how to answer and the bandits introduced themselves as members of the largest group called the Devils of the Abyss. Errol listened to the criminals' chatter and decided that there could be several factions on this floor. Also, these guys had information and could help in finding his little sister, so Errol decided to ask questions. The guy quickly put down the most uncooperative criminals and decided to find the ones who would answer his questions. In the end, the leader of the local bandits came out and asked the guy why he was acting so brazenly in his territory. Errol explained that he had some questions, but none of the local guys wanted to answer. The guy explained that he was looking for his little sister and as soon as he found her he would leave this hospitable town. But he needed information. Errol noticed that the bandit leader knew something and asked for the information immediately. Eventually, the ringleader thought about it and said that he had heard something from other factions. As it turned out, a girl named Mila was taken to the deepest tier of this prison. The leader said that this city is divided into an upper tier, a middle tier, and a lower tier, and there is also a deep tier. The deeper, the more serious the crimes of the people housed there. This division has been in place since the prison was built here. The ringleader explained that they never visit the deep tier because that's where the most dangerous people are, the so-called leaders and their followers. They were sentenced to imprisonment for up to 300 years, and they were the ones who talked the prisoners into starting a riot. The ringleader explained that he had never met them personally, but had heard some very creepy stories about these people. The leader warned that if the boy went against them, he and his companions would be wiped off the face of the earth. Arnold asked why they took his little sister. As it turned out from the words of the leader, one of the leaders fell in love with this girl and decided to take her for himself. But he does not know the details. Errol was determined to get his sister back from the hands of the horrible scumbag, and when asked by the leader, he explained that he was going to go down to the deepest level immediately. The ringleader reminded him that it was impossible. The guy would just die, so it was better to leave this idea and join his gang. But Errol, of course, refused to do so and continued on his way. At that moment, I decided to show my strength and stop the guy, taking out my blade and trying to attack the guy. But Errol easily caught the dagger with 2 fingers, which surprised the bandit leader and made him worried. Soon Errol was already on the middle level, which was no different from the previous one. There was dirt and blood everywhere. Another nasty bandit started pestering him with questions, just like they had before. Errol decided not to prolong the conversation and quickly disarmed almost all of the bandits and then asked how he could get to the lower level. One of the bandits decided to show him the way personally and offered to follow him. This eagerness to help surprised Errol, but despite that he followed the strange fellow. Of course it was a clever ruse and the sneaky bandit was leading the guy into a trap. But all these thoughts were seen by the demon Mehdi, for he was an expert in such matters. The bandit was determined to punish Errol for picking a fight with the guys from his gang, but he was supposedly benevolent up to a certain point. Quickening found themselves together in what looked like an ordinary warehouse, and it couldn't have been a passageway to the lower level. Of course it was a trap where Errol was waiting for a whole crowd of angry bandits, confident in their strength and superiority. However, it was fast and all the bandits attacked the lone guy at the same time. But it did not embarrass Errol, and he deftly dodged the blows and struck back. But at some point Errol felt that he couldn't move, as if something had grabbed his legs. Immediately he heard the laughter of the bandits, who rejoiced at their success. As it turned out, Errol was such he was a very strong glue, which could hold back even huge monsters, and this means bandits often used against their enemies. The bandits decided that now they could easily capture Errol, but to be sure they attacked with something strange from afar. As it turned out, it was a paralyzing gas. After breathing it, a person would be defenseless. But Errol, thanks to his incredible abilities, was already behind the bandits, which no one could have expected. The bandits were shocked and didn't understand how the enemy could get out of the strong glue. But Errol of course used completely different methods to free himself. As it turned out, Errol simply ripped out pieces of the concrete floor, and thanks to that he freed himself. The bandits were shocked by such incredible strength and decided that before them was a real monster. The guy who trapped Errol listened to the sounds of the battle from afar and was sure that his cunning plan had worked. As soon as everything quieted down, the cunning bandit decided to check Errol's condition personally, but he didn't faint when he saw Errol unharmed. The bandit didn't understand how this could have happened, as the trap was perfect. Errol meanwhile decided that without magic he would not be able to free his legs. The bandit trembled with fear, for he could hear none of his accomplices. Errol noticed the difference between the different levels, which were indeed very different from each other. But in any case, all this was not enough to defeat him, and the boy was ready to continue you little sister despite the threats and trials. Errol demanded to be shown the way to the lower tier immediately, and the bandit realized that he had no other choice. The bandit believed in the stranger's power and decided not to take any more risks, but just fulfill his demands and get as far away as possible. Soon dirt walls, most likely made by the prisoners themselves, began to appear around, and then the old execution site appeared ahead. For certain crimes a prisoner was fed to a monster, and that was what an execution was all about. Errol immediately remembered the creepy creature he had killed on the higher tier. After a while, Errol asked where the passage to the lower tier was, but the bandit said that he didn't really know, and that he just had to look for it. The bandit explained that he had nothing to hide, and perhaps people with his level of strength were unable to notice the passage. Errol was perplexed and didn't understand why they had come to this place. But as it turned out, it was another trap, and another group of bandits were approaching Errol. Errol was already tired of these monotonous attacks, but as it turned out, this time people from different factions united to kill him. Another ringleader said that to walk free, because in this case the honor of the prison city would suffer. Errol realized that his presence in this horrible place united all the bandits for a single purpose, and this time they were really many, so to fight against them will be hard even for him. It would be a waste of time to fight them, because none of them would show him the way to the lower tier anyway. Errol decided to take a different route and apologized for the trouble. But then with incredible strength, Errol began to force his way to the lower tier. None of the bandits understood what was going on, because no one expected this. But Errol said that his actions are quite obvious and he just needs to get to the lower level. After all, it was the shortest way to get where he needed to go. The bandits were sure that nothing would come of it, because you can't just punch a huge hole in the ground. Soon Errol came upon a very hard rock that was almost unyielding under his blows. Apparently, this was the lower level that needed to be reached. Errol shouted goodbye to the surprised bandit that they would see each other again after his return and continued his incredible journey. The lower level was much darker, and it was strange that there were any people living there at all, for they could have come from higher up. Errol looked around carefully but saw no one, but he could feel the presence of the enemy. The attack from behind was really unexpected, but Errol reacted perfectly and was able to intercept his opponent's arm. But even though he was on the ground, his opponent tried to attack again. Thanks to the yellow magic, Errol was able to deflect this attack, and then he kicked his opponent in the chest with a forceful kick to finally deprive him of his ability to resist. Errol appreciated his opponent's ability, as he was able to use a counterattack before he blacked out. Mid-levels were no match for this guy's strength. It was also obvious that this wouldn't be the last attack on this level, as he had been attacked constantly on previous levels. The main goal was to find and get his little sister out of this horrible place, but there was no desire to fight a whole bunch of bandits. But it was still necessary to find information about this place. Using yellow magic, Errol created shackles and a mask to capture one of the bandits, and then maximized his speed to move with a whirlwind of green magic. It turned out that none of the bandits could detect his movement at that speed. Taking cover in one of the many rooms, Errol decided to get information from the prisoner. Errol explained to the bandit that he would take off his mask and shackles, but if he tried to scream he would die immediately. It was better not to do that, because it would be impossible to make a sound at that moment as his throat would be crushed. Errol explained to the guy that he didn't want to kill him at all, but just wanted to get some answers to some questions, because he had to go down to the lowest level of this place. But the guy was defiantly silent, and it was clear that the inhabitants of the lower levels were not ready to communicate even on pain of death. Errol decided to use enslavement on the prisoner to make him talk. Nettie reminded him of the terrible consequences of using enslavement magic on humans, but Errol was in a hurry and didn't care about the consequences. Errol once again asked how he could get down to the lowest level. The guy eventually replied that he couldn't help in this matter because he didn't know how to do it. Errol asked who of the people living here can help with this question, and it turned out that only the boss has such information. Errol thought that this person controlled this entire floor, but the guy explained that there were two organizations on this level: an assassin organization and a black market support organization. The boss is the assistant to the local leader and has a lot of power. Errol demanded to be taken to the boss immediately if this man would actually help him get down to the lowest level. Soon Errol found himself in a spacious room that was quite a well-kept place. Just in this room was the very boss, and he had already heard about Errol. The guy immediately asked for help to get him to him in the lowest level where the main leader is located. The so-called boss admitted that he knows how to get there, but telling this information is a whole other problem. Errol was tired of stupid conversations and promised to punch his way through the floor himself if no one would help him get to the lower level. The boss asked him not to do that, because Errol would have to repair the damage later. Errol demanded to be taken to the leader, but the boss asked him not to hurry, because the leader was here at the moment. This further surprised and added more questions for Errol. Suddenly Errol's whole body was enveloped by a very strong thread from which he could not get out immediately. The boss grinned and said that there was no way to get out of such a grip unharmed. Then an old woman with one eye appeared in front of him and promised to strip Errol of his limbs in response to his attempts to get out. He was surprised by the old woman's presence, for he didn't even feel her approach. This ability to block opponents was very strong, and Errol thought he was facing the leader he had heard about. Errol said that he really didn't expect to see the leader as a decrepit old woman with such a nasty body. Such insolence surprised the leader's subordinates, for the guy appeared to be very bold, although it was logical to see an elderly person, for the leader had spent so many years here. The old woman instantly got angry and said that she was actually a young girl in the prime of life. Immediately the threads began to squeeze the guy's body, and the old woman shouted that Errol's life was in her hands, so he should choose his words better when communicating. Errol felt the pressure and hatred of this old woman and decided that she was indeed the leader. It was also obvious that these threads were controlled with magical energy, so it would be impossible to break them with physical strength alone. The rest of the bandits saw the old woman getting angry and decided that they had better get away. But in a few seconds, Errol was already free of the magical nets and felt free. The old woman was horrified and didn't understand how the guy was able to free himself, because she didn't feel the use of magic. Errol explained that he was only making swift blows through the air without using his sword. The old woman was surprised by such abilities and thought it was impossible. But then the old woman recognized the boy's incredible strength and said that Errol was indeed the child's older brother. Errol asked to express himself more clearly, but the old woman demanded to address her as Meme. Errol decided to play along and asked the old woman to tell him where his younger sister Mila was now. This time the old woman explained that the girl was fine and not to worry. The only thing that reassured Errol at the moment was that his younger sister would definitely not become the wife of the local leader. The old woman stated that she certainly didn't mind telling the young girl's fate, but it would cost a lot. Then the old woman leader demanded to play a game of spots with her and explained that the rules of this game are quite simple. During this game she must run away, and if Errol could catch her, then he won. The old woman promised that in that case she would tell her where her little sister was. The old woman also said that she should not be underestimated and suggested to start the game. Errol was instantly next to her and tried to grab the old woman, but by some miracle she moved to another part of the room and offered to try harder to grab her. Errol realized that he was only able to grab the residual image, and that the images themselves had no physical body, although he felt a touch on the old woman. Then the one-eyed old woman began to project your images, and they became more and more. The woman laughed and said that copying was her strongest skill. The leader of the bandits said that she could leave behind a physical body, and all these copies looked the same and had the same abilities. The main task was to catch the real body, but that was the hardest part. After several unsuccessful attempts, fatigue was felt and Errol did not understand how exactly to accomplish this difficult task. Errol realized that there was only one real old woman and something caught his attention and it was worth checking out. Every time Errol grabbed the old woman, her copy would immediately disappear, and she would start laughing the same way. It was at that moment that there was a chance of discovering the original old woman. Perhaps something would happen to the vile woman if you tried to touch her while activating the skill. All that remained was to find out. Unexpectedly, Errol attacked one of the spears and surprisingly dealt damage to all versions of the old woman. But now it was clear that all versions shared the damage. Eventually, Errol realized that each copy was not another entity, but was part of the main body. This explained the disappearance of each copy when touched. Therefore, the shared blessing could disappear when damaged. The old woman was immediately outraged that Errol was attacking an elderly woman. But the boy recalled how the woman herself had asked not to be called an old woman. Errol drew his blade and stated that he needed to finish the game as soon as possible, as he was running out of time. The old woman was horrified to feel the murderous aura and asked the guy to stop. Very quickly, Errol destroyed all the copies and left just one old woman. The woman was surprised by the guy's determination, for her blessing had completely disappeared. The condition was completely fulfilled and Errol held the old woman in his hands and asked her to tell him about her younger sister. Unexpectedly, the old woman informed him that Mila had left this place long ago, as she did not want to hide anymore and so she returned home. The old woman stated that she had personally escorted Mila and she was a very talented student. The old woman said that she had recently trained Mila well as an assassin. It all seemed delusional and Errol asked how it was even possible that the old woman had been training Mila for so long. It had indeed been a very long time since the search had begun, and yet Mila had never stayed anywhere for long. But the old woman stated that the girl had been visiting her for at least half a year. About half a year ago, Mila had a real nightmare on the upper floors just like Errol. The girl had come to this horrible place to hone her deadly skills. The old woman called herself a divine killer and so she gladly began to train Mila. Errol realized that he had been chasing the unknown all this time. Mehdi stated that most likely they had been on the wrong path all this time and someone had been purposely guiding them to the wrong place. But most likely relatives were involved, because all of this takes money and connections. Errol realized that it was not just a simple escape from home and his sister and Mila had thought it all out. The guy asked the old woman exactly how Mila's class was. As it turned out, young Mila got the class of Princess Assassin and completely immersed in the study of skills. This was the class she had gotten during the blessing. But in any case, it was a very difficult class for a 10-year-old girl. That was the reason why the priest was so scared that day. Apparently, Mila realized something when she found out about her scary class. She decided that she could catch someone specific. Errol didn't understand why Mila would want to kill someone, but the old woman only advised to get to know the girl better. Betty explained that Mila has a target of a man with whom Errol is on good terms, but she herself is not. And this person used to be under the protection of her parents and could not be killed. But Errol is now the closest person to that target, but he is not around at a dangerous moment. Errol finally realized that Mila wanted to kill Reina all this time, and it's terrible. Meanwhile, Mila was already near Errol's family house and was ready to finish Reina. All that was left was to take the last step. Mila specifically went to the horrible city prison to practice her autopsy skill. Her mother's perception is on a completely different level though, so it took a lot of practice to make sure she didn't pick up on her actions. Mila was certain that right now, her mother should remain unaware of her presence. But you cannot relax for a second and let your guard down, because there are still mythical creatures in this house. Of course, these monsters are very strong, but perhaps they do not see the threat in the presence of humans. But in any case, Mila felt the danger from them. Very carefully and slowly the girl still made her way to her brother's room where her main goal lay. Mila also remembered that Reina was her mother's apprentice and had to be careful. But then the girl felt her breathing too heavily for one person. Suddenly the blanket slipped a little and Mila was shocked to see two small children who were incredibly similar to her older brother, and that stopped the killer's hand. Meanwhile, Errol rushed home at an incredible speed and managed to arrive in time for morning. Bursting into the house, the boy found unsuspecting parents, who of course were happy to meet their favorite son. Farah noticed the anxiety of Errol, who first of all became interested in his favorite wife. But the boy was not in the mood for jokes and asked his mother to tell him how she was doing. A few minutes later, Reina entered the room and asked why Errol was being so noisy. The guy was anxious and happy because his beloved wife was alive. But then Errol turned his attention to the baby who was sleeping peacefully in his mother's arms. Errol very foolishly asked who the baby was. Reina, calling her husband stupid, explained that it was his baby and should have remembered the night they were together. Errol was shocked by the news about the baby, but Farah decided to clarify and said that it was actually his twins, a boy and a girl, and they both looked very much like him. Reina immediately accused her husband of running away and not being present at the birth. But Errol didn't even expect that it had been so long since he had gone in search of his little sister. Reina offered her husband to drive the baby up, and it made the guy a little confused, as it was very exciting. The girl asked him to be gentle with the child, because he was his father. The child immediately felt the unfamiliar hands and after a few seconds began to cry loudly. Errol thought that he had frightened his child, because it was the first time they had seen each other. But Reina pointed out the terrible stench from Errol and advised him to take a bath. The boy was in a hurry to get home and apologized for the pungent smell. After the guy took a bath, calmed down, he decided to have a quiet talk with his family. Reina asked why he was so excited when he got home and what made him rush so much. Errol replied that if nothing had happened to Reina, then everything was fine. The boy then inquired if Mila had returned, since he had been trying to find her all this time. The father informed that the younger sister was now on a walk. Errol found out that his little sister had come home a few days ago after all and met her parents in the kitchen in the morning as if nothing had happened. Errol realized that the nasty old woman from the underground prison had cheated him out of time after all. Errol then decided to get to know his children better. This time the guy took his young daughter in his arms and decided to socialize with her. But even though there was no terrible stench, the little girl immediately started crying and screaming. The guy was shocked by this reaction, because he sincerely hoped that the problem was the smell. But Reina explained that the child was just shy and there was nothing wrong with that. Reina promised that the children would definitely get used to Errol, but it would take time. The guy decided to try to take his son in his arms this time, but he couldn't find him right away. Errol excitedly asked where his son was, because he couldn't have been stolen so easily. But as it turned out, he was just walking outside and should be back soon. To Errol's surprise, the little son was in Mila's arms, who was genuinely happy to be with the child. Reina explained that her younger sister had been helping her with the children ever since she had returned from her long journey. Errol couldn't believe what he was seeing, but Mila was indeed doing very well with his son. Errol decided that he still didn't know the real reason why his little sister ran away from home. But now the guy decided to put the questions aside, as Mila was now safe and not going anywhere. Reina in a moment asked her husband to give her time, because they need to discuss something important. The girl explained that they should decide on the names of the children together. As it turned out, Reina was waiting for Errol's return to solve this problem together. Soon Mila returned with her little son and the children fell asleep, while the parents started to think about their names. Much time had passed since then and the children had grown considerably. The brother and sister were learning magic and swordsmanship and making significant progress. Errol enjoyed watching the development of his children and was incredibly happy when they were able to destroy an orc. Layla and Ark always loved to walk and train with their father. Errol this time decided to hurry back home and brag to his mother, for they had destroyed the first orc in their lives. But Reyna was outraged by this event, because any meeting with such a terrible creature as an orc is very dangerous. And the children had only recently turned 5 years old and Errol was behaving irresponsibly. Errol told how the children had defeated the orc very easily, but Reyna stated that it was a completely different matter and the children hadn't received their blessing yet, so it was too early to train them to kill monsters. Layla asked her mother not to worry and admitted that she really enjoyed training with her father. Ark supported his sister and said that there was nothing wrong with them already starting to learn various arts. Reyna thought about the children's words, for they were right about something. Layla exclaimed that she really wanted to become stronger, but her mother reminded her of her daughter's age and wiped her face. Errol only laughed watching his children. The next day, Errol suggested that the kids go wyvern hunting. Reyna, as usual, excitedly asked them to be careful, but the children trusted their father completely and went outside. Errol often reminded the children that they were much stronger than he was at their age. Layla and Ark were indeed very skillful in their training and quickly mastered different abilities. Errol explained to the children that he had taught them all the skills he knew, so these skills should help them to face the strongest classes as equals. But in any case, one must remember to be careful. The children of course listened attentively to their father, but Errol advised them not to pay too much attention to it, because they were still young and had not yet received their blessing. Layla was looking forward to this moment and decided that when she and her brother received the blessing, they would become invincible people. Errol reminded the children that despite their successes, there was one thing they lacked that he could not teach them. It is one of the most important things and it is called experience. The children asked in surprise that they lacked experience because they had been training with him for years. Errol agreed that these trainings are actually very effective. But all the training battles took place in the same conditions, against the same monsters. So the same conditions can be a bad condition for the perception of the world. And if something goes wrong, the children might get confused. Errol suggested that the children go on a small journey and gain valuable experience. The only thing about this journey was unclear, why their transportation looked like a boat if they were driving on the road. Errol explained that he was just using a magic item that was still in development, since Reyna couldn't fly. Errol was surprised at his wife's willingness to travel with them, but Reyna said that she would be crazy with worry if she left the children in the hands of her husband. The girl then asked her husband what his plan was for the upcoming trip. Errol decided to just fly first and the rest would happen on its own. Reyna said that as long as she was around, she would take care of the children's safety, because they should be under their mother's care. Ark asked her mother why she couldn't fly like the others, as she was already very old. Reyna told him that most adults can't really fly, and even Grandpa, who can fly, doesn't do it because he is very afraid of heights. The children gradually began to realize that not all people in the world were the same and that everyone had their own specialty. Reyna explained that the ability to fly had been passed on to the children from their father, and usually some abilities were inherited. Suddenly the girl demanded to stop the boat. A horse-drawn carriage was approaching and they might collide with them. In the meantime, the coachman decided that the monsters were rushing towards him and tried to turn around. Errol thought that these people probably had some kind of problem with the monsters, but Reyna advised them to be careful, because if they didn't do anything now, they would run into those people. A few seconds later, a huge wooden boat flew up and swept over the wagon. Reyna was shocked, for they were actually flying through the air in this huge wooden boat. Errol watched with interest the amazement of his wife, who would never get used to the possibility of flying. As it turned out, the people below were being chased by wolf-like monsters, but in fact these creatures were much more dangerous. They were ferocious werewolves that could move at incredible speeds, and now they were catching up to the horse carriage very quickly. Errol asked the children if they were ready for a real battle. Layla and Ark unanimously confirmed their readiness. Reyna thought that they would have a chance to gain important experience so quickly, and then she felt their wooden boat falling. But Errol explained that they weren't really falling, they were just ramming into the enemy, and a few seconds later the huge wooden structure crashed into the crowd of werewolves. Reyna was immediately ready to lunge at the enemy with her sword, but Errol stopped his wife and reminded her of the children, who should take advantage of this situation to gain important experience. Ark and Layla were ready for immediate battle and almost immediately began taking down the dangerous werewolves. Thanks to their sharp blades and fire magic, this was very effective. Soon another mob of ferocious snarling monsters arrived, but the children were ready to start another training session and gain valuable experience. The frightened coachman heard a huge explosion behind him and decided to speed up, otherwise the monsters would catch up with him. No one understood what really happened, but they all saw a huge wooden boat flying over their heads, and then crashed with force somewhere behind them. Suddenly something burning fell in the path of the wagon, and the coachman didn't immediately realize that it was actually the body of a huge monster. The man thought that if the monster had rammed the boat, it would have been completely destroyed, but he could not see what was really happening behind. All he could hear was some strange crackling and see smoke. Meanwhile, Layla and Ark continued to destroy the werewolves. One of the monsters decided to escape, but the kids couldn't let that happen. To prevent escape, Ark decided to use an Ice Age spell. A few seconds later, a powerful block of ice crashed into the ground where the remaining werewolves were. By Ark's calculations, this should have finished off any remaining monsters. Ark noticed that his sister was still not doing well in the moments when it was necessary to finish off the monsters. Errol meanwhile discussed that his favorite daughter may be proactive, but she is very often wrong. Meanwhile, Ark is too passive, but is characterized by complete equanimity. Thus the children complement each other perfectly in dangerous situations. Reina fully confirmed her assumptions that the children will be on a completely different level. But the main thing in this situation is not to overdo it and not to forget about their young age. Just at that moment, an elderly coachman approached the boat and thanked them for their incredible rescue. Errol asked for details of what had happened, but as it turned out the man didn't know much. The coachman was also sure that only goblins lived here at most, and he didn't expect to meet werewolves. But this time the attack was a complete surprise, and a pack of werewolves could tear them apart in a matter of seconds. As it turned out, there were a lot of people in the wagon, and among them were the wounded and the dead. Therefore, this journey came at a great cost. Severely wounded people could not survive long without holy water or blessing. Layla was shocked by the sight of the wounded people. The young girl decided to help and heal the person. Through the use of white magic, the young girl was able to heal the wounded man, and he instantly felt good and up. The next man was wounded even more severely, but Layla decided not to give up and tried to heal this man as well. The girl's magical abilities were enough to heal these serious wounds, which also disappeared, and the man should have felt relieved. But unlike the previous time, the man did not get up, but continued to lie there. Layla didn't understand at all why her magic didn't help this time and was still waiting for the man to wake up. The old woman thanked Layla for her help, but then explained that unfortunately her husband was unlikely to wake up. The weeping woman said that the treatment would not help because her husband was dead. But this time Errol came to the rescue and wanted to solve the problem. Apparently, not much time had passed since the death of the old man, so it was still possible to bring him back to life. Everyone was fascinated by Errol's abilities and waited for the moment of a miracle. One of the men said that such a resurrection was impossible even with white magic. Errol explained that it was not really a resurrection, but he was just going to bring back the soul that had left the body and then reunite it with the body itself. But it was more like black magic that scared people. Errol didn't waste any time and offered to just watch what he was doing. In many ways it was certainly black magic, and if the soul of the deceased was summoned in this way, it would simply become undead in the service of its master. But if you use black and white magic at the same time, the effect will be completely different. After a few minutes, an elderly man got up and asked his wife what had happened to him. It was a real miracle in the eyes of ordinary people, and Errol asked who else needed help. All the people were happy to see such incredible travelers, and the coachman wanted to thank them in some way. But Reina replied that her husband was not doing it for a reward. As it turned out, in the future people hurriedly evacuated to the city of swordsmen, which immediately aroused nostalgia in Errol. According to the coachman, all this evacuation was due to the revival of the demon lord, and so the countries and cities in the west were already completely defeated by the hordes of horrible monsters. Day by day, more and more monsters appeared, and they became more and more brutal. Therefore, the attack of this pack of horrible werewolves could be the result of the demon lord's revival. That was why the people in the wagon decided to leave as soon as possible for the swordsman city, which seemed to be a safe place. After all, it was rumored that there were many refugees in Swordsman City. Reina was worried about these people, for Swordsman City was still very far away. Errol decided to escort the refugees and help them get to a safe place. The children were happy with this news, for it would be a real adventure for them together with their parents. Soon a cart with people was attached to the wooden boat, and thus the journey continued. No one knew who the man with the wooden boat really was, but everyone sincerely hoped for his help. Errol was surprised at the reaction of the people. He made an ordinary wooden boat, but only on wheels, and there was nothing strange about it. Meanwhile, little Ark was reading about how long ago an evil god had summoned a demon lord and his subordinates to this world. As a result, terrible misfortunes and suffering occurred for entire peoples and countries. At that terrible time, many people died, and those times are called the Dark Period. After that, 7 brave men called by the god appeared. These people challenged the demon lord and defeated him, and then returned peace and tranquility to the people. Of course, there were different interpretations of those long ago events, but the essence was common, and therefore it can be understood that the people were in great danger. Everyone realized that the terrible demon lord, who had already been defeated once, had returned and was trying to take over the world. Reina asked not to worry, as it was just a rumor for now. Errol explained that they would know more when they reached the city of swordsmen, as people from all over the world came to that place and shared important information. All that remained was to travel the rest of the way. But as soon as the travelers reached the city walls, they were horrified to see the outer city wall destroyed. Normally, this city was known for its impregnability, and it was hard to imagine who could do such a thing. Errol used the enhanced view with white magic and found orcs and minotaurs inside the city. The coachman was shocked, for his only chance for salvation had crumbled like the city walls. The coachman was terrified, for the demon lord had even taken over the swordsman's city, and now he and his men had nowhere to go. Errol advised him to hide in the forest for a while and wait for his return. The guy explained that he didn't know the exact situation inside the city, but it was already absolutely clear that they were dealing with orcs and minotaurs, so it was better for ordinary people to stay away from this city. Such monsters weren't strong enough to take over such a fortified city, and it all looked strange. Any swordsman from this city would easily overcome a whole crowd of minotaurs or orcs. However, something had gone wrong, and the presence of humans was no longer felt here. Most likely, there was no shortage of high-ranking demons here. Unlike monsters, such demons were self-aware and could give orders to monsters. Errol decided to check how things were going inside the city and advised the people to wait for his return. He even created a special stealth barrier for the safety of the people. Reina was supposed to stay together with the humans, but the girl was not in agreement with Errol taking the humans with him. But the guy stated that it was a great opportunity for the children to learn the skills of real combat. Reina decided to go to the city as well, but Errol immediately found a way out of the situation and asked who had the stealth skill to move around the city. Of course, everyone except Reina had this skill, and so she couldn't go along with them. Errol, along with the children, silently jumped over the city wall and was inside the city without attracting the attention of the monsters. Things were really bad in the city. The sight of destruction was really massive. The children were horrified by the picture of the destroyed city. At the same time, there were no people anywhere, and perhaps they were able to escape. Some of the buildings were still burning, indicating that the attack had happened not too long ago. Errol could hear screams coming from the center of the city and decided that he had to hurry. Errol also realized that it would be too difficult for children to use the stealth skill while flying, so it was decided to continue traveling on the ground, carefully hiding between the ruined buildings. Soon, they managed to reach the center of the city. All these places evoked many memories for Errol, and there was a special one: was the Dragon Fang Guild building. The building was completely surrounded by monsters, and apparently they were trying to break in. Soon, Errol found a secret underground passage, and after a few minutes, a familiar young girl came out of that passage. Lilia looked very tired, but was glad that she was able to think out an escape route in advance. The girl wasn't going to fight the monsters and just wanted to escape. Errol suddenly asked the girl what she was doing here and scared Lilia. The girl relaxed because she thought she was attacked by a monster. Layla asked who this strange adult woman was in general. Lilia was immediately indignant because she thought she was a young lady. Errol explained to his daughter that it was just an old acquaintance, and then tried to find out what exactly had happened in this town. Lilia told of how a small army had invaded the city a few days ago, along with a powerful demon. Such a quick fall of a fortified city surprised Errol. But as it turned out, at first everything was fine, and the numerous swordsmen managed to hold off the monster's attacks. But then an insidious demon was able to capture one of the children and began to threaten to kill him, and then demanded immediate surrender. Soon the monsters were able to locate the evacuation site of the civilians and captured them. The horrible demon ordered them to lay down their weapons and continued to threaten the lives of the civilians of the city. Although this city was indeed a city of swordsmen, it also contained a great many ordinary citizens. And since no one wanted to risk their lives, they had to lay down their weapons and stop resisting. It was then that many were captured and killed. Errol didn't understand why Lilia was in the guild in such a case. Lilia explained that she absolutely did not want to be captured by people who don't even know how to fight and wanted to try to escape the city. Lilia stated that she absolutely didn't care about hostages, and that's why she and a few other people were hiding in the guild, and she didn't want to surrender to the monsters. But as soon as it became dangerous to stay in the guild, the girl decided to use the escape route and get out. Lilia said that if a beauty like her was caught by these monsters, they would not necessarily begin to abuse and torture her. Errol advised the children not to pay too much attention to the behavior of this strange woman, because she was in a stressful situation. But in the meantime, the monsters were trying to make their way into the guild and were demanding the foolish people to stop resisting. Errol decided that if this monster could speak human language, then it was most likely a demon. The monster that looked like a huge gorilla continued to hit hard and promised to keep the humans alive for a while if they stopped resisting. Eventually, this strong monster was able to destroy the guild wall with a few powerful blows and clear the way for the monster. Errol decided that it was most likely this creature that made its way through the outer city wall for the invasion. Such a force was capable of destroying any opponent, for it was hard to believe that anyone could destroy city walls with their fists at all. It was impossible for the local swordsmen to defeat such a monster, but still one of the commanders demanded to fight and reminded that with them swordswoman a rank Lily. But as it turned out, the girl had already disappeared in an unknown direction. The swordsmen were shocked by the girl's behavior, because she had gathered them in the guild to fight together and defend this place. In the end, everything pointed to the fact that I really ran away, leaving my companions to perish. The swordsmen immediately remembered that the girl was already well into her 30s and had not yet found a husband. Lily was indignant because it was all true. In the end, the girl was brave enough to face the monster and said that she was not running away, because that's what real cowards do. Lilia stated that she was the best swordswoman and would fight until the very end. The girl stated that for this reason she used the escape to bring help and asked Errol to destroy the enemies. The guy decided that this girl will never change, because her cunning has no limit. All the swordsmen of course remembered Errol's name and how the classless guy had managed to win the Divine Sword tournament, and now he had somehow come back to save them. Errol was himself surprised that he was still remembered in this illustrious place, but Lilia explained that Errol had created a true legend himself through his strength and abilities. Meanwhile, the huge monster regarded his opponent and grabbed a piece of wall for a throw. The demon clenched its fist with force and crumbled the huge stone, and then declared that no human could hope to stand against a true demon. The demon's power was undeniable, and no one expected Errol to be able to handle such an incredible creature. Errol informed his children that he was leaving this horrible gorilla to them and he would take care of the rest of the monsters. Layla and Ark gladly accepted such a serious challenge, and Layla couldn't believe what she was hearing. Layla asked Errol if he was completely crazy to let his children fight a horrible demon. After all, there are much more humane ways to get rid of your own children. The demon was furious that such small people were fighting against him, because it meant that he was underestimated. The enraged creature promised to leave only memories of the pathetic people who dared to oppose him. But Layla was fully confident in her strength and attacked the huge demon. The girl moved so fast that the demon simply did not have time to attack Layla, and in the end, the young daughter of Errol was able to inflict a tangible blow to the monster. Lilia was delighted with the girl's actions, and judging by the way this cocky demon missed a blow from the little girl, it means that he is not as strong as he says. But still, one accurate strike can't kill him and he should continue his attacks. Meanwhile, the demon recognized the speed of the opponent, but still said that such blows would not be able to penetrate his tough skin. But the next attack of little Layla was able to pierce the skin, and a bloody drop showed on the neck of the horrible demon. This wound became palpable to the monster's ego, but still it was not fatal. The horrible demon tried to deliver a crushing blow to the girl, but Layla instantly used green magic and jumped high above the vile gorilla. Layla didn't understand how such a powerful demon that had broken the city wall could miss the little girl's attack. Errol explained that this demon gave into rage and it cost him finesse and technique, so he loses his temper fighting the little girl, because it makes him very angry. The huge gorilla was indeed furious that he couldn't handle the little girl. But as it turned out, Layla purposely moved so fast and diverted all the monster's attention on herself while her twin brother crept up behind her. At the last moment before receiving a fatal wound, the demon actually remembered that he had forgotten about another small opponent. But that mistake was fatal and Ark struck from behind. To everyone's delight, the demon collapsed to the ground and it was the first real victory for the children of Errol. None of the swordsmen could believe that just two small children could defeat a demon that had destroyed half the city. Lilia found room for her own success as well and reminded them that she was the one who had brought these people to the rescue. The children, meanwhile, hugged their father and rejoiced at their victory, and Errol genuinely rejoiced with them. Lilia only now realized that they were Errol and Rione's children. Lilia decided to get to know little Ark better and asked him how he felt about older girls, because he was so handsome that she liked him. Errol was shocked by the swordswoman's insolence, though her behavior was always exactly the same. But then Lilia suddenly felt ill and explained that a sudden hostility had come over her. Errol did not explain the details of what was happening and only reminded the girl that she could make a lot of enemies thanks to her behavior. Then Errol asked one of the guys where all the hostages were. The swordsman said that the demon had ordered everyone to go to the square in the center of the city if they wanted to stay alive. Errol, of course, I decided to personally find out what was going on in the center square. Errol, of course, decided to take his children with him as well, but Lilia warned about a terrible demon that looks like a tiger. According to the information gathered, he is one of the higher echelons of the Demon Lord's army, and is at a much higher level than a gorilla. Errol replied that it was not a problem and he was looking forward to this meeting. But Lilia wouldn't be Lilia if she didn't think of some trick again. The girl said that after her victory, Errol would have to repair the wall as compensation for the information he had received. Meanwhile, in the central square, the demon tiger was enjoying the sight of the captives and announced the beginning of the execution. The captives were shocked by such information, because the demon promised them something completely different after they serve weapons and obey his order. But people realized that the demon always remains a demon and they were simply deceived. The demon said that he really promised to keep alive, but this applies only to those who cannot fight, and the soldiers are not interested in him, because they should always be ready to die for the sake of others. The soldiers no longer believed the demon, even though he promised to keep the civilians alive. The demon said that this was only temporary, because he liked fresh meat and would kill people gradually. From such insidiousness, the soldiers were horrified. The soldiers were also shocked that this horrible monster wanted to use them as food. One of the swordsmen turned out to be a brave guy and declared that he personally would not allow the demon to do such a thing and would destroy it before the monster took even a bite. The demon tiger was delighted by the guy's courage and admitted that he actually likes to eat his prey when it is still alive. And now, at the sight of a large number of people, his appetite was whetted. A huge demon jumped down from the city wall and said that he could no longer restrain his instincts and he urgently needs prey. Demon Tiger instantly rushed to attack the brave guy, but as it turned out, in the hands of the man was a dagger and he was able to repel the first attack. The guy admitted that he was not very good at lightning attacks, but he was still ready to fight to the end. The Demon Tiger was surprised, because he ordered to tie up all the men and search them. But as it turned out, the swordsman was able to free himself by taking off his clothes, and now the prey becomes even more interesting. The demon decided that this guy is really famous, because his behavior encouraged the other captives and they called him the local champion. The terrible tiger was glad to stretch before a good meal, and the swordsman offered to test his luck. Just at that moment, Errol heard loud shouts. There was only one turn to go through. Suddenly, in front of Errol, the wall broke and a man flew out of it, with whom an impressive hole was punched. The demon Lily had spoken of was visible in the hole. The wounded swordsman was so mangled that he was missing one arm and his entire body was covered with wounds and blood. Meanwhile, the demon praised his opponent, for he had managed to hold on for 3 minutes with only one arm. If he was a low-ranked demon, then perhaps such a brave man could have won this fight, but this was not the case. The demon claimed to be the leader of the beast troops in the service of the demon lord and introduced himself as Lield Reazer. But the brave swordsman only laughed in the face of his death and called the demon a common flea cat. The demon thought that the man is just going crazy in the face of his death, but the guy said that in fact it is the opposite. After all, if this is all the monsters from the upper echelon are capable of, then humanity is safe. The swordsman promised a meeting with stronger opponents who would destroy the demons and end their existence. But the demon was tired of listening to the victim and accelerated to dine. But as soon as the demon approached his opponent, he ran into a protective barrier that reflected his blow. The wounded swordsman of course recognized Errol. Collapsing to the ground with helplessness, Errol prepared to fight everywhere with the demon. Meanwhile, the children helped the wounded swordsman away from the place. The demon was thrilled at the sight of a new opponent, and Errol decided that this opponent would be a much more serious gorilla. The demon was shocked because his swift blows were completely blocked by an unknown force, and Errol advised him not to think that it was possible to defeat a human so easily. Errol began to move quickly and create copies of himself, which surprised the tiger demon even more. But the demon still thought he was the strongest and was confident of his victory. The tiger demon roared so loudly that it drowned out everyone in the square. This pressure was also felt by Errol and he recognized his opponent's ability. The demon was sure that with the help of sound waves, he would be able to get rid of the lying spears. But Errol again repeated his trick at once double. But the demon was sure that this is just a pathetic trick of a man and it will not affect the outcome of the battle. But this time Errol repelled the attack with his blade. This time it was different and the copy turned out to be like a real human. Errol stated that these images were completely different copies that functioned like a full human and could kill the enemy. But the demon did not want to go into details, because for him humans were just fodder for sustenance and he wanted to destroy the insolent rival as soon as possible. But the tiger's self-confidence played a cruel joke on him, because he opened his back to the enemy and now he only had to realize how much difference in skills. But Errol was already tired of chatting with some ugly representative of the feline race and instantly attacked from different sides, inflicting fatal wounds to the enemy. Simultaneous attacks from 5 sides destroyed the demon, who continued to insult the man who killed him. The captured soldiers were happy with Errol's victory over the demon, and Errol's children were proud of their father because he was always the best hero for them. But the evil demon continued to laugh from the last strength, and then wheezed that it was too late, because his roar reached every corner of this city. Therefore, in a few minutes here will be a huge number of ferocious monsters, and none of the people will not be able to resist so many opponents. As it turned out, the demon was not deceived, and in a couple of minutes there was a loud noise that marked the approach of the army of monsters. Errol explained to his children that the next exercise would involve fighting several opponents at once, and they had to be careful during the fight. Ark and Layla were fully prepared to continue their training.